Chapter 189. Shaking her head, Candace refused Lawrence's suggestion and looked resolutely at Belinda, exclaiming, "This isn't just a matter of money." Candace obviously held the upper hand in the current situation. With the help of Han Shua and the others, Belinda and Johnny wouldn't be able to gain any advantage at all. It could be seen from Belinda and Johnny's attire and weapons that the Calamity Church didn't lack money. Belinda only needed to pay a few gold coins to quell Candace's anger, but she was stubborn to the point of being a bit baffling. Those of the Calamity Church aren't people that you can threaten. Johnny, who was already injured, had a scar on his face that looked even more ferocious because of his angry expression. The long sword in his hand that flickered with the power of thunder and lightning emitted a dazzling electric light. Just as Han Shua was about to speak, Johnny's body moved quickly and he suddenly charged at Han Shua, his face full of murderous intent. The long sword in his hand that carried the power of thunder and lightning was like an electric dragon in his hand, bursting with a terrifying power of thunder and lightning, illuminating the dimly lit cave. "Watch out!" Johnny's sudden attack caused Phoebe, Emily, and the others to be greatly shocked and couldn't help but cry out in warning. A pile of white bones suddenly gathered in midair, forming a white bone shield in an instant, blocking the front of the lightning long sword. Two bone spears shot out and collided with Johnny's lightning long sword before the white bone shield had formed. Creak creak, the bone spear exploded and sparks flew. Under the impact of Johnny's momentum, the lightning longsword bombarded the white bone shield with a bang. In an instant, the bone fragments on the white bone shield immediately broke into chunks. Johnny's sword had been obstructed twice, but it still persisted in its attempt to stab Han Shua to death. The demon's lair edge finally whistled out of its sheath as a cold glint flashed in Han Shua's hand. Han Shua gave a muffled grunt as his body stumbled back a few steps. The lightning on Johnny's longsword suddenly flickered and then extinguished. Johnny's momentum also slowed at this moment. When he was about to make another move, Caspian, Emily, Phoebe, and the others were already standing next to Han Shua, glaring angrily at him. "It doesn't seem that I'm your enemy." Having steadied himself, Han Shua first circulated the magical yuan through his body and confirmed that there were no major injuries. He then focused his cold gaze on Johnny and spoke faintly. "You deceived us in the operation against Bob Asher this time and used us as cannon fodder. Apart from helping us send a few people away, you didn't do anything at all. Now that the matter has passed, don't pretend that we don't know what you're planning. You deserve to die the most." Johnny's expression was savage as he looked coldly at Han Shua. As the chief of the Griffin Legion, whether or not Han Shua and Emily had concrete evidence, they didn't have the right to kill Asher, much less assassinate him. If Han Shua and Emily had joined forces with the Calamity Church to kill Asher, then the two of them would certainly suffer the consequences in the Dark Mantle. In addition, Han Shua, who was well aware of Asher's strength, also understood that killing Asher in Valen City wasn't something that they could do. Only religious fanatics would act recklessly without regard for their own lives. Nodding, Han Shua smiled faintly and said, "Since things have been made clear, then don't blame me for burning the bridge after crossing it. You've already made a move against me, so don't blame me for not holding back." Han Shua turned his head to look at the wry smiling Lawrence after saying this and said with a smile, "You wouldn't be thinking of helping them now, would you?" Spreading his hands, Lawrence took a few steps back and said with a wry smile, "I was originally very interested in the Calamity Church's golem and wanted to obtain the manufacturing methods of the golem through friendly means. But now I think that's not quite possible." Lawrence's words confirmed Han Shua's previous guess. Lawrence was someone who only cared about his own matters, and yet he'd suddenly extended a helping hand to Belinda and Bob. He had other plans indeed. Lawrence's words now meant that he was standing on Han Shua and Phoebe's side. Nodding, Han Shua smiled faintly at Lawrence and said, "Many thanks. Do you think that you've won against us for sure?" Belinda, who was standing behind Johnny, still had a calm expression on her face. She only spoke at this moment and reached out to take out the item that sealed the golem, preparing to make her move. "Heh, you won't have the chance." Han Shua laughed and used the demon infant to communicate with a drop of blood essence hidden in Belinda's body. With a thought, the cold air contained within the blood essence entered Belinda's body. She felt her neck go numb and she fainted backwards. What did you do to her? Johnny was greatly startled by Belinda's sudden collapse. He looked at Han Shuo with a bit of panic. She'll live, but there's no need for you to exist. It's too dangerous to keep you alive. Han Shuo snorted coldly and suddenly opened his mouth to chant a necromancy spell. A hate warrior appeared out of thin air and 3 zombie warriors blocked Han Shuo's path. Johnny immediately knew that Belinda wouldn't be able to help him when he saw that the situation had developed to this point. He hesitated slightly and immediately turned to flee, attempting to leave through the only hole. Emily and Caspian suddenly started chanting magic incantations. Just as Johnny's body landed at the entrance of the cave, several thick tree roots agilely entangled him, and a cloud of black gas floated towards him. You can't escape. Emily giggled and chanted another spell. The black gas seemed to be some sort of binding as Johnny's body suddenly stiffened as soon as it neared him. The nimble tree branches then seized the opportunity to entangle his body. Johnny was a thunder and lightning demon swordmaster all right. He was still able to move after being restrained so many times. He raised the longsword in his hand with great difficulty, planning to chop off the tree branches that bound his body. However, the 3 zombies and the hate warrior had already closed in on him at this moment. A bolt of lightning flashed as the longsword sliced through the air, hitting the first 2 zombie warriors. Electricity abruptly invaded the bodies of the 2 zombie warriors, and when the longsword sliced through the air, the 2 zombie warriors suddenly froze in place and didn't move again. When he brandished the longsword with great difficulty and was about to make a move on the other zombie warrior, the nearby hate warrior smashed down with a club, landing directly on Johnny's right hand that was holding the sword. The sound of bones breaking suddenly rang out. Johnny's face was full of pain as he howled in agony, the long sword in his hand falling to the ground. Han Shuo, who had been standing beside Phoebe and the others, flashed and landed behind Johnny like lightning. With his back facing Phoebe and the others, he used the demonic art of assimilation and sucked Johnny's howling soul into the demon infant. When the power of the demon infant slowly corroded Johnny's soul, Han Shuo, who seemed to have eaten a great tonic, finally threw a punch at Johnny's back. With a thud, the life in Johnny's eyes faded and he fell to the ground powerlessly, a hand imprint appearing on his back. After killing Johnny, Han Shuo's demon infant expanded and started to use the nature of demonic arts to purify the power of Johnny's soul, turning it into food for the demon infant's growth. As a thunder and lightning demon swordmaster, the power of Johnny's soul was clearly much more abundant than that of the Griffin Knight. When Han Shuo did this, he could clearly feel the growth of the demon infant. He's dead. On the other side, Emily slowly walked over when she saw that Johnny had been killed by Han Shuo. When Emily discovered that Han Shuo was standing there motionless and hadn't looted Johnny's body like he usually did, she couldn't help but remind Han Shuo, he's dead. Han Shuo, who was concentrating on comprehending the characteristics of the demon infant, was startled awake when he heard Emily's call. He continued to silently circulate the demonic art of assimilation without batting an eyelid. Han Shuo nodded at Emily and pointed at the fallen Johnny, you take care of this, I'm going to rest for a while. Han Shuo sat down cross-legged on the spot after saying this and focused on comprehending the changes in the demon infant after absorbing Johnny's soul power. The stronger a person was, the more powerful their soul power would be. When Johnny's soul power had been sucked into the demon infant, strands of power flowed into the demon infant and seemed to speed up its growth. The demon infant was the foundation of the true demon realm. Han Shuo would only be able to break through his current realm and enter the next realm, the bloodlust realm, once it had reached a certain level. Only in this realm would Han Shuo need large amounts of soul power to replenish himself. When the demon infant was strong enough and reached the bloodlust realm, it would be considered a minor success and would be able to display even more wondrous uses. At that time, the demon infant would no longer need to replenish itself with soul power. Everyone was chattering away as Han Shuo meditated. After Belinda was captured and Johnny was killed, there were no eyesores left in the cave. Candace saw that Belinda had been magically knocked out by Han Shuo and didn't bring up the matter of payment again. She chatted happily with Phoebe and Emily. It was only now that Lawrence and Phoebe had the time to talk. Caspian had been missing for a long time, and now that he was with Angelica, he breathed a sigh of relief. Angelica was the one who'd asked him to recount his experiences over the past 2 days. Sure. After a while, Han Shua, who had been meditating indifferently, suddenly opened his eyes and raised his finger to make a shushing gesture. Everyone kept their mouths shut and watched as Han Shua cautiously walked to the entrance of the cave and then stick his ear to the entrance. Everyone's minds that had just relaxed became alert again. Rustling footsteps slowly grew louder as they approached from afar. The sound of a few people's conversations also traveled into everyone's ears at this time. The Kurlan forest covers such a large area, it's impossible to find those people who've escaped in. What's the point of searching aimlessly? A voice said. Indeed, but the chief has truly gone mad with anger this time. Not only have his 2 sons been killed, but there's someone who's so audacious as to try to assassinate him in Valen City and still manage to escape from the city. The chief has fought in all these years and has experienced all sorts of situations, but has never been as humiliated as this time. I don't think he'll rest until those people are captured and killed. Another person followed up with a sigh. I've heard that such a big incident happened in Valen City this time because the chief offended someone from the capital. If that's really the case, then the chief is in big trouble. Who knows if we'll be in trouble as well. Don't worry, we're all just following orders. No matter what happens, it shouldn't matter as long as we understand the situation. In addition, we're not the chief's trusted Griffin Knights. We should still listen to His Majesty the Empire. We'll just follow orders until something big happens. Let's go, there's no place to hide here. Let's go somewhere else. The group talked as they passed by the cave Han Shua and the others were in, but didn't discover anything out of the ordinary. Their voices grew further and further away, finally disappearing into the distance. Another 2 groups passed by after this group. Because of Emily and Caspian's arrangements, the cave entrance was very well hidden. They didn't discover anything out of the ordinary and didn't linger here in the end. Alright, it's been a tiring night. Everyone get some rest. Han Shua waited for a while after the 3 groups left. He smiled at the people inside when he saw that there was no movement outside. Everyone sighed in relief and nodded in agreement. They either meditated or slept, sitting by the warm bonfire. Everyone rested for the entire day in the cave and discovered that it was already night after they'd rested their minds. Han Shua closed his eyes and rested for a day, purifying and absorbing Johnny's soul energy. His mental strength and magical yuan had also recovered. It's night now. I think they've probably given up after a day of searching. We can leave now. Han Shua stood up and spoke in front of the door. Having rested enough, everyone stood up one after another. After putting away their things, Emily and Caspian removed the boundary in front of the door and the group walked out of the cave. Chapter 190. A bright crescent moon hung high in the sky as its cold moonlight sprinkled down, illuminating the world wrapped in silver and making the night quite bright. The surroundings were exceedingly quiet, without the slightest sound. It wasn't just humans and beasts that didn't want to leave their caves in the cold winter night. Even some small insects seemed unwilling to leave their caves. When the group walked out of the cave, they immediately felt that the temperature outside was much colder than in the cave. Even though they'd been mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but tighten their thick clothes and exhale lightly. There's no time to lose. I think it's best if we leave as soon as possible and return to the Empire. Han Shua looked around at the group and spoke lowly. It was unknown if Griffin Legion Commander Asher had discovered that the important items in the secret room had been stolen after the commotion. When he returned to Valen City with no results from this search, he'd discover the problem with the secret room sooner or later. At that time, he'd definitely be driven to desperate action. Therefore, Han Shua and Emily had to deliver the information they'd obtained to the senior executives of the Dark Mantle as soon as possible, so that they could deal with Asher as soon as possible and prevent him from stirring up trouble. There are a few ungoverned towns in the vast area of the Kurlan Grand Canyon. The Dark Mantle has a few strongholds here, and the largest stronghold has a magical device that can contact the senior executives of the Dark Mantle. Brian and I need to get there as soon as possible. We're in very little danger now, so it looks like it's time to part ways. Emily mused for a moment and then suggested with a smile. When I entered Elaine's hotel, the merchant company escorting the goods with me had already left Valen City, so I'm working alone now. I've already told them that nothing will happen to the merchant company for now. I'll return to the Empire with Brian. Phoebe stood beside Han Shua and expressed her stance. Caspian and Lawrence thought about it for a moment and both expressed their intention to part ways with Han Shua. Caspian solemnly expressed his thanks to Han Shua, and Lawrence's gaze roamed over Belinda, who had been captured by Emily. He then said, Brian, if you can get the method to refine a golem from her, I'm willing to pay a great price for it. Nodding his head, Han Shua expressed his understanding and said with a smile, I will ask her, but I advise you not to have too much hope. I think that even if you have the method to refine puppets, you can't mass-produce them. Otherwise, with the Calamity Church's financial resources, they would have long since formed an army of puppets. Lawrence stared blankly at Han Shua's words, then opened his mouth again to say, even if you can refine one or two, it would be of great help to me. All right, I'll try my best. Seeing that Lawrence still hadn't given up, Han Shua said helplessly. Big bad guy, will we meet again? On the other side, Angelica suddenly stared at Han Shua and said crisply as Caspian was about to leave. Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shua said dashingly, I think so. We've already met twice in such a short period of time. We're quite fated. All right, thank you again. If you have the chance in the future, come visit the Elven tribe in the Dark Forest. Angelica will treat you well. Caspian bowed to Han Shua and said with a smile. Lawrence and the others didn't linger when Caspian and Angelica left, walking in the opposite direction from Caspian and Angelica. After Caspian and Angelica disappeared, Han Shua thought that if Caspian and Angelica found out that he was the leader of the Dark Forest Troll, the two of them would hate Han Shua to a great extent. It was best not to visit the Elven tribe. Senior Swordsman Davis of the Battlefire Mercenary Band felt dejected after Angelica's departure. This valiant swordsman's gaze was still fixed in the direction that Angelica had disappeared in, lost in thought. Candace, how much does this Belinda owe you? I'll pay it for you. We still have a use for her, we can't give her to you. Emily looked at Candace at this moment and took out her crystal card, seeming to want to pay Candace. Forget it, Sister Emily, we don't lack these gold coins. Let's just consider this mission a failure, it's no big deal. Candace hurriedly declined when she saw that Emily was about to pay. She then looked at the mercenaries behind her and said to Emily and Phoebe, all right, we need to leave as well. We still need to continue the mission when we return. Candace didn't wait for Emily to pay the gold coins after she'd finished speaking and quickly fled with the mercenaries. Because they couldn't fly and Han Shua and the others were in a hurry to leave, Emily told Elaine the address and had her take Belinda there. Because Han Shua had released the cold air, Belinda wouldn't wake up for a while without Han Shua's help, so Emily and Han Shua didn't need to worry about Elaine's safety. After Elaine grabbed Belinda and left, only Han Shua, Emily, Phoebe, and the strangely quiet dark dragon Gilbert were left in front of the cave. Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? Han Shua finally remembered that Gilbert hadn't made a fuss in a long time and couldn't help but ask in surprise. Gilbert had been standing there silently with his eyes closed when he heard Han Shua's question. He immediately opened his eyes with a long face and said, "What a disloyal master, I've been injured along the way and have been recuperating whenever I have the time. Why have you only thought of me now?" Han Shua finally remembered that the attacks of the two archmages and a group of knights had hit him when they charged out of Valen City. He'd then flown for so long with a group of old and weak soldiers on his back. No wonder he'd suddenly become so quiet. "Don't worry, your skin's thick anyways." Han Shua chuckled naughtily and thought for a moment, how about this, you get the hell back home first and I'll take you out after you've recovered. I've only been out for a few days and you're chasing me back again. Gilbert immediately yelled loudly when he heard that Han Shua wanted him to return to the cemetery of death. Go, be a good boy or I'll show you what's coming. Now that I'm with two beauties, it'll be so inconvenient to bring you along, not to mention that you're injured. Han Shuo laughed naughtily as he took out his magic wand and set up a matrix. He grabbed Gilbert's shoulder as he yelled and kicked him in regardless of whether he was willing or not. His mental strength moved and the matrix was immediately activated. Gilbert also disappeared without a trace. Without the Eye of Darkness, even Gilbert wouldn't be able to walk out of the cemetery of death. Therefore, Han Shuo didn't have to worry about Gilbert making trouble after sending him in. Off to the side, Phoebe stared in astonishment at the miniature magical matrix that Han Shuo had set up and directly sent Gilbert to some unknown place. She couldn't help but exclaim softly, her bright eyes looking at Han Shuo with even more astonishment. Heh, it's just a transportation matrix, there's nothing strange about it. Let's go, we can also leave this place. Han Shuo chuckled lightly and put the items into his space ring, urging Emily and Phoebe to leave. Traveling with the two beauties wasn't a happy thing. The originally cold and aloof Phoebe had been intentionally acting very intimate with Han Shuo along the way. This made Emily, who already had an intimate relationship with Han Shuo, look at Han Shuo with a bit of bitterness. As a mage, Emily was still shivering in the cold night even though she was wrapped in thick fur clothing, making Han Shuo's heart ache. However, perhaps to avoid arousing suspicion, Emily purposefully kept a distance from Han Shuo, as if afraid that Phoebe would discover her relationship with Han Shuo. Han Shuo carried Phoebe and flew through the air along the way, while Emily expended her mental strength to use the levitation spell to fly close to the ground. However, as an archmage, Emily expended her mental strength to use the levitation spell to fly for a limited amount of time. Han Shuo had already discovered that Emily's lips were a bit pale when it was almost midnight. Han Shuo, who was flying with Phoebe in his arms, suddenly increased his speed and landed next to Emily. He said, "I'll fly with two people, there won't be any problems." Regardless of whether Phoebe agreed or not, Han Shuo reached out and wrapped his arms around Emily's soft waist as soon as he'd finished speaking. He continued to fly through the air with Phoebe in his right hand and Emily in his left. He also silently circulated his magical yuan, sending warm heat into Emily's cold body. Emily struggled a bit after being embraced by Han Shuo's left hand, attempting to leave Han Shuo's embrace. However, Han Shuo held her firmly in place, making it impossible for her to move at all. When Emily turned her head to look at Han Shuo, she discovered the heartache and determination in Han Shuo's eyes. She couldn't help but feel a sweetness in her heart. Whether it was because of the heat entering her body or some other reason, Emily felt her cold body heat up in an instant. The previous coldness faded in an instant, and her entire being seemed to be enveloped in warmth. "I see that you seem to be very familiar with the way you're holding her." At this moment, Phoebe's cherry lips moved to Han Shuo's ear and she spoke softly with a hint of jealousy. She didn't seem to be afraid that Emily would hear her words. "We need to get to the Dark Mantle's location as soon as possible. There will be major problems if we're late, so I'll fly with you too. This is the fastest way." Han Shuo's expression was indifferent, and he didn't express anything because of Phoebe's words. They were silent the rest of the way. Han Shuo circulated the art of the demonic ninth heavens to its limits, and split out an extra portion of magical yuan to warm Emily's body. He followed Emily's directions as fast as lightning and shot towards a mountain range in the Kurlan region. Even with Han Shuo's magical yuan, he had to use a portion of it to warm Emily while circulating the art of the demonic ninth heavens to fly. This enormous consumption was a bit hard to bear. By the second half of the night, Han Shuo was already panting and sweating. "Take a rest, look how tired you are." Although Phoebe had been a bit jealous just now, her feelings for Han Shuo were sincere. She couldn't help but speak with heartache when she saw Han Shuo sweat. On the other side, Emily was also feeling heartache. She had wanted to open her mouth to persuade Han Shuo, but when she saw that Phoebe had already spoken, Emily didn't say anything else. By now, Han Shuo was indeed a bit tired. From last night until now, he'd fought and then fled. Even when he'd arrived in that cave, Han Shuo had spent the entire day digesting Johnny's soul with the demon infant. Therefore, his body hadn't had a good rest. A pair of eagle-like eyes scanned the surroundings sharply. Han Shua's sharp eyes discovered a tree hole. He brought Emily and Phoebe to a stop at the entrance of the tree hole. Pushing aside some snow, Han Shua poked his head in and discovered that there was still some space in the hollow tree hole. "Let's rest inside," Han Shua suggested. The top of the tree hole was tightly sealed, with only a long and narrow hole at the root. When the three of them entered, they discovered that they weren't exposed to the cold wind. He used his own body to block the hole, while Phoebe, Emily, and the other two squeezed to the sides. Although there was some space in the tree hole, it was still too cramped for all three of them. The three of them were tightly pressed together, their arms and legs leaning against each other. It was a bit difficult to move around. As soon as he relaxed, Han Shua took a deep breath and the magical yuan within his body automatically circulated, recovering the energy he'd just expended. The speed was extremely fast. Emily and Phoebe were pressed against Han Shua's front and sides, with Emily's chest and abdomen against Phoebe's back. Han Shua's chest was against the two shoulders, his hands were separated between his legs, and his legs were facing the narrow gap between Emily and Phoebe. It was nighttime and the only source of light in the tree hole was blocked by Han Shua's back, making the inside of the cave pitch black. Apart from Han Shua, the two girls' vision had been affected and it was difficult for them to see their surroundings clearly. In this place, Han Shua's chest was pressed against the two girls' fragrant shoulders. Out of concern for Emily, Han Shua circulated his magical yuan, intending to send a bit of warmth to Emily. Therefore, Han Shua twisted his left hand that had originally been on his left thigh and slowly placed it on Emily's thigh. Chapter 191. A wave of warmth approached. Emily and Phoebe both felt it at the same time. Emily felt it on her thighs, while Phoebe felt it on her perky buttocks. When Han Shua's large hand landed on Emily's thigh, Emily's body trembled. She thought that Han Shua was trying to make a move at this moment, so she immediately raised her leg to block it. Han Shua's left hand, which was caressing her thigh, was pushed back by her thigh and landed on Phoebe's perky buttocks. A soft cry came from Phoebe's mouth. In the darkness, Han Shua saw that Phoebe's beautiful face suddenly burned hot. As a mage, Emily's clothes were very thick. However, Phoebe was a swordmaster and her body's ability to withstand the cold was far superior to the weak Emily. Therefore, her clothes weren't very thick. In addition, a swordmaster needed to move freely in battle. Her slender thighs were clad in ordinary warrior robes. When Han Shua's hand landed on them, he could feel the fullness of her buttocks. Within the darkness, Phoebe's face was completely red. Her pair of bright eyes sparkled as her heart thumped wildly. She thought to herself that this extremely daring big pervert actually dared to take liberties with her in such a place. Truly too hateful. With her heart beating wildly, Phoebe twisted her neck and glared fiercely in Han Shua's direction. At this moment, Han Shua had a different feeling and couldn't help but turn his head to look at Phoebe. When he saw Phoebe's reproachful gaze, Han Shua grinned and made a funny face. There was no light in the tree hole, but because the three of them were very close together, Phoebe could still see Han Shua's funny face. She couldn't help but feel angry, but there was nothing she could do. She could only continuously curse Han Shua, this big pervert, how audacious of him. Han Shua had originally planned on giving Emily some warm air, but because of Emily's bashfulness, his large hand had mysteriously landed on Phoebe's butt. Because Han Shua had already taken advantage of Phoebe in Valen City before, and because the two of them had confirmed their relationship, Han Shua wasn't a good person. He shamelessly put his hand on Phoebe's butt and greedily rubbed it. He felt so good when he moved like this. Her soft and plump buttocks gave him a wonderful feeling even though they were separated by clothes. But Phoebe, who had never experienced sex before, felt the temperature of her delicate body rise continuously as he took advantage of her so wantonly. Her originally calm breathing also became a bit heavier. In such a place, Emily and Phoebe's vision was somewhat affected, but Han Shua could see everything clearly. Not only was Phoebe's face flushed red and her eyes blurred, but even the hot air coming out of her cherry lips due to her chaotic mood was clearly seen by Han Shua. At this time, Phoebe's charming expression fell into Han Shua's eyes, causing Han Shua to become even more aroused, and the movements of his hands became even more unbridled. His large hands, which were originally separated by her clothes, suddenly felt that the thin layer of clothing became an unbearable hindrance. Then, Han Shua's large hands moved up, nimbly pushing aside Phoebe's clothes on her waist, directly sticking to her warm and smooth waist without any hindrance. When Phoebe's breathing intensified, he unceremoniously moved down to touch her plump buttocks. In this way, not only was Phoebe's face red, but even her neck was densely covered in red. She could no longer suppress the sound of her breathing and couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Just as Han Shua's heart was dripping with joy and was still eating heartily, he suddenly heard Emily cough softly, and then felt a pain in his waist. Emily had fiercely pinched him. If it were another woman, Han Shua would probably be a little embarrassed, but Emily and Han Shua had long been intimate, and the two of them had enjoyed each other's company countless times. Therefore, Han Shua didn't have any qualms about Emily's existence at all. After being pinched by Emily, Han Shua turned his head to look at Emily. His left thigh trembled, and he forcibly squeezed Emily's buttocks, using his knee to prod Emily. Emily's heart was also stifled by Han Shua's actions. She inwardly felt that Han Shua's lust had reached the heavens. It was one thing for him to violate Phoebe in front of her, but now it seemed that he was going to do the same to her as well. Her slender hand that had been on Han Shua's waist to pinch him slowly moved down at this moment and landed on Han Shua's erect lower body, suddenly squeezing hard. Ow! A strange cry suddenly came from Han Shua's mouth. His erect lower body was forcefully pinched by Emily, causing Han Shua to involuntarily cry out in pain. Han Shua, who had originally planned to violate both women, suddenly withdrew his hands and feet. What's wrong? What's wrong with you? Phoebe, who had lost her self-control a moment ago, immediately woke up when she heard Han Shua's scream. She appeared a little flustered as she asked Han Shua. There's a squirrel inside. It probably bit him, and now it's flying away from the hole behind him. Emily's strange voice sounded in the darkness as if nothing had happened. Han Shua could hear the pleasure in Emily's voice. Little slut, you actually dare to pinch me there. See if I don't teach you a lesson next time. Han Shua's teeth itched with hatred as he silently thought of how to punish Emily. Isn't that right, Brian? Emily laughed delightedly when she saw that Han Shua didn't respond. She purposefully asked Han Shua. Yes, an abominable squirrel bit me. If I catch it, I'll definitely make it wish it was dead. Han Shua couldn't say anything. Not only did he have to swallow the bitter pill, but he also had to pander to Emily. He felt very sullen inside. We've taken over its place, so it's only right that it treats us this way. Don't think about killing people and setting fires every day. Phoebe's voice had only just recovered its usual indifference now as she spoke faintly in the darkness. Miss Phoebe, your body temperature is a bit high, and the sound of your panting just now was a bit loud. Is it because you've been traveling in the cold wind for the past 2 days that your body has been frozen? Emily was very happy to see Han Shua suffer such a setback. It was as if she'd found a way to vent all of the resentment she'd accumulated along the way. She naturally didn't take the threat in his words to heart. However, Emily couldn't completely release the resentment in her heart just because Han Shua had suffered such a setback. Her heart stirred, and she deliberately pretended to be concerned as she asked Phoebe. Cough. I think so. Phoebe's cheeks had just returned to normal when she heard Emily's question. She couldn't help but blush again as she responded with some embarrassment. Brian, look at how cold you've made Miss Phoebe. Why aren't you hugging her a bit tighter to give her some warmth? But don't you dare take advantage of her here, hee. Emily laughed delicately as she spoke softly. Han Shua and Phoebe were both a bit embarrassed. Emily's words had a hidden meaning, and Phoebe naturally understood them. She also knew that Emily must have found out about the embarrassing incident between her and Han Shua. She couldn't help but glare fiercely at Han Shua in the dark. At this point, Han Shuo naturally understood that it was impossible to take advantage of Phoebe and Emily. For someone as perverse as Han Shuo, his body wouldn't be affected even if he stood naked in a world of ice and snow. In order to prevent Emily from continuing to blabber, Han Shuo directly said, "I'm going to relieve myself. You two can rest here." Han Shuo didn't wait for the two girls to speak as he struggled out of the tree hole after speaking. He took a few steps to relieve himself, then retreated to a spot not far from the tree hole where Phoebe and Emily were. He sat down cross-legged in a pile of snow and calmed his heart to silently circulate his magical yuan. After an indeterminate amount of time, Han Shuo felt that the magical yuan had already formed its own cycle, and his body had recovered to its peak condition. A strong throbbing suddenly occurred in the depths of his heart. An indescribable call seemed to be imprinted in the depths of his heart from an endless distance. It was as though there was a voice in the depths of his heart that was giving him a message to return to its side immediately. Han Shuo was shocked. He didn't know what was going on at first, but when Han Shuo discarded all distracting thoughts and focused all his attention, he suddenly discovered a mysterious connection that hadn't been severed even though they were separated by an endless distance. Perhaps this connection had always existed, but Han Shuo had only just discovered it now. This was the call of Little Skull from an alternate dimension. When Han Shuo felt this call, as though it was asking for help, the greatly shocked Han Shuo immediately used the most basic skeleton summoning spell to summon Little Skull from an infinitely distant alternate dimension. He relied on this weak but unseverable connection to summon Little Skull to him. The bones on the little skeleton's body creaked and swayed, as though it had just experienced a great battle. The bone dagger in its hand danced wildly in the air. The bones on its body showed signs of shattering. The 7 bone spurs on its back, which were originally sharp, actually looked a little blunt, perhaps because it had been chopping at hard objects for a long time. From Little Skull's physical condition and its current movements, Han Shuo was certain that Little Skull must have been in a foreign world and engaged in a battle with the creatures there. Moreover, Han Shuo could feel that it was indeed Little Skull calling for help just now. All of this made Han Shuo feel a little incredulous. Chapter 192. Looking at the Little Skull in front of him, who had a few broken bones and was still waving his bone knife, Han Shuo felt a little disappointed. All this while, Han Shuo had never treated this Little Skull as just an ordinary dark creature that fought for him. From the moment he learned necromancy magic and summoned this small skeleton, he had become an indispensable partner for Han Shuo. Before he learned how to fight, the Little Skull freed Han Shuo from the tedious chores, helping him take out the trash and clean up. When Han Shuo used demonic arts to refine him, the relationship between the Little Skull and Han Shuo was not as simple as that of a summoner and a summoned creature. Later on, whenever Han Shuo was in danger, the Little Skull would play an important role, helping him out of danger. However, Han Shuo now realized that the Little Skull should really have a strange connection with him. Han Shuo never knew what the Little Skull had encountered and done in the other dimension, nor did he try to find out. If it wasn't for Han Shuo's calmness this time, he might not have heard the Little Skull's call for help. If he missed this summon, the Little Skull might no longer exist in the other dimension. When Han Shuo thought of this, he felt a little guilty. However, because Han Shuo's necromancy magic had not reached a certain level, Han Shuo could not understand what was going on in the world where the Little Skull existed. Other than some dark creatures summoned by the necromancy magic, he did not know if there were other unknown existences. Of course, the possibility of going directly from this dimension to that dimension was something that Han Shuo could not achieve at the moment. When Han Shuo closed his eyes and tried to communicate with the Little Skull, he suddenly realized that the Little Skull seemed to have realized that the environment around him was different. He stopped waving his hands and feet and looked around in confusion. When he finally looked at Han Shuo, he suddenly quietened down. It was also at this moment that Han Shuo could feel that the chaotic and intense aura on the Little Skull had suddenly calmed down. It was as if when he saw Han Shuo appear, he thought that his crisis had been resolved and he was truly safe. This was a kind of wordless trust, an instinctive dependence. Just like when a naughty child saw a fierce beast, he would cry and make a ruckus. But when his parents appeared by his side, regardless of whether his parents had that kind of ability, he would take it for granted that his parents could protect him from harm and help him resist all dangers. An inexplicable emotion suddenly surged into the bottom of Han Shua's heart. At this moment, Han Shua felt a little suffocated in his heart. A complicated feeling filled Han Shua's heart. For a moment, Han Shua had an illusion that this little skull that was made up of bones was as close to him as his own child. It was a feeling that he would never be able to let go of. "Alright, it's alright now." Very naturally, Han Shua walked to the little skull's side and reached out his big hand to stroke the little skull's smooth skull. He spoke in a soft and comforting voice. Han Shua could clearly feel that this simple sentence of comfort had made the little skull's originally quiet mood a little happier. "Who are you talking to?" Inside the tree hole, Emily and Phoebe walked out at the same time. Phoebe was a step ahead and heard Han Shua's very soft voice. She felt a little jealous in her heart and thought that Han Shua was talking to that woman again. Therefore, she couldn't help but ask in astonishment when she didn't see anyone. But when she saw Han Shua caressing the little skull's skull with a face full of affection and an unprecedentedly gentle voice, she immediately lost all feelings of jealousy and looked at Han Shua with a somewhat strange gaze. All along, the necromancers of the Profound Continent had only used the summoned dark creatures as their tools. Phoebe had never heard of any necromancer who would treat a dark creature so intimately and affectionately like Han Shua. Therefore, when Phoebe saw Han Shua do this, her heart was immediately filled with astonishment. Then, Phoebe's heart spun, thinking that the reason why the little skull was so miraculous might have something to do with its master's different treatment of it. It seemed that Han Shua's miraculousness wasn't just because of his special martial arts techniques, but also because some of his miraculous methods were indeed different from ordinary people. Turning his head to smile faintly at Phoebe and Emily, Han Shua's gaze swept over the delicate and alluring faces and found that the two girls seemed to be in good spirits. He asked with a smile, "Have you both rested well? Alright, if you don't have any questions, can we continue on our way?" After a period of meditation, it seemed that Emily should be able to continue using the levitation technique and was itching to make a suggestion. If she could let the higher-ups of the Dark Mantle know about what she had in her hands as soon as possible, then the plan to deal with Asher could be carried out even faster. As a qualified member of the Dark Mantle, Emily obviously knew that the difference in the final outcome of a matter was like heaven and earth. That was why she was so anxious. "Alright then, let's go now." Han Shua didn't waste any words and grabbed the little skull's waist with one hand. His body flashed and he appeared in front of Phoebe in a flash. His other hand reached out and landed on Phoebe's soft waist that didn't have a trace of excess flesh, and he suddenly flew through the air. The morning sun slowly rose, and the afterglow of the sunlight was a faint red, illuminating the silver world below with a captivating red. It was as if a peerless beauty with fair skin had suddenly blushed because of shyness. Towering mountain valleys crawled beneath them. Some magical creatures that didn't fear the cold pushed open the snow caves they were hiding in and stretched out their sharp claws. The mountain valley below them blossomed with hidden vitality under the cover of the rising sun. Yesterday's cold, but now Emily's body had become warm because of the morning sun. Her tender and beautiful face welcomed the bright red sunlight and revealed a sweet smile. She looked around in the air with great interest, as if she wanted to imprint the scenery below her into her heart. "The scenery is so beautiful." Phoebe's eyes were bright and her cherry lips moved slightly as she spoke with Han Shua's arm around her waist. Han Shua also quickly glanced at his surroundings when he heard her words and responded with a "thm." He then continued to rush forward quickly without another word. Using scenery to express their emotions was what these women cared about. Right now, Han Shua only wanted to get to that place as soon as possible and finish this mission as soon as possible. After flying for over an hour and passing through two small valleys, Han Shua discovered a large valley in the distance. The sun was already high in the sky at this time. The vicinity of the large valley wasn't covered in thick snow, and the ground was clean and tidy. Low buildings of various styles were scattered in rows on the small mountain, Tunai. On the streets that had been cleaned up, humans, orcs, and elves with different appearances and different clothing walked out of the buildings they lived in. "We're almost there, let's go on foot." Behind him, Emily could easily see the general scenery in the distance under the illumination of the sun. Her voice sounded a little cheerful. This place was somewhat similar to the town of Droll, but a bit more complicated. Although they both had inns and places to indulge, the adventurers and merchants in the town were basically all from the Lancelot Empire. In addition, the town of Droll was also managed by Lancelot Empire soldiers. However, the adventurers and merchants in this place weren't only from the Lancelot Empire, but also from the Kasi Empire and the Orc tribes. There were also people from even further countries, or some of the rare races that lived in the Kurlan Grand Canyon. Of course, such an ungoverned place naturally didn't belong to any single country. In Tanai of the Sunshine Valley, the greatest power is the Keeper of Order. They're in charge of protecting the rights and interests of the traders and preventing the invasion of bandits. All along, the three countries here have their own powers. When one side is so strong that the other two don't have any objections, this power will take over the order here and collect huge fees from the merchants and adventurers. They're in charge of everything here. Of course, this power isn't unchanging. If one side can prove that they're superior and can suppress the other two, then the Keeper of Order will change. Currently, the Keeper of Order here is the Cairo mercenary band from the Kasi Empire. Emily and Han Shua descended from the sky and slowly explained to Han Shua as they walked towards the Valley of Sunshine. If the Keepers of Order here serve their own country, then wouldn't that infringe on the rights and interests of the adventurers and merchants from other countries? Han Shua thought for a moment and asked in astonishment. "Don't worry, no matter which country they came from, as long as they become the Keepers of Order here, they absolutely won't seek benefits for their country. Otherwise, they'll be ostracized by all the adventurers and merchants and won't have the chance to regain their power here. There are no national boundaries within the Kingdom of Sunshine. Not participating in the conflicts between countries is the first iron rule that the Keepers of Order must follow." Emily laughed lightly and explained to Han Shua. Nodding, Han Shua indicated that he understood and thought that this place was quite interesting. People from different countries all came here for their own selfish motives. Large transactions between the three countries would surely allow the Keepers of Order here to earn a considerable amount of gold coins. Han Shua naturally wasn't too clear on these common-sense rules. Along the way, Emily and Phoebe explained to Han Shua one by one. Han Shua listened very carefully. When they arrived at the management office of the Valley of Sunshine, they discovered that tall iron fences had been set up. A few knights in ash-brown armor guarded the iron fences, all of them wearing grave and stern expressions. From Emily and Phoebe's conversation, Han Shua knew that these people were from the Cairo mercenary band from the Kasi Empire. This mercenary band had an astonishing strength of 2,000 to 3,000 people. There were experts of all professions within the band. They trained constantly and were even stronger than the regular army of an ordinary country. They had their own strict system and reasonable division of professions. In the year or so since they'd taken over the Valley of Sunshine, they'd fended off many bandits' attacks and displayed a combat strength that satisfied the Tanai merchants and adventurers. "Where are you from? Do you have a pass? Do you need to apply for it now?" A tall and rather handsome knight stood by the iron fences. He was exceedingly courteous when he saw Emily and Phoebe walk over. He had a charming smile on his lips as he asked in a gentle voice. "I'm from the Buzzed Merchant Guild. These two are with me. This is my pass." Phoebe's expression was cold and arrogant. She took out a pass from her space ring and indifferently handed it over. This mature knight respectfully reached out to receive Phoebe's pass. After a moment of inspection, he smiled and handed it back to Phoebe. He said courteously, "No problem. The Valley of Sunshine welcomes your arrival. The Cairo mercenary band will be responsible for the safety of your lives and property." She casually took out a bag of gold coins and threw it on a round table in the iron fences. Phoebe's expression was as cold and inhuman as ever when she was dealing with outsiders. She said faintly, "This is the fee we should pay." Phoebe turned to look at Han Shua as soon as she'd finished speaking. She extended a slender hand and took Han Shua's arm. The arrogance on her face faded as she smiled sweetly. "Let's go, we can go in now." A stunning beauty like Phoebe didn't care about the men around her at all. She'd put on a haughty and unapproachable attitude and then suddenly changed her attitude to a slightly fawning smile at Han Shua. This immediately caused the Cairo mercenaries to look at Han Shua with envious expressions. However, when they saw the little skull that Han Shua was holding, a strange expression appeared on their faces. However, they didn't say anything. It seemed that they'd met many strange people. There was nothing wrong with an adventurer like Han Shua who'd brought a dark creature with him. Everyone had their own vanity. Han Shua also felt that he'd gained quite a bit of face when these people looked at him with such envious gazes. He inwardly thought that this little wench Phoebe had really given him face. "Let's go, you bastard." Emily didn't know what he was thinking when she saw Han Shua's smiling face, but his footsteps paused. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at him and give him a gentle push from behind. Laughing heartily, Han Shua passed through the iron fences under the envious gazes of the mercenaries and walked straight into the depths of the Valley of Sunshine. Chapter 193. Han Shua had already made a rough tour of the Valley of Sunshine when he was in the sky. Now that he was here, he discovered that there were all sorts of strange buildings in Tanai. These buildings were made from different materials, such as sturdy gray stone bricks or 100-year-old tree trunks. Some of the roofs were round, while others were pointed like smoking pipes. It was precisely because there were merchants and adventurers from various countries in this area that the style of the buildings here also had some strong local characteristics. Some people walked out of the houses on the street early in the morning to clear away the accumulated snow from the day before, clearing out a clean space in front of their doors. It was like a small city with all sorts of shops here, a dazzling array of goods from various countries. The ones who open shops around here are all small merchants. The real big merchants are only here to stay for a few days. Because they've already contacted each other beforehand, they'll leave after they've finished their business here. This wasn't the first time that Phoebe had come here. She held on to Han Shua's arm and explained softly. "All right, you guys can walk around as you please, I'll take care of things first. When you're tired, you can rest in the last shop on this street. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up." Emily immediately spoke after she'd entered, concerned about the mission this time. Nodding, Han Shua understood that Emily was burning with anxiety and said, "Go ahead and take care of business first. We'll come find you later." After Emily left, Phoebe's thoughts raced as she suddenly remembered something. She said to Han Shua, "Oh right, I haven't had time to collect all of the materials on the other list you gave me. There are rare items from various countries here. Why don't we take a look? Perhaps you'll find the materials you need." After hearing Phoebe's words, Han Shua finally remembered that he'd asked Phoebe to help him collect the materials to refine the Wood Elite Zombie. The Earth Elite Zombie and the Een Demon Cave were both operating in an orderly fashion within the Cemetery of Death. However, Phoebe hadn't gathered all of the materials for the Wood Elite Zombie yet. Now that Phoebe had suggested this, Han Shua readily agreed. Therefore, under Phoebe's lead, Han Shua followed behind her, starting from the first shop on this side and strolling through them one by one. With Han Shua accompanying her, Phoebe appeared to be quite happy. As the leader of a large trading firm, Phoebe became quite shrewd when she interfered in this kind of transaction. Whenever they passed by a few shops that had materials that Han Shua needed, she would often be able to tell the true price of a material without batting an eyelid. She threw out more than 7,000 gold coins without the slightest hesitation, forcibly obtaining a batch of materials that Han Shua desperately needed. When Han Shua took out his crystal card to pay, Phoebe glared at him and said, "You still have gold coins with me, why are you taking out money?" Han Shua was speechless and didn't bother with this matter anymore. He only followed behind Phoebe and watched her coldly haggle with the owners of several shops along the way. There were indeed many rare materials in this glorious Tanai. Even the black iron ore and black gold ore that couldn't be found within the empire could be found in 2 shops. There were even some items that were strictly prohibited by the empire that were openly displayed here to attract customers. For example, There were some powerful aphrodisiacs and hallucinogens, powder that could melt corpses with a single drop, and even some powerful weapons that had just been developed by various countries, as well as the crystal cores and bones of some powerful magical beasts. They were all available. The owners of these shops might be humans, orcs, elves, or even some strange merfolk that lay half of their bodies in the pool. Because they were using the human language to communicate, there were no barriers to communication. When Phoebe and Han Shua had finished walking around, both of them felt that this trip hadn't been in vain. Both of their space rings had gained some rare materials. Alright, it's about time. Let's go meet up with Emily today. A shop like this glorious Tanai isn't something we can finish in a day. As long as we put in some effort, I'm sure we'll be able to make up for the few materials you're still lacking. They entered a dozen or so shops in a row, haggling with all of them. Even Phoebe was a bit tired and couldn't help but say to Han Shua after walking out of another shop. Unknowingly, the sky above the Valley of Sunshine was as red as blood, illuminating the entire valley in a sea of red. It was already evening. After such a long time, Emily should have finished her business. Han Shua was also anxious to know how she was doing. Listening to Phoebe's words was exactly what he wanted, so he and Phoebe headed towards the place Emily had pointed out. Because he didn't know what danger Little Skull had encountered in the other plane, Han Shua didn't put him back into the other dimension and kept him by his side. In this glorious Tanai, there were all kinds of strange characters from all kinds of races. Han Shua with a Little Skull didn't seem all that special. But when they headed towards the place Emily had pointed out, Little Skull suddenly stopped in front of a shop. He stood there motionlessly, his empty eyes looking at the door as if he was interested. Han Shua was startled and looked at Little Skull with some surprise. He then looked at the tightly shut door of the shop, not knowing what was inside that attracted him and made him stop in his tracks. What's wrong? When Phoebe saw that Han Shua and Little Skull had both stopped, her body also stopped moving. She turned back to look at Han Shua and asked in surprise. Han Shua had a strange expression on his face as he lifted his head to look at Phoebe, then continued to stare at Little Skull. There's something inside that attracted him. Phoebe had only been a little puzzled at first, but when she heard Han Shua's words, the puzzlement on her face turned into shock. She looked left and right to make sure that no one was paying attention to them, and then walked to Han Shua's side. She looked at the Little Skull with an incredulous expression and said to Han Shua, "You're saying that he has his own thoughts?" Nodding, Han Shua said with certainty, "That's right, I'm sure that's the case. I haven't figured out what's going on yet, so don't ask me what's going on, because I don't know when this started happening either." Phoebe was even more astonished when she heard Han Shua's words, her pretty face full of confusion and confusion. When Phoebe looked at the shop, she suddenly cried out in surprise. When Han Shua looked at her, she couldn't help but explain, "Why is it this shop? It's not the first time I've come to the Valley of Sunshine, but I've never seen this shop open. I think that the person inside isn't willing to sell anything, otherwise they wouldn't close the door." It was indeed as Han Shua had said. Every shop in the Valley of Sunshine wished for everyone to enter, but this shop's door was actually covered up, as if no one lived inside. It was a bit out of place on the bustling street. Suddenly, Little Skull, who had been standing there all this time, walked towards the shop without Han Shua's orders. He reached out his hand and pushed the door open. To Han Shua's surprise, a soft creak sounded as the seemingly tightly shut door suddenly swung open, revealing a cobblestone walkway. Phoebe started and said hesitantly, "Entering someone else's shop without permission is against the rules of the Valley of Sunshine. Is there someone inside?" "There's someone inside." Han Shua nodded and followed Little Skull inside. He suddenly called out, wanting to see if there was anyone inside. Unfortunately, Han Shua didn't hear any response even after calling out a few times. Little Skull naturally didn't know any rules and directly walked deeper into the shop. Spreading his hands at Phoebe, Han Shua said, "There's no one here anyways, it shouldn't matter if we go in and take a look." Han Shua then turned around and closed the door that Little Skull had pushed open. He gave Phoebe a meaningful glance and grabbed Phoebe's little hand as they walked inside. After passing through the hallway, Little Skull went straight to the backyard where there was a deep, circular well. Little Skull stood next to the well after coming over and poked his head in to look inside. No one knew what he was looking at. When Han Shua and Emily came over, Han Shua suddenly felt that there seemed to be a cold, evil presence within the well, as if some kind of powerful demon existed within. "Something's wrong, the temperature here is too low, even I feel a bit cold." Phoebe's body suddenly trembled as she looked at Han Shua. "That's right, this is a place of extreme water, a place that I must refine into a water elite zombie. The dense water chi within has been absorbed by the vengeful spirits and has most likely formed water demons." Han Shua's face was filled with ecstasy as he spoke excitedly. Han Shua drew closer and felt with his heart. He could clearly feel the dense water chi within, as well as two cold and sinister presences. This made Han Shua understand that the water element within had been absorbed by the vengeful spirits and formed into two water demons. Chapter 194. The deep well was circular in shape and could accommodate one person. The blue stones that were used to make the well were cold to the touch, chilling to the bone. Han Shua stood beside the deep well and could feel the rich water yuan qi in the deep well. Perhaps it was because the two cold auras had sensed the presence of a living person, but they had already begun to stir in the deep well. In such a place, there was a deep well with a place of extreme water below. This made Han Shua ecstatic in his surprise. If the 5 elemental corpses were all refined, they would form a great formation that would have an extremely amazing power. Now that Han Shua had found the place of extreme earth and extreme wood, if he added this place of extreme water, he would be one step closer to success. As Han Shua was secretly rejoicing, Phoebe suddenly frowned and said, "It seems to be a little colder." "You said this is a place of extreme water, what do you mean?" Two bone-piercing cold air suddenly spread out from the deep well. The originally calm deep well suddenly gurgled and splashed water. Clouds of white mist suddenly floated out from the deep well and scattered in the courtyard like clusters of clouds. "It's here." Han Shua snorted coldly and reached out to grab Phoebe. He said solemnly, "The water demon has come out to cause trouble. Be careful." The water yuan qi in the place of extreme water was very rich. If someone drowned in such a place, their soul would not immediately dissipate into the world. With the nourishment of the water yuan qi, as long as the soul knew how to absorb even a little bit, it would form a strange existence called the water demon. When the water demon absorbed the water yuan qi, the power of the soul would be greatly enhanced. It could use its special ability to manipulate the yuan qi in the place of extreme water and attack any living beings that approached. Han Shua had already understood all of this information when he learned about the refining method of the 5 elemental corpses. Therefore, after arriving here, when Han Shua sensed the existence of 2 cold auras in the deep well, he immediately understood that there must be 2 water demons forming inside. However, Han Shua still did not understand why the little skull was able to sense this place. What was there that could attract him? Little Skull held the bone knife in his hand and stood next to the well. His empty eye sockets looked into the well. No one knew what he was waiting for or what he was planning to do. The water vapor in the deep well spread to the courtyard, and the white fog was thick. The surrounding scenery was affected by the fog and suddenly became blurry. The water vapor also seemed to carry a cold aura, and the temperature in the already cold weather suddenly plummeted. "I can't see anything clearly." At this moment, Phoebe cried out in alarm. "This is the water curtain formed by the water demon's control of the water yuan qi. They will attack us under the cover of the water curtain." Han Shua's calm voice came from the side, calming Phoebe's slightly chaotic heart. Phoebe's eyesight was only at the level of an ordinary person. Even if she cultivated qi, it was only slightly brighter than ordinary people. Compared to a demonic practitioner like Han Shua who had experienced the cruel training of his body, she was naturally far inferior. Therefore, when her eyesight was obstructed, Han Shua's pair of starry eyes were not affected at all. In the white fog, there seemed to be silver lightning flashing in Han Shua's eyes as he calmly surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, the bubbling water in the deep well burst out like a fountain. These crystal-clear water streams seemed to have a life of their own as they formed strips and entangled Han Shuo and Phoebe. A cold and gloomy aura overflowed from the deep well. Even with the strength of Han Shuo's body, he couldn't help but feel a little cold. The strips formed by the water were between liquid and solid. Like soft eels, they reached out to grab Han Shuo and Phoebe's bodies. "You're courting death." Han Shuo grinned. His smile seemed a little cruel. Red devil flames suddenly appeared in his hands. Like an evil fire that could burn everything, it suddenly stood in front of Han Shuo and Phoebe. As soon as the red devil flames appeared, the surrounding cold aura sizzled and emitted heat waves. The scorching hot aura spread to the surroundings, causing Phoebe's body to immediately feel warm. Hundreds of eel-like strips approached the red devil flames that Han Shuo had set up. Before they could land on the devil flames, they had already melted into water vapor. Two unpleasant low cries, like the last cries of a drowning person, suddenly came from the deep well. Two blood-red shadows suddenly shot out from the deep well. The two shadows seemed to be formed from blood as they constantly twisted and deformed in the air. Finally, they formed the figures of a man and a woman. However, shadows were still shadows and didn't have real appearances. Blood-water demons. Han Shuo was shocked as he looked at the two blood-red shadows in astonishment. Water demons lived in places of extreme water. If they did evil and killed many living beings, then they would absorb the blood of these living beings. Blood was also a liquid and had the same properties as water. The boiling blood of living beings on the verge of death also had a strange power. Water demons would absorb the power contained in their blood. When the power of the blood absorbed was large enough, water demons could become even more vicious and vicious blood-water demons. After water demons became blood-water demons, not only could they control the power of water origin energy in places of extreme water, but they could also control the blood of living beings with flesh and blood. They were very difficult to deal with. Therefore, when Han Shuo saw that there were already two blood-water demons in front of him, he was immediately very surprised. Blood-water demons were different from other bloodthirsty monsters. Because they had water power to wash them, they could often cover up their own smell of blood. This was also why Han Shuo's sensitive nose couldn't smell a trace of blood when he came close. The two blood-water demons came out of the deep well. Their blood shadows twisted in the air and covered Han Shuo and Phoebe like two blood clouds. Evil powers suddenly filled Han Shuo and Phoebe. In an instant, Han Shuo felt the blood in his body boil as if he couldn't control it. Turning around, Han Shuo found that Phoebe was in an even worse state. Two lines of blood were already flowing out of her nostrils, and her pretty face looked extremely wretched. Cursing inwardly, Han Shuo grabbed Phoebe and threw her outside with all his strength, shouting at the same time, "Leave this courtyard." Regardless of whether Phoebe agreed or not, her body had already been thrown out by Han Shuo. As a swordmaster, Phoebe had extraordinary strength. Han Shuo wasn't worried that she'd be injured from the fall. But facing two blood-water demons here, she likely wouldn't even have the chance to attack before dying from the loss of blood. The blood in his body started flowing uncontrollably towards his orifices. Han Shuo first brought out the Demon's Lair Edge against the blood-water demons, but the Demon's Lair Edge couldn't do any damage to the two blood-water demons at all as it whistled through the air and pierced into their bodies. Cutting water with a knife would make it flow even more. This was an ironclad fact. The blood-water demons' bodies were made of liquid. No matter how sharp the Demon's Lair Edge was, the blood-water demons would easily reform after being cut into pieces and wouldn't be harmed in the slightest. The bodies of the two blood-water demons reformed after they'd been severed and continued to move unhurriedly towards Han Shuo. With the characteristics of the blood-water demons, when they covered Han Shuo's body, they could instantly suck away all of Han Shuo's blood and turn Han Shuo into a desiccated corpse. As a demonic cultivator, the power contained within Han Shuo's blood wasn't something that an ordinary person or any other strong practitioner in this world could compare to. The two blood-water demons seemed to have sensed this as well and treated Han Shuo as a great tonic. They didn't care about Phoebe's departure at all. They didn't separate one blood-water demon to deal with Phoebe and instead focused on Han Shuo. This was an obvious indication of how much they valued Han Shuo. The blood in his body was in a frenzy as the magical yuan was doing its best to control the flow of blood out of his body. As his blood surged, the two forces restrained Han Shuo's body, making it hard for Han Shuo to move. However, the power of demonic yuan was also reflected at this moment. As a swordmaster, Phoebe was already bleeding profusely without any resistance. However, Han Shuo was able to use his demonic yuan to forcefully stop the blood from flowing out of his body. Although it was a bit difficult to resist, not a single drop of blood had flowed out of Han Shuo's body. The two greedy blood-water demons were finally about to reach Han Shuo. Han Shuo couldn't move and couldn't use his demonic yuan, so he could only use necromancy magic. Bone spears, bone arrows, and corpse explosion. Han Shuo released one necromancy magic after another, but the two blood-water demons remained completely unharmed. At this moment, Han Shuo suddenly understood that he could only harm the two blood-water demons by burning them at high temperatures. It was a pity that all of his magical yuan was being used to stop his blood from flowing out, and he couldn't use the mystical glacial spell fire at all. Damn it, am I going to die at the hands of two blood-water demons? I'm not resigned to this. Forget it, I'll use the mystical glacial spell fire to kill the two blood-water demons even if I have to risk losing all of my blood. Now that the demon infant has formed, even if I lose all of my blood and body, I can still be reborn with the help of the demon infant. It'll just be a great blow to my vitality, but it'll be much better than dying now. Han Shuo made up his mind and then made up his mind to kill the two blood-water demons even if he had to expend a great deal of his energy. At this moment, a mysterious connection suddenly came from the little skull, as if it could understand Han Shuo's thoughts. The little skull sent out a strand of consciousness, anxiously stopping Han Shuo's actions. There were no precise words, but the message was for Han Shuo to stop. Han Shuo could clearly feel it. Han Shuo, who'd been about to make a move, was momentarily stunned as his mind raced. The two blood-water demons were only 5 or 6 meters away from Han Shuo. Han Shuo couldn't move and could only look forward, but he couldn't see any trace of the little skull. If he didn't make a move now, Han Shuo could be covered by the two blood-water demons at any moment. All of his blood would be sucked dry in the blink of an eye, and his body would instantly lose all signs of life. The demon infant would likely be unable to escape the hands of the two blood-water demons even if it left his body. His entire body and soul would be destroyed without a trace. The little skull's anxiousness made Han Shuo unsure if he should stop his plans. Seeing the two blood-water demons gradually approach, Han Shuo sighed and made a decision that he didn't know was right or wrong: trust him. A resolute look appeared in his starry eyes as Han Shuo threw all of his previous plans to the back of his mind. Han Shuo stood where he was and didn't take any action. He simply waited for the little skull's next move and gambled with his life. When the two blood-water demons finally covered him, Han Shuo could no longer restrain the blood that he'd been controlling with his magical yuan. It surged out of his orifices like a tide. A deep sense of despair suddenly filled Han Shuo's heart. However, Han Shuo didn't feel any resentment towards the little skull. On the contrary, he felt that he trusted the little skull. There was nothing to regret even if he died this time. Suddenly, Han Shuo's rapidly flowing blood came to a sudden stop, as if the brakes had been slammed on. The mysterious power that controlled his blood also vanished in an instant. Han Shuo's magical yuan once again flowed unimpeded through his body, and his uncontrollable blood flow returned to normal. The two blood-water demons in front of him, their featureless bodies, twisted and turned violently in front of his eyes. Han Shuo could tell from the violent twisting and struggling of the two blood shadows that they were trying to express their emotions: fear. After the power that controlled his blood had returned to normal, Han Shuo could move freely again. He raised his head and saw that the two blood shadows had been pierced by a few bone spikes. The little skull was looking at him with one of his empty eye sockets. He was crouching slightly, his two leg bones resting on the two blood-water demons. 7 long bone spikes were deeply embedded in the bodies of the 2 blood-water demons. Streaks of bloody light flowed down the 7 bone spikes like liquid and rapidly into the little skull's body. The 7 somewhat blunt bone spikes emitted a bewitching, cold red light. The broken bones in front of the little skull's chest rearranged themselves at a speed visible to Han Shua's naked eye, also flashing with a bloody red light. On the contrary, the 2 blood-water demons that had been glowing with blood suddenly became dull and lifeless. All of the bewitching blood-red color seemed to be sucked in by the 7 bone spikes as they surged madly towards where the bone spikes were inserted. The blood-water demons of the 2 blood shadows gradually turned pale. Han Shua could feel that the water energy that the 2 blood-water demons had absorbed for who knew how many years, along with the power of the blood of living beings, was rapidly flowing into the little skull's body. This state didn't last long. When the blood-water demons completely turned pale, there was a splash as their bodies turned into 2 puddles of water and splashed onto the ground. In an instant, the water vapor that had been shrouding the courtyard was blown away by a cold wind and completely disappeared. The afterglow was like blood as it shone down from the sky, giving the courtyard a bleak sense of beauty. Plop! The little skull that had been relying on the 2 blood-water demons to stay in the air lost its footing and fell down due to the dissipation of the 2 blood-water demons. The little skull reached out its hand and scratched its smooth skull. The hollow eyes of the little skull met Han Shua's eyes, and a sense of joy suddenly spread from the little skull's body into Han Shua's heart. Every bone on the little skeleton, which was originally as beautiful as fresh blood, was now flowing with a bright red brilliance. After a short while, the little skeleton's bones actually changed again, and finally became as white as jade. Ever since the little skull had been summoned by Han Shua, his entire skeleton had turned black and blood red due to the refinement of demonic arts. He hadn't expected it to change back to its original color. However, the bones on the little skull's body were now obviously different from the white color of normal skeletal warriors. His bones were translucent and as white as jade, and seemed to sparkle with a dazzling light under the sunlight. This made Han Shua feel a bit baffled. It was only now that Han Shua finally understood why the little skull had stopped in front of the shop and refused to leave. He must have been attracted by the blood-water demons. Han Shua remembered the last time he was at Bob Asher's slave farm in Valen City. The necromancer Clarendon of the Calamity Church had used blood to summon the three-eyed evil god. In the end, all the blood in the altar had been absorbed by the little skull. Perhaps it was because of this that the smell of blood on the blood-water demons could be hidden from Han Shua, but not from the little skull. This was why the little skull had entered the shop of his own accord. As Han Shua was deep in thought, a strand of divine sense once again came from the little skull. This time, the little skull actually strongly requested to return to the other dimension, and Han Shua could feel his surging fighting spirit for revenge. After absorbing the power of the 2 blood-water demons, the little skull had obviously changed. Not only had all the injuries from the fierce battle recovered, but it also seemed to have gained some other miraculous abilities, which was why he was so full of confidence. The little skull's fighting spirit and demands were very strong. Han Shua hesitated for a moment, thinking that it shouldn't be a problem if he was more careful in sensing it in the future. Thus, he used necromancy spells to send the little skull back to another mysterious plane. Chapter 195. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled into the courtyard. Apart from 2 puddles of water, there were no other traces of the well. The sound of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from outside, quickly approaching. In the blink of an eye, a group of more than 10 people, including Phoebe, appeared in front of Han Shua. Her beautiful face was filled with worry as her bright eyes suddenly fell on Han Shua. Seeing that Han Shua was unharmed, her expression visibly relaxed, but she still didn't relax her grip on the long sword in her hand. Her fair neck turned to survey the surroundings, as if she wanted to see if there were any hidden dangers. Apart from Phoebe, there were 12 other Cairo mercenary band guards in full armor. It looked like they had been summoned by Phoebe. These 12 guards had vigilant looks in their eyes, looking around very cautiously. "Are you all right?" After looking around and seeing that there was nothing out of the ordinary and that there was no danger, Phoebe let out a small breath of air and walked towards Han Shuo to ask. Shaking his head, Han Shuo gave Phoebe a surreptitious look before smiling and comforting her. "Don't worry, I'm fine." "I'm sorry, Mr. Harris, I think we must have been hallucinating. The danger that I spoke of earlier didn't appear." Receiving Han Shuo's look, Phoebe understood that Han Shuo must have taken care of the matter. An embarrassed expression appeared on her pretty face as she spoke to the cold-looking leader of the guards. This man was broad and robust, with a head of short brown hair that was messy. He held a double-edged battle-axe in his right hand, and his body gave off the fierce aura of someone who had gone through a lot of killing. It was obvious that he had killed too many people. This shop was once cursed by an evil god. Every owner who has taken over this shop over the years has died a horrible death. Whether human or beast, as long as they accidentally enter this shop, they will be killed by the evil god's curse. There has never been an exception. No matter how you came in, I advise you to leave immediately. Harris's eyes roamed over Han Shuo and Phoebe as he finally spoke coldly. He waved his hand and didn't wait for Han Shuo and Phoebe to say anything. A group of 12 Cairo mercenary band guards walked out of the courtyard with him, as if they didn't want to stay a moment longer. This Harris is a battle-hardened berserker and the vice-captain of the Cairo mercenary band. When I said that there was danger here, he came over reluctantly. It looks like there's something here that makes people wary. Even with my strength as a sword master, I didn't have any ability to resist. Phoebe briefly introduced Harris's identity after he left and then changed the topic. She stared at Han Shuo and said, "What's going on?" Smiling dashingly, Han Shuo reached out to touch the well and said happily, "The 2 blood water demons have been killed. There won't be any more strange occurrences happening here in the future. In addition, I'm going to buy this shop no matter how much gold I have to spend." With a face full of pleasant surprise, Phoebe looked at Han Shuo with bright eyes and said confidently, "Since you've said this, you must have enough confidence. Don't worry about the shop, I'll be in charge of negotiating with the Cairo mercenary band. I think a cursed place like this won't be worth much gold." Nodding, Han Shuo walked to Phoebe's side and reached out to hug Phoebe. He moved his mouth close to her ear and said softly, "Phoebe, thank you so much." Suddenly blushing, Phoebe hugged Han Shuo back and kissed Han Shuo lightly on the lips. She then put some distance between the two and looked directly at Han Shuo, saying emotionally, "You were the first to throw me out when danger approached. Brian, I should be the one thanking you." Not only had the danger of the bloodwater demons caused Phoebe to experience life and death, even Han Shuo had almost been scared out of his wits. After the great calamity, the two looked at each other and both felt a sense of appreciation for what they had now. Under the light of the setting sun, Phoebe's beautiful face looked even more beautiful. Her bright eyes sparkled with light, making Han Shuo want to lose himself in them. Tightening his grip, Han Shuo pulled Phoebe into his arms. Feeling Phoebe's body tremble slightly in close contact, Han Shuo's heart was filled with happiness. Before he'd come to this world, Han Shuo had been an ordinary person with evil intentions but no guts. His personality was kind but a bit cowardly. He hadn't done anything to be proud of in his 20 years of life, nor had he ever had a woman. He'd lived in mediocrity for 20 years. But under Chu Kanglin's scheme, he'd brought the memories of the demonic arts to this strange world. In a short period of time, Han Shuo had obtained great power, obtained a considerable sum of money, and had already won the hearts of 2 stunning beauties. The vicissitudes of life were always so unexpected. The extravagant hope that he'd only dared to imagine 20 years ago was quickly realized in such a short amount of time. This caused a feeling of disbelief to rise in Han Shuo's heart. Sometimes, Han Shuo even felt that everything that was happening now was like an unreal dream. However, the repeated dangers and pain reminded him that this wasn't an illusion. "All right, I think Emily must still be waiting for us. Let's hurry over." Sighing with emotion, Han Shuo couldn't help but speak softly to Phoebe as he watched the sunset glow fade away. The sky had already darkened. Seeming to greatly enjoy this moment of peace and tenderness, Phoebe gave a light and gently allowed Han Shuo to hold her soft little hand. The two walked shoulder to shoulder towards the location they'd agreed upon with Emily. Before long, Han Shua and Phoebe appeared in front of the shop. Because the sky was already dark, there weren't any customers inside. When Han Shua had just walked inside, a hale and hearty old man chuckled and asked, "Are you Lord Brian?" "I wouldn't dare call you Lord. You can just call me Brian." Han Shua humbly bowed towards the old man and took out his dark mantle identity medallion, handing it to the old man with both hands. The old man took Han Shua's iron medallion and glanced at it, returning it to Han Shua with a smile. He then said a bit apologetically to Phoebe, "I'm sorry Miss Phoebe, please wait here for a moment. The dark mantle has its rules. Apart from internal personnel, outsiders are not allowed inside." As the Hand of Darkness of Lancelot Empire, the Dark Mantle naturally had rules that everyone had to abide by. As an outsider, Phoebe being able to come together with Han Shua was already an exception. Naturally, Phoebe couldn't be allowed inside. Phoebe didn't maintain her usual cold arrogance towards such a polite and amiable old man. She smiled and nodded, casually sitting down outside. "Let's go, I'll take you inside." The old man bowed slightly and led Han Shua inside. After passing through a corridor, the old man stopped in front of the living room and pointed inside, saying, "Lord Emily is inside." As Han Shua walked inside, the old man returned the way he'd come. It looked like he'd gone outside to continue looking after the shop. "Is that Brian?" Emily's voice suddenly sounded out of nowhere as soon as Han Shua set foot in the living room. A large hole then automatically split open in the middle of the living room. It was similar to what Han Shua and Emily had seen last time in Bob Asher's room in Valen City. After the hole opened up, Emily, who had changed into a lighter outfit, walked out slowly. There was a fireplace next to the living room and the temperature inside was quite moderate. Therefore, Emily didn't continue to wrap herself up tightly. "How is it? Is everything done?" Han Shua walked towards Emily and asked with a smile after the hole had healed. "There's no problem. My brother will take over immediately. We've successfully completed this mission. Hee, do you want to know how much you've contributed this time?" Emily's beautiful face had a trace of mischievousness as she looked at Han Shua with sparkling eyes. Emily's appearance was mature with a few traces of youthful naughtiness, giving her a seductive charm. Han Shua's heart skipped a beat as his hands reached out dishonestly and pulled Emily, who was sitting on the other chair, into his broad chest. His hands roamed dishonestly over Emily's alluring and mature body as he chuckled, "Little hussy, I haven't settled the score with you for causing trouble in the tree hole earlier." "Humph." Raising her head, Emily glared at Han Shua and said with a huff, "You still dare mention that matter? You actually dared to flirt with Phoebe in front of me in the dark. Do you even put me in your eyes? Don't think that I can't see because it's dark inside." "Humph," Phoebe's panting was so loud and you guys still dared to pretend to be serious. He abruptly lifted Emily's legs and Emily, who had originally been in his arms, suddenly knelt on top of Han Shua's thighs. Her round and plump buttocks stuck up high. As Emily cried out in alarm, Han Shua's large hands landed on Emily's full and perky buttocks with a pop sound, causing Emily to beg for mercy under the pain. All right, I won't bother with you anymore, you big bastard." Emily cooperatively begged for mercy and suddenly said, "After this mission, you've gone from 3rd star to 1st moon. You've jumped a few ranks again." Han Shua was startled and then stopped his messy movements. He looked at Emily in confusion. Sometimes, completing a few missions doesn't guarantee one's advancement by 1 star. Why did I jump so many ranks after completing just one mission? Did you pull some strings for me? Rolling her eyes at Han Shua, Emily was exasperated and amused at the same time. You should know that you're dealing with Bob Asher of the Griffin Legion. The difficulty of this kind of mission is completely different from gathering information and capturing 1 or 2 escaped nobles. Based on your contributions this time, it wouldn't be too much to promote you to 1st moon. It's just that you've only joined the Dark Mantle for less than half a year. It's too shocking that you've already become a 1st moon, so we didn't give you the status of 2nd moon. Han Shua thought for a bit and understood after hearing Emily's words. He then remembered Chester's matter and said to Emily, "Right, Chester should still be in the Dark Mantle in Valen City. What kind of treatment did he receive? Thanks to you, he was promoted to a rank 4 envoy. That kid sure is smart. He was just passing on a message, and he got such a good treatment. Even when I was doing missions back then, I didn't get such a good deal." Emily replied with a smile. "Oh right, when will Elaine and Belinda get here?" Han Shua couldn't help but secretly rejoice for Chester when he heard that he'd received a reward as well. He then suddenly thought of Elaine and Belinda and couldn't help but ask. "I almost forgot if you didn't mention it. Belinda is an unexpected gain. If we send her to the Dark Mantle headquarters and interrogate the torture experts there, we'll be able to learn a lot about the Calamity Church. When the time comes, according to the value of the information from her mouth, we will be able to receive additional rewards." Emily giggled as she spoke joyfully. "Oh right, after advancing from a 3-star dark star to a 1-month dark moon, what kind of treatment can I enjoy?" Han Shua thought for a bit and immediately asked. This was what he should be most concerned about at the moment. First, the amount of gold coins you receive every month will increase from 70 to 150. Of course, I don't think you'll care about these gold coins. Apart from this, you can use your current authority to obtain all kinds of information and information on the corresponding identities in every Dark Mantle stronghold. You can now use all the transportation matrices in every city of the Lancelot Empire without paying any gold coins. You can use your current status in any military organization in every city to mobilize no more than 100 soldiers to assist you in battle under special circumstances. Also, Han Shua finally discovered after Emily's tireless explanation that all aspects of treatment had greatly improved after advancing from Dark Star to Dark Moon. The Dark Moon envoys already had so many privileges. The higher-ranked Dark Sun envoys and the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle naturally enjoyed even more privileges. No wonder so many people wished to grasp power. It looked like this was indeed a good thing. Han Shua couldn't help but sigh emotionally. Chapter 196. The Dark Mantle's secret stronghold definitely couldn't allow Phoebe to stay. Now that the relationship between Han Shua and Phoebe was clear, he naturally needed to be with her. After feeding Emily and comforting her with a few words, Han Shua and Phoebe finally left the place together, planning on finding their own hotel to stay in. Sunny-Tanai had the most inns of all sizes. Because the majority of merchants and adventurers came and went, the various entertainment facilities weren't any less than in droll. Along the way, bright purple and red lights shone from the taverns onto the streets. Young girls dressed in either garish or pure attire stood on the streets, throwing flirtatious glances at passers-by with enchanting smiles and coaxing passers-by to enter. Han Shua and Phoebe walked shoulder to shoulder, their eyes looking straight ahead, much to Phoebe's satisfaction. In actuality, this was because Han Shua had just vented on Emily's well-rounded body. He naturally didn't have any nefarious thoughts when he came out immediately. After a while, Phoebe stopped in front of a luxuriously decorated hotel. She pulled Han Shua with a small hand and led Han Shua inside. When they arrived at the counter, the skinny owner smiled fawningly before Phoebe could open her mouth and said fawningly, "Honored Miss Phoebe, will you still choose that room this time?" Nodding her head, Phoebe's expression was cool as she took out her crystal card and handed it over, not saying anything else. From the owner's expression, Han Shua knew that this definitely wasn't Phoebe's first time here. It looked like Phoebe must have visited many places in her travels to and fro with the Buzzed Merchant Guild. Taking out the crystal card and key, Phoebe turned her head and smiled faintly at Han Shua. She grabbed Han Shua's arm and walked inside. The interior of the hotel was comfortably warm, completely incomparable to the cold outside. Brilliant lights were hung along the corridors, illuminating the entire hotel. The solid wood floorboards were as bright as a mirror. Clear footsteps rang out as they stepped on them, the sound exceptionally pleasing to the ear. It looked like these floorboards were obviously not ordinary. Han Shua hadn't noticed that Phoebe had arranged another room for him as he walked with Phoebe. He couldn't help but feel a bit of ambiguous anticipation as they walked deeper into the corridors. Could it be that Phoebe was planning on sharing a bed with him? As he thought of this, Han Shua's eyes couldn't help but look at Phoebe beside him with a fiery gaze. All he saw was Phoebe's long brown hair cascading down naturally like a waterfall. As she walked, her hair fluttered gracefully over her fair cheeks and slender neck. Her eyebrows were curved like crescent moons, her skin was creamy, her eyes were bright like stars, and her lips were as red as a cherry dripping with water. It made one want to fiercely bite them. "Big pervert, what are you looking at?" Suddenly, Phoebe stopped in her tracks and rolled her eyes at Han Shua with a slightly red face. Han Shua's fiery gaze carried a strong desire to possess her. Phoebe wasn't a fool and naturally saw it clearly. She couldn't help but rebuke him in her panic. "No, nothing." Han Shua straightened his expression and immediately concealed his lecherous gaze. He changed the topic and said, "Why aren't you walking?" "We're here." "What are you thinking about? Can't you see the door is right in front of us?" Phoebe's bright eyes were filled with shyness and joy. She glared at Han Shua and pointed at the door. Sure enough, he followed Phoebe's jade finger and discovered a tightly shut door. The corridor had also reached the end. It seemed that this should be the most secluded room. "Nothing, I was just thinking about you." Han Shua laughed evilly and raised his head to look directly at Phoebe. "You stinking bastard, you only know how to use flowery words to coax me." Phoebe felt a sweetness in her heart as she shouted in a soft voice. "No, I was indeed thinking about you just now," Han Shua said, feeling wronged. Phoebe naturally wouldn't believe him. She flicked a glance at Han Shua and said with a light snort, "Then you definitely weren't thinking in a good way. Look at your lecherous smile earlier. You must be thinking of some dirty thoughts." He really hadn't been thinking of anything good before. Phoebe had guessed correctly and Han Shua could only laugh dryly. He then urged Phoebe, "Hurry up and open the door. I'm very tired after a busy day. Let's go in early to wash up and sleep." Phoebe didn't pursue the matter and took out the key to open the door. She moved to the side to let Han Shua in and then locked the door from the back. There was a spacious hall in front of them with a soft carpet and large fur chairs. There were 4 rooms that had already been booked, including 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a storage room for miscellaneous clothes. "Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Humph, there are 2 rooms here, 1 for each of us. If anyone dares to barge in the middle of the night, I'll stab him with my sword." Phoebe raised her head threateningly as she lit up the fireplace, causing the temperature in the room to slowly rise. "Heh, I'm just afraid that someone who dares barge in will run into a beautiful woman's wet dreams and then take the initiative to throw himself into her arms." Han Shua laughed evilly and exposed her. "You damned bastard, you still dare mention this matter." Phoebe's face instantly flushed red as she flew in front of Han Shua in a rage. Her slender, jade hands reached out and pinched the tender flesh on Han Shua's waist. Han Shua first cooperated with her by letting out a miserable shriek, then grabbed Phoebe in his arms and pressed his mouth against hers without the slightest trace of politeness. Amidst Phoebe's unrelenting whimpers, Han Shua's tongue was like a dragon entering the ocean, wantonly swirling about. Phoebe symbolically struggled for a while before her delicate body gradually softened. Her jade hands that were originally pounding on Han Shua's chest had unknowingly wrapped around Han Shua's neck like a snake. Her small fragrant tongue secretly stuck out and entangled with Han Shua's. Conveniently lying down on the soft carpet below, Han Shua savored Phoebe's fragrant sweetness while reaching out to caress Phoebe's perky breasts. When Han Shua's large hands finally covered Phoebe's soft breasts, Phoebe suddenly struggled and abruptly pushed Han Shua away from her body. She then rolled her eyes at Han Shua with a blushing face and said with seductive eyes, "It looks like I must be careful. Otherwise, if I'm not careful, you'll take all the advantages. Oh, after running around for such a long time, my body is about to stink. I need to take a quick shower, you just stay here obediently." As soon as she finished speaking, Phoebe rushed into the dressing room as if she was fleeing and slammed the door shut with a bang. Then, the sound of running water could be heard from inside. It looked like Phoebe was indeed in a hurry to wash off the dirt on her body. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. It was at this time that there was a sudden knock on the door. Han Shua was startled and thought to himself that it couldn't be Emily who had come looking for him, could it? Walking towards the door with suspicion, Han Shua opened the door and saw a large cluster of beautiful flowers. There were probably no less than 100 of them, and they exuded a delicate fragrance that gladdened the heart and refreshed the mind. Suddenly, the large cluster of flowers was removed and a handsome face appeared in front of Han Shua. His eyebrows were like swords and his eyes were like stars. He had a wide forehead and a high nose bridge. Apart from his cheeks being a bit thin, this face could be called extraordinarily handsome. The handsome face that originally had a brilliant smile on it suddenly furrowed his eyebrows and was covered by a haze. He looked at Han Shua with an unfriendly expression and said, "Who are you? Where's Phoebe? She's bathing inside, and who are you?" Han Shua was stunned at first, but then he suddenly reacted. This person must be Phoebe's admirer and asked with an equally displeased expression. "Bathing? Then what are you doing here?" The person's face grew even uglier when he heard that Phoebe was bathing inside and Han Shua was in this room. He suddenly cried out in surprise. "Oh, nothing much. I'm also staying here. If you don't have anything important, please don't disturb our rest." Han Shua's expression was cold as he flicked a glance at the person and said unhappily, "I'm the captain of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band, Florida. I'm Phoebe's good friend. Of course I have business with her, please don't block me." He glared angrily at Han Shua and almost roared lowly as a magical ripple emanated from his body. Han Shua was startled when he heard that this person was called Florida and the captain of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band. He looked at this person with an additional trace of vigilance. Just like the Cairo Mercenary Band, the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band was also a very famous power in the Valley of Sunshine. However, most of the members were from the Lancelot Empire. A few years ago, the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band was the strongest in the Valley of Sunshine and had once been in charge of order here. However, the original leader of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band had met with misfortune during a battle against bandits, causing their decline. Florida was the current captain of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band. Ever since he'd taken charge of the band 2 years ago, he'd made it flourish with each passing day. The greatly weakened Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band had been revitalized in his hands, and it was said that they were now the Cairo Mercenary Band's greatest competitor. It was rumored that this person was a light archmage and seemed to have some connection to the Church of Light. His own strength was unfathomable and he was a straightforward person, but he was decisive when it came to killing. He never showed mercy to his enemies and had great prestige within the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band. Who would have thought that such a person would be an admirer of Phoebe? When Han Shua learned of this person's identity, although he felt a bit of a headache, he wasn't afraid. He said coldly, "I'm sorry, I'm Phoebe's boyfriend. It's not convenient for Phoebe to see you at this time, please come again next time." Han Shua snorted coldly after speaking and slammed the door shut with a bang. Chapter 197. Florida was more domineering than Han Shua had imagined. He'd already sensed a dangerous magical pulse in the instant that Han Shua's door had closed. Han Shua's heart jumped in fright as he immediately took a step back. An explosive crack rang out as the room exploded into a ball of white light. Large pieces of wood flew into the air as Florida's handsome face once again appeared in front of Han Shua. He was still tightly clutching a bouquet of flowers in his left hand, but in his right hand was a staff embedded with red, yellow, and blue crystals, emanating strong magical pulses. "I said that I wanted to see Phoebe, didn't you hear me?" Florida looked at Han Shua with a cold expression as he spat out each word viciously. Florida was about the same age as the deceased Clark, around 26 or 27 years old. The two had many similarities, and both had great strength and handsome looks. However, although Clark's thoughts were vicious, he wouldn't display it so domineeringly. At least he understood that his status was noble and knew how to hide his emotions before making a move behind his back. This Florida, however, looked like a lawless person. His actions were even more brash and unbridled, as if he had no scruples. "I've also said that please don't disturb our rest." Han Shua snorted coldly as his body closed in on Florida like lightning. He gathered magical yuan into a fist and punched straight at Florida's handsome face. Han Shua's sudden move was obviously out of Florida's expectations. Panic immediately appeared on his face as he threw out the bouquet of flowers in his left hand, his body retreating rapidly at the same time. The punch that had gathered magical yuan caused the wind to howl as it pulverized the bouquet of flowers. The petals danced in the air as a sweet fragrance permeated the air. When the punch was about to land on Florida's handsome face, a strong magical pulse suddenly emanated from Florida's body. A brilliant, glazed magic shield suddenly enveloped Florida like an enormous light bulb. Bam! Han Shua's fist smashed into the magic shield and felt as if he'd punched a soft cotton ball. The magic shield twisted at the point of impact from Han Shua's punch, and a deep fist imprint appeared. Han Shua's tightly clenched fist stopped in front of Florida's high nose bridge, unable to move any further. With a few thumping sounds, Florida turned pale with fright and retreated a few steps with his magic shield, increasing the distance between him and Han Shua. His breathing was a bit erratic, and his gaze towards Han Shua became even colder, as if Han Shua had become his mortal enemy. "You dare make the first move?" Florida's voice was as savage as his appearance as he glared angrily at Han Shua. Han Shua waved his outstretched fist and retracted it. Han Shua pointed at the shattered door and said callously, "Your actions can be considered an invasion from the moment you broke the door." "I was only defending myself." Nodding with a cold smile, Florida looked coldly at Han Shua and said, "Very good, you've got some guts. However, now that we've pulled apart, you won't have the chance to approach me again. Now let me see just how much skill you have." Florida took another few steps back after he'd spoken and raised the magic staff in his right hand, intending to officially fight Han Shua. Han Shua also solemnly took out the Demon's Lair edge from his space ring when he saw Florida's actions, preparing to deal with Florida's attack. This person was a light archmage and his strength was certainly out of the ordinary. Han Shua had tested him just now and discovered that Florida's reactions and movements were nimble. It looked like he was an expert who'd gone through hundreds of battles. Han Shua hadn't been able to hurt Florida when the two had been so close before. Now that there was some distance between them, Florida would be able to make use of his strengths as a mage and would definitely be difficult to deal with. At this moment, hurried footsteps rapidly approached from the distance. Just as Han Shua and Florida were about to make their move, Vice Chief Harris of the Cairo mercenary band, who they'd met in the shop in the place of extreme water, quickly approached with a few guards. "Isn't this Chief Florida? Why aren't you staying with the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band? Why are you causing trouble in the property protected by the Cairo mercenary band?" Harris's voice was full of faint mockery and was as cold as it had been during the day. The sound of water splashing in the washroom suddenly stopped at this moment. It looked like Phoebe, whose hearing had been affected by the sound of water in the shower, had finally discovered the commotion outside after all the noise just now. Florida, who had been hostile towards Han Shua, turned his head to look at Harris when he heard Harris's voice. He put away the magic staff in his hand and said with a cold expression, "I'm here to see Miss Phoebe. I hadn't thought that I'd be blocked outside by a blind brat. If you're here to manage the hotel's business, then I welcome you on behalf of the owner. However, I hope that you don't try to make a move here or our Cairo mercenary band will definitely intervene. You've stayed in the glorious Sun Tanai for so long, you must know the rules of the glorious Sun Tanai." Harris snorted coldly when he saw Florida put away his magic staff. "Humph, count yourself lucky today," Florida said coldly to Han Shua and then turned to walk out. He stopped next to Harris and said with his back to Han Shua, "I'll regain control of the Valley of Sunshine before long. I won't be as polite to you then." Florida laughed wildly after he'd finished speaking and walked out with large strides. He actually didn't stay here and wait for Phoebe to come out. Harris's face was ugly as the veins on his forehead bulged. He looked like he'd go berserk at any moment. Han Shuo knew that Harris was a berserker. It was said that a berserker's strength was quite astonishing to begin with, and they could also use a mysterious method to go berserk. Their strength would continue to increase explosively after going berserk, and they possessed unbelievable destructive power. Seeing Harris's current appearance, Han Shuo really hoped that he'd suddenly go berserk and be unable to suppress the rage in his heart, immediately attacking Florida to the death. It was a pity that Harris quickly returned to normal after his initial rage and didn't fulfill Han Shuo's wishes. He flicked a cold glance at Han Shuo and said, "You'll have to compensate for the door here. Florida has great power in the Valley of Sunshine, so be careful since you've offended him. You can come find us if you need anything from the Cairo mercenary band." Although his expression was still cold, perhaps because they had a common enemy, Harris's attitude towards Han Shuo had changed a bit. There was even a hint of concern in his words. Han Shuo hadn't planned on compensating for the door because it was Florida who damaged it. However, Harris's attitude had changed now, and Han Shuo also needed to obtain the shop with the place of extreme water through the Cairo mercenary band. Therefore, he smiled readily and said, "No problem." Nodding his head, Harris didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and left with his guards. The washroom door creaked open after Harris left and Phoebe walked out in a bathrobe like a lotus flower emerging from the water. Her long, wet hair hung loosely over her shoulders, revealing a small patch of rosy white skin. Her red lips were moist and full as she quickly glanced at the door. She exhaled lightly and said to Han Shuo, "They've all left." "They've all left. What's with that Florida?" Han Shuo swept a glance over Phoebe and asked with an unhappy expression. Chuckling lowly, Phoebe pulled up her bathrobe and wrapped it tightly around her slender body. She walked to Han Shuo's side and blinked her wet eyelashes as she looked at Han Shuo with interest. She said teasingly, "What, jealous?" "Yes, I'm jealous. That brat looks all high and mighty and even brought a bunch of fresh flowers to look for you. He even dared to ask me, his boyfriend, to move out of the way. I'm not in a good mood right now." Han Shuo was quite frank as he looked directly at Phoebe and spoke with displeasure. Her body softened as Phoebe sat directly on Han Shuo's lap and giggled softly before explaining, "I often come to the Valley of Sunshine and have done business with the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. However, he's always pursued me and I don't have any relationship with him." "Haha, alright, don't be angry. I'll explain things clearly to him next time I see him and tell him to stop bothering me in the future. Is that okay? There's no point in explaining. I don't think this brat is the magnanimous type. I didn't like him from the first time I saw him, but I think he feels the same way about me. I think the grudge between us has been sown." Han Shuo shook his head and said to Phoebe, "Then what do we do? The Rainbow Sickle mercenary band is quite powerful in the Valley of Sunshine and is only second to the Cairo mercenary band. It's said that the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band has been recruiting even more recently. Through some unknown method, they've even invited a group of experts from the Church of Light. They seem to want to replace the Cairo mercenary band's position in the Valley of Sunshine. It'll be very troublesome if Tanai offends them in the Valley of Sunshine." Phoebe was startled and said with a bit of worry, "We'll deal with it as it comes. He's not the only one in the Valley of Sunshine right now. I don't believe he can do anything to me." Han Shuo snorted coldly and said fearlessly. Chapter 198. Florida's appearance had caused the door to shatter. The two of them had no choice but to switch rooms and pay 20 gold coins for the damaged door. This time, Phoebe had asked for 2 rooms, so Han Shuo no longer had the opportunity to steal her beauty. When Phoebe returned to her room to rest, Han Shuo didn't remain idle either. Han Shuo found the cupboard in this room and set up the transportation matrix. He then adjusted his mental strength and released a dark mist spell in the cupboard before walking into the transportation matrix. The cemetery of death was as cold and desolate as ever. When Han Shuo walked out, he saw that the enormous Gilbert had revealed his true form and was sleeping amidst the pure white bones. He didn't notice Han Shua's arrival at all. After 2 days of rushing about, Gilbert had shouldered a heavy responsibility. His body had once again been injured and should be truly tired. Han Shua didn't disturb him and went to the place where the Earth Elite Zombie and Yin demons were being refined. First, Han Shua channeled magical yuan into the Yin demon cave. When Han Shua discovered that there were only 9 wraiths left in the Yin demon cave and that they were still fighting each other day and night, he understood that the day of harvesting Yin demons was getting closer and closer. The Earth Elite Zombie in the place of Extreme Earth exuded an enormous aura of life. The Earth Chi that surrounded the entire cemetery of death was becoming thinner and thinner. Clouds of gray aura enveloped the center of the place of Extreme Earth, as if a large hand was gripping it tightly and slowly pulling it in. A mysterious connection came from the center of the place of Extreme Earth. Han Shua stared blankly for a moment before a wave of joy suddenly surged into his heart. When he carefully sensed it, Han Shua discovered that this joy came from the Earth Elite Zombie buried deep underground. It seemed that Han Shua's arrival had made the Earth Elite Zombie feel joy. After absorbing the Earth Chi in the place of Extreme Earth for such a long time, in addition to the nourishment of the precious materials that Han Shua had spent a huge amount of money to purchase, the Earth Elite Zombie was no longer a simple zombie warrior. He already had the most instinctive senses. Han Shua had found the 3 places of Extreme Earth, Wood, and Water. With the help of Phoebe's trading company, Han Shua was confident that he could purchase enough materials to refine the Earth, Wood, and Water Elite Zombies. As long as these 3 types of zombies were formed, the strength of Han Shua's body would greatly increase. If he could also find the places of Extreme Metal and Fire together, Han Shua would possess a terrifying demonic formation when he gathered the 5 elemental zombies. When that time came, he would have even more right to speak in this world. Seeing that everything was normal here, Han Shua didn't wake up Gilbert and silently returned to the inn in the Valley of Sunshine. After climbing onto the bed, Han Shua sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. His entire body relaxed as he slowly sank into a meditative state, not relaxing at all to increase his mental strength. Phoebe came over early the next morning. Her originally straight hair had been tied up high, and her sky-blue dress set off Phoebe's temperament even more elegant. She naturally came over and grabbed Han Shua's arm. Phoebe pulled Han Shua outside and said, "Let's go, we'll continue strolling around the Valley of Sunshine today and try to collect all the materials you need." Han Shua gladly agreed. He'd originally only been collecting materials to refine the Wood Elite Zombie, but because of the discovery of the place of Extreme Water, Han Shua had started to prepare the materials he needed to refine the Water Elite Zombie in advance. As the border between the 3 kingdoms, the Valley of Sunshine was filled with an endless stream of merchants. All sorts of strange goods could be found here. When Han Shua and Phoebe searched patiently, they indeed found quite a few materials they needed. The noon sun shone down on the Valley of Sunshine, bathing the entire valley in sunlight. It was so warm that it made people feel very comfortable. Walking out of a shop, Phoebe rubbed her lower abdomen and smiled sweetly at Han Shua. "I'm a bit hungry. Let's find a place to get something to eat first. You're familiar with this place. Just take me to where there's delicious food." Han Shua replied with a smile. It was said that when a demonic arts practitioner reached a certain level, they could live for hundreds of years without eating or drinking. They didn't need to use grains to nourish their body. However, Han Shua hadn't reached this level yet. Besides, food was also a form of enjoyment for Han Shua, apart from replenishing his body's energy. Phoebe led the way in front and the 2 walked into a small shop. A few dwarves about 1 meter tall walked out and politely welcomed Han Shua and Phoebe to their seats. This shop wasn't very big, and the decorations inside weren't luxurious either. There were only a few simple chairs, but it was packed with people. A few merchants wearing luxurious fur coats and sparkling diamond rings on their fingers sat lazily on the tables and chairs that weren't very spacious, wolfing down the food on their plates without a care for their image. Han Shua and Phoebe sat down at a table for 2 by the window. Phoebe didn't ask for Han Shua's opinion, and directly instructed a dwarf next to her, bring the best food in the shop. The dwarf smiled faintly and bowed courteously, then quickly left Phoebe and Han Shua's side. He was probably busy with something. Dwarves are really a strange race. Some dwarves are skilled at forging ironware, some are skilled at brewing fine wine, and some love to cook. When they fall in love with their craft, they can always bring some incredible masterpieces to people. The dwarves in this shop come from a remote mountain range in Kasi Empire. The joy of their life is to cook all kinds of delicious food. The food made by their hands is simply unforgettable, Phoebe explained to Han Shua with a smile. Han Shua, who came from another world, had enjoyed the influence of China's culinary culture. After tasting some of the food in this world, he always felt that the difference between the food here and the extensive and profound culinary culture of China was simply not small at all. To be honest, Han Shua really didn't believe that the food here would be more exquisite and tasty than what Han Shua had eaten in hotels before. Therefore, he didn't hold much hope and just smiled in response to Phoebe's words. The business here was very good. From the number of customers and their status, it could be seen that the extravagant customers didn't dislike the small size of this place. In particular, Han Shua could tell from the way some of the elegant noblewomen ate that they really did enjoy the food on their plates. While Han Shua and Phoebe were chatting with smiles, the dwarf who had just left carried 2 large plates of strange food and gently placed them in front of Han Shua and Phoebe. It looked like a strange kind of meat cooked to a glossy color. A strange aroma wafted into Han Shua's mouth and nose, surprising Han Shua. On the other side, Phoebe held a knife and fork in front of Han Shua and had already started chewing. Looking at her appearance, it was obvious that she really enjoyed this kind of food. When Han Shua tried to cut a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, his brows suddenly relaxed. Then, his mouth was filled with a wonderful feeling, like a kind of mysterious magic. The delicious taste of the food continuously lingered in Han Shua's heart, mouth, and nose without dissipating. With his appetite greatly awakened, Han Shua, who had just taken a small bite, immediately began to chew heartily, wolfing down the food on his plate. When his stomach was slightly bloated, Han Shua burped and praised, "It's really good. No wonder there are so many people trying to squeeze into this small store. Friend, we meet again." At this moment, Florida walked in from the entrance. Florida, wearing a white magic robe, stood in front of the door and looked coldly at Han Shua. Phoebe, who was still enjoying the food on her plate, raised her head to look at Florida when she heard this. She then waved her hand to call the little dwarf over and threw a bag of gold coins on the table. She stood up and said to Han Shua, "Let's go out." Han Shua's expression was indifferent as he waved his hand and said to Phoebe, "I have nothing to talk about with him. Just tell him directly. If he continues to pester me and won't let go, I'll be more than happy to keep him company." After yesterday's exchange, Han Shua understood that Florida's strength was indeed unfathomable. However, Han Shua now possessed both magic and necromancy magic. He also had the mysterious little skull, the Earth Elite zombie, and the 3 Yin demons on the verge of forming. With all of these strengths added together, Han Shua wasn't afraid of Florida at all. With his magic rapidly improving every day, Han Shua didn't need to lower his head in front of anyone. Phoebe started slightly when she heard Han Shua's words, then smiled sweetly and said, "I understand." Slowly moving, Phoebe got up and walked towards Florida. The smile she'd just shown to Han Shua was replaced by cold arrogance when facing Florida. When they arrived at the door, Phoebe pointed at Han Shua and said to Florida, "He's my boyfriend, I think we have nothing to say. Business is business, but you don't have the right to interfere in my life. I hope you won't disturb me in the future." Although he'd long since been mentally prepared, when Florida heard Phoebe's blunt words with his own mouth, he was still momentarily absent-minded. Different from how he treated Han Shua, when Florida faced Phoebe, the rigid lines on his face became very gentle. Even his voice was abnormally gentle as he stared closely at Phoebe and said, "Where did this brat come from? What can he bring to you? Why did you choose him? Sorry, this matter has nothing to do with you. I hope you take care of yourself." Phoebe's expression was cold as she spoke in an equally cold voice. Nodding, Florida laughed ruefully and looked at Phoebe and Han Shua in the distance. He said, "All right," 3 times in a row, then suddenly turned around and left. "Please, bring another plate of the same food." Han Shua snorted coldly and then said to the dwarf beside him with a smile. Chapter 199. After filling their stomachs and walking out of the dwarven food store, Phoebe and Han Shua strolled through all of Glorious Sunshine Tanai's stores for a while. Phoebe then went to find the Cairo mercenary band to purchase the store with the place of extreme water for Han Shua. Han Shua headed to the store that Emily was at alone, planning to find Emily and probe Florida's background. The old man was still standing guard at the door. This store was selling armor for knights from the Lancelot Empire. Because the sky hadn't darkened yet, there were a few people dressed like knights in the hall, shopping for knights' clothing. When the old man saw Han Shua walk in, he smiled and gestured to Han Shua, pointing to the courtyard in the back. Han Shua understood and pretended to pick out the knight's clothing. He walked in through the door that led to the courtyard in the back. "How did you provoke Florida?" When Han Shua asked Emily with a cold expression on his face, Emily was obviously taken aback and responded with a question of surprise. "Apart from the information that everyone already knows, do you have any other information about him?" "I know that the Dark Mantle must have information that no one knows about him." Han Shua looked at Emily and said. Emily's brow furrowed slightly as she looked intently at Han Shua. "Just what is going on?" Han Shua briefly explained what had happened last night to Emily. Emily then said angrily, "I've long since heard that this Florida is arrogant and conceited, but who would have thought that he's actually this domineering? The Valley of Sunshine isn't even under the control of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band now, yet he dares be so arrogant." Han Shua's somewhat displeased mood suddenly improved a bit when he saw that Emily was also angry. He then said gently, "Just what is this Florida's background?" "The Glorious Sun Tanai is a Dark Mantle stronghold. Their main mission is to collect the materials here. Florida isn't from our Lancelot Empire, nor is he from Kasi Empire. He comes from a vassal state of our Lancelot Empire. His grandfather is Grand Magus Ferguson of the Church of Light. His status in the Church of Light is very high, and it's said that he has great hopes of becoming a sacred magus. Florida grew up in the Church of Light and was personally taught magic by his grandfather. In addition to light magic, he also studied lightning magic. This was a secret that most people didn't know. With his grandfather's guidance and his own extraordinary talent, he had become an archmage 3 years ago at such a young age. The Dark Mantle had once paid close attention to him, believing that he would become one of the super experts on the continent in the future. However, Florida didn't join the Church of Light. He suddenly left the church a few years ago and went to the Valley of Sunshine, joining the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. Because of his great strength, he'd won the trust of the leader of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, Jason, in an extremely short amount of time. Jason had even entrusted his only daughter to him, but during a battle against bandits, old Jason had accidentally died in battle, and his daughter had also gone missing. It's said that this matter seemed to have something to do with Florida, but no one had any evidence to prove this. After Jason's death, Florida naturally took control of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. Unfortunately, because some people suspected that this matter had something to do with Florida, some core members angrily withdrew from the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and the Valley of Sunshine, allowing the Cairo mercenary band to grow. However, the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band has indeed developed quite well in Florida's hands. Their originally damaged strength has gradually recovered, and they've become the Cairo mercenary band's greatest opponent this year. Perhaps this time, the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band will truly be able to regain control of the Valley of Sunshine in Florida's hands. Emily creased her brow in thought as she tirelessly recounted Florida's information. When Emily had finished, Han Shua said lowly, "He's a strong opponent all right. This person's heart is sinister, and he even dares to attack his benefactor without mercy. This kind of method is completely different from the Church of Light's principles. It looks like I must be careful." Brian, the Valley of Sunshine is different from other places. It's not bound by any country at all, and whoever has the most power here calls the shots. I know that your strength isn't necessarily weaker than Florida's, but Florida has the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band in his hands. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. As long as you're in glorious Tanai, I don't think he'll dare make a move with the Cairo mercenary band keeping you in check. However, it's best if you don't go out rashly, otherwise he'll find a chance to make a move. Emily was obviously very wary of Florida as she comforted Han Shua. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Han Shua's expression was calm as he responded lowly. He paused and said to Emily, right, it's been so long, why hasn't Elaine brought Belinda over yet? I've left a drop of blood essence on Belinda, so she won't be able to cause trouble at all. Did something happen along the way? Emily shook her head with a wry smile when she heard Han Shua's words. She responded, I'm also worried. Logically speaking, Elaine should have arrived in Tanai by now. Did something really happen? Forget it, I'll leave for a bit and search along the way. Han Shua said after thinking for a bit. No, you've offended Florida. It's best if you don't leave the Valley of Sunshine for now. That person has great power in this area and won't let you off if he knows that you've left the Valley of Sunshine. Emily's expression grew panicked as she stopped Han Shua. Nothing will happen. It's not like you don't know my senses. I'll immediately leave once I detect danger. In addition, I've planted a drop of blood essence in Belinda's body. Only I can sense her location within a certain distance. I must make this trip in order to achieve a perfect result for this mission. Han Shua smiled lightheartedly and didn't take Florida's threat to heart at all as he spoke with great ease. Since you're so insistent, then I'll go with you. Emily said resolutely to Han Shua when she saw that she couldn't convince Han Shua. Shaking his head, Han Shua declined Emily's suggestion and turned to walk outside. With his back to Emily, he said lowly, Emily, you should believe in me and not treat me like a child, planning everything for me. This isn't the life I want. If Florida really does make a move, I'll actually look forward to it. Emily had already set off, but she finally sighed when she heard Han Shua's words. Alright, but you have to be careful. Elaine and Belinda's lives aren't as important to me as you are. You have to remember to protect yourself first. I will. Han Shua said. The sky had already gradually darkened when he walked out of the shop. Most of the shops in the Valley of Sunshine had already closed their doors at this time, replaced by the bright neon lights of entertainment. Han Shua turned a blind eye to the crude and vulgar cries around him as he strode towards the fences leading into the valley. Some procedures were needed to enter the Valley of Sunshine, but nothing was needed to leave. No one questioned Han Shua when he left, but the Cairo mercenary band knight who had come last time looked at Han Shua with some surprise. He seemed to find it strange that the 2 beauties beside Han Shua hadn't left with him. Han Shua's sensitive senses detected that there were people spying on him when he walked out of the Valley of Sunshine, but he didn't pay too much attention to them. There was no need to think too much. Those spying on him were either the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band or the Cairo mercenary band. It wouldn't be difficult for Han Shua to shake them off, and he had ample confidence in himself. Han Shua had been walking slowly when he left the valley, but his speed suddenly increased several times. Under the dark sky, Han Shua's figure was as swift as a shooting star that occasionally streaked across the sky. He'd already traversed several hundred meters in the span of a few breaths, pulling far away from those spying on him. When the feeling of being spied on disappeared, Han Shua suddenly soared into the air and flew close to the lush silver treetops, heading straight for the road from Valen City. With a single thought, the mysterious power of the demon infant circulated in a bizarre manner. Waves of mysterious power spread out from the demon infant, like ripples in the water, covering the far distance. The demon infant and the blood essence had a mysterious connection. As long as Han Shua was within 1,000 meters of him, Han Shua would be able to immediately sense the appearance of the blood essence. As Han Shua calmed his mind and focused on using the demon infant to sense the blood essence, a strange feeling suddenly leapt into his mind. Han Shua suddenly sensed the presence of life, some large and some small. The feelings suddenly disappeared after Han Shua's heart trembled. Startled, Han Shua once again calmed his mind and focused, carefully comprehending the feeling that had suddenly surged into his mind. Han Shua then discovered that the life auras belonged to the insects and small beasts that had fallen into hibernation beside him. Although they were somewhat indistinct, Han Shua was still shocked by this discovery. The demon infant suddenly moved slightly at this moment, and Han Shua sensed the location of the blood essence in the next moment. The overjoyed Han Shua abruptly sped up in the air, flying rapidly in the direction of the blood essence. However, when Han Shua arrived at his destination, he saw Elaine lying beneath a large tree, covered in blood. Her neck was bent unnaturally, as if someone had forcibly broken it. Her body seemed to have been struck by wind blade magic, as bone-deep wounds tore through her clothes. Her blood mixed with the snow and melted into a pool of blood. It looked like she died not long ago. Suddenly, Han Shua felt a strong sense of danger. Han Shua was startled and immediately retreated in an attempt to distance himself from Elaine's corpse. Chapter 200. An explosion suddenly sounded from Elaine's corpse. Elaine's body, which had been bleeding profusely, instantly split into pieces of flesh and blood. The violent impact, like a flash flood, shot in all directions in an instant. 2 broken bones and 3 arrows of blood shot straight at Han Shua's body, carrying with them a terrifying force. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, Han Shua quickly recited the incantation for the bone shield. A pile of pure white bones formed a square bone shield 1 meter wide and 1.5 meters long, floating in front of Han Shua. With a few crisp cracks, the white bone shield couldn't withstand the enormous impact and instantly exploded into even more bone fragments. The white bones broke and flew in all directions, like a beautiful ball of fireworks blooming. If it had been anyone else, perhaps they wouldn't have been able to sense the danger from Elaine's corpse and would have been caught off guard by such an attack. However, Han Shua's keen senses suddenly leaped into his mind. He immediately sensed an inexplicable power lurking in Elaine's corpse, and reacted in time to retreat. Due to the cruel training that Han Shua had undergone in the true demon realm, the speed at which he condensed and released his mental strength far exceeded that of a normal mage. This was why he was able to chant the white bone shield at a miraculous speed in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Retreating a dozen or so meters, the white bone shield shattered into chunks of broken bone amidst the bright white light. Han Shua had miraculously avoided this obviously premeditated ambush. Looking at Elaine's corpse again, there was nothing but blood and minced flesh on the ground. A strong smell of blood suddenly spread into the air. Han Shua suddenly felt the suffocating feeling. Han Shua, who had been panting, immediately knew that something was wrong. At this moment, Han Shua didn't have time to think. The magical yuan circulating in his limbs and bones had already started to circulate automatically. The magical yuan flowed through his limbs and bones like a trickle, washing away the parts of his body that had been affected by the smell of blood that Han Shua had just breathed in. Han Shua, who had been a bit weak in his limbs, could feel the strength in his body again. A vicious plan, a cunning enemy. As the scene played out in Han Shua's mind, Han Shua was certain that the drop of blood he'd sealed in Belinda's neck had been tampered with and transferred to Elaine's body. The enemy had then killed Elaine and used her body as bait to set up 2 traps against him. First was a spell similar to the corpse explosion spell. Poison had been injected into Elaine's body, and the blood had mixed with the poison in the instant that Elaine's body exploded, forming a second wave of attacks. Only those fanatical cultists of the Calamity Church, who viewed human life as nothing more than grass, would be able to come up with such a cruel and vicious plan that used the corpse of a dead person. Belinda must have been rescued. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to awaken from the shackles of a drop of blood essence on her own. With these thoughts in mind, Han Shua decided to leave immediately. But just as Han Shua lifted his foot, 2 footsteps of different heights gradually approached him. Judging from the heavy footsteps and the light footsteps, Han Shua could determine that it was a man and a woman from their weight. His thoughts raced as Han Shua's mind worked furiously, searching for the most suitable method and the best time to deal with the two. However, the best time to make a move often had to be created by oneself. When Han Shuo looked left and right, he discovered that there wasn't a very good location and that it was difficult to find the perfect time. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Han Shuo, who had been standing ramrod straight, suddenly slumped down. When Han Shuo's sharp eyes were covered by his eyelids, Han Shuo's heartbeat and breathing became abnormally steady, as if he was unconscious and unconscious. The two slowly approached from afar. Belinda wore her black veil as usual, her bright eyes fixed on Han Shuo without blinking. The other person was rather old. His hair and beard were grayish-brown, and his face was densely covered with wrinkles that looked like ravines. He wore a thick gray cotton coat and held a crooked walking stick in his left hand. His grayish-white eyes looked listless. He walked over slowly while sizing up the surroundings. He wasn't just looking at Han Shuo. "Belinda, wait." The old man suddenly spoke when Belinda was 10 meters away from Han Shuo. His voice was hoarse and deep. Belinda, who had been staring fixedly at Han Shuo, immediately stopped when she heard his shout. She turned to look at the old man in confusion and asked, "Lord Edwin, what is it?" The old man of the Calamity Church, called Edwin's originally grayish-white, listless eyes circled the scene once more before finally focusing on Han Shuo. He said in a hoarse voice, "There's no blood on his body and no signs of injury. He likely didn't suffer any injuries from the explosion of that woman's corpse. Judging from the distance, he may have been drugged and fainted, but we still need to be a bit more cautious." "Then what do you think we should do?" Belinda didn't continue to approach Han Shuo after hearing his words and even took a few steps back, finally standing shoulder to shoulder with Edwin. "Shoot an arrow at his body. With the strength of my potion, he won't feel anything at all if he's really been drugged and fainted," Edwin said. Han Shuo cursed inwardly and thought to himself that this old fart was indeed sinister and ruthless to think of such a malicious plan. This person gave Han Shuo a strong sense of danger, but Han Shuo understood from the condition of his body that he wasn't an expert swordsman or knight. He must be an expert mage with a weak body, but with a wondrous technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so afraid to approach Han Shuo. Belinda laughed lightly and readily agreed when she heard Edwin's instructions. She'd already taken out a bow and arrow and aimed it crookedly at Han Shuo from afar. It was obvious that Belinda wasn't an expert marksman. Her hands weren't steady at all, and even when she aimed at Han Shuo, the bow trembled. Because they were so close, Han Shuo could still feel Belinda's bow and arrow even with his eyes closed. Her arms made light sounds when they came into contact with her armpits. This made Han Shuo's heart flutter and he quickly considered whether or not he should take the gamble. If Han Shuo suddenly attacked now, Han Shuo didn't have any confidence that he could kill the two of them due to the distance and the fact that the two of them were already on their guard. Not to mention that Han Shuo had no idea what methods Edwin had. It wasn't wise to take such a risk. When Belinda knocked an arrow, Han Shuo hardened his heart in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. He prepared himself to receive the arrow with his strong body. From Belinda and Edwin's conversation, Han Shuo understood that they didn't want to kill him immediately. It seemed that they had other plans for him. It was from this point that Han Shuo made up his mind. "Do it." Edwin's voice was low as he urged Belinda. "All right," Belinda replied. Then, she drew her bow and shot out an arrow with a whoosh. As Han Shuo was on tenterhooks, the arrow landed on the snow on his left arm and didn't even touch his body. It looked like Belinda's archery skills were abnormally bad. She hadn't hit her target at such a close distance. "It doesn't matter, we have a lot of time. You'll get the hang of it if you shoot a few more arrows." There was no emotion in Edwin's voice as he spoke slowly. His eyes suddenly lit up as he spoke and focused on Han Shuo's body, as if he wanted to glean some clues from Han Shuo's body. "All right, I'll try a few more times." Belinda responded and shot out another 3 arrows. All 3 arrows missed their mark and none landed on Han Shuo's body. Belinda was a bit annoyed as she snorted lightly and took out another arrow. She didn't take much aim this time and shot it directly at Han Shua. However, the arrow was miraculously accurate even though she hadn't taken any aim at all. It flew straight for Han Shua's calf. The arrow stabbed into Han Shua's left calf with a thud. Bright red blood slowly seeped out along his trouser leg. This level of physical pain was no longer a challenge to Han Shua. His heartbeat and breathing hadn't changed in the slightest as he'd endured the attack from start to finish. His expression was even more wooden, as if he'd truly sunk into a deep, unconscious state. There shouldn't be any problems now. Edwin nodded after a careful look and said lowly. Belinda and Edwin then let go of their guard against Han Shua and moved closer to Han Shua. Han Shua calmed himself and focused his attention, prepared to explode and kill at any moment. He only needed to wait for the old man called Edwin to come close before making a move to kill him first. Although Belinda was also quite frightening, her golem was only a great threat in a group battle. Han Shua didn't fear her at all in a place like this. Just as Han Shua was preparing in secret, a few strange noises suddenly sounded from afar. The sounds were getting closer and closer. Han Shua was inwardly surprised as he lay on the ground, feigning unconsciousness. He didn't know who else was coming. "Chief, that person is here." A loud shout suddenly sounded from afar as a group of more than 10 people quickly approached amidst the howling cold winds. "He dares leave the Valley of Sunshine, he must be tired of living." Florida's voice suddenly sounded in Han Shua's ears, completely out of Han Shua's expectations. "Chief Florida of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band." Belinda suddenly cried out in surprise, appearing quite shocked. "I don't care who you two are, hand that kid over to me immediately," Florida said as arrogantly as ever when he arrived. The eyes of the Calamity Church member called Edwin had regained their calm as he glanced at Florida's group. He first cackled strangely and then said in a raspy voice full of hatred, "So you're Florida. It looks like I was right to come to the Valley of Sunshine this time." An enormous magical ripple suddenly emanated from Edwin's body as he spoke. The aura of dark magic suddenly spread into the surroundings, and 3 huge black palms appeared out of thin air in the direction of Florida and the others, pressing down on them with a ferocious force that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. All the trees and rocks in the area exploded in that moment. The towering trees first creaked and then collapsed as if they couldn't withstand the enormous force. The enormous dark magic Hand of Death was released, and 3 10-meter-wide Hands of Death actually appeared. As the terrifying force came crashing down, 4 mercenaries from the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Group couldn't dodge in time and were directly crushed into 4 pieces of bloody meat paste. "Didn't your grandfather Ferguson teach you that you should maintain the respect of an elderly person?" Edwin's voice was full of cruel laughter as he spoke to Florida. Edwin and Belinda of the Calamity Church were already leaning towards Han Shua at this moment. If Han Shua wanted to, he could suddenly make a move and harm Edwin right now. However, from the violent movements, Han Shua could tell that Edwin seemed to hate Florida even more. He'd attacked and killed as soon as they'd met. His strength was much stronger than Emily's when she also trained in dark magic. On one side was the murderous star of the Calamity Church, and on the other side was the enemy of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band. These 2 groups were both targets that Han Shua needed to deal with. Their sudden fighting would only benefit Han Shua and not harm him at all. Rather than making a move now, he might as well continue to pretend to be unconscious and watch them fight each other. "Just who are you?" Florida and the remaining experts of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band hastily hid even further away before looking at Edwin in shock and exclaiming in shock. "Heh, you may not know me well, but I've been in contact with your grandfather for many years. Perhaps you've heard of the name Edwin." Edwin's voice was still as lukewarm as before as it faintly sounded out. "Calamity Church's Dark Grand Magus Edwin, so it's you old undying monster." Florida started and then swept his gaze over Han Shua's body. He waved his hands and said, "Retreat." The experts of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band obeyed Florida's words and swiftly retreated after his words. It was obvious that they were quite wary of Edwin. "You want to run? It won't be that easy." Edwin's voice sounded out once again. He quickly chanted a mysterious magic incantation, and two huge death god scythes appeared on his left and right sides. The gloomy and cold death god scythes were even larger than Death's hands. The sharp blades danced in the air, slicing through the towering trees along the way like tofu. Only when the death scythes passed through did they suddenly shatter into pieces on the ground. The aura of death emanated from the giant scythe towards Florida and the others. The two tall and strong senior swordsmen on Florida's left and right had no way to resist. They were sliced into a few pieces of meat by the death god's scythe and scattered into bloody chunks on the ground. The terrifying effects of the spell made Florida's party evade even faster. The sudden appearance of such a malefic star had obviously disrupted Florida's plans. Even Han Shua was startled. The ghastly screams were announcing the loss of life. "Tie him up first, I'll go take care of these people," Edwin said to Belinda when he saw that Florida was running for his life in the direction of the Valley of Sunshine. He then took out a bottle of medicinal powder and handed it to Belinda. "Rub this down his throat. He'll answer anything you ask him when he wakes up. Don't worry, I'll make him pay." Belinda took the bottle and responded firmly. Nodding, Edwin turned around and planned to leave this place to chase after Florida. At this moment, Han Shua suddenly made his move. The demon's lair edge whistled through the air as Han Shua furiously circulated his magical yuan, stabbing straight for Edwin's back. Han Shua had originally planned on waiting a bit longer, but now that he'd witnessed Edwin's strength and discovered that the other was about to leave his attack range, he didn't want to continue watching. He chose to use this last opportunity to finish him off first without hesitation. Edwin was stronger than Han Shua had imagined. The demon's lair edge was moving at such a fast speed at such a short distance. An instinctive reaction suddenly burst forth just as the demon's lair edge was about to stab into his back. A magic shield flashed like black iron and quickly shielded the part of his back where the demon's lair edge was stabbing at. Blood sprayed out with a splurt. The demon's lair edge pierced through the magic shield that was as thick as black iron and stabbed a few inches into Edwin's back. It was then stopped by an enormous resistance and couldn't go any further. At the same time, Han Shua, who'd been lying motionless on the ground, leapt up like a cheetah and flew past Belinda at lightning speed towards Edwin. Purple light burst forth from his left hand as his palm formed a bayonet and mercilessly slashed at Edwin's neck. Chapter 201. With a muffled groan, Dark Grand Magus Edwin's body swayed as he flew into the air like a willow catkin. Han Shua's knife-like palm cut through the air, emitting soft hissing sounds. The demon's lair edge embedded in Edwin's back was pulled by an enormous force and abruptly left his body, falling to the ground in the distance. Blood dripping from Edwin's back, Edwin's expression was savage as he chanted a spell. Another hand of death appeared out of thin air and pressed down on Han Shua's head like a mountain. An enormous aura enveloped Han Shua's body, almost making it hard for Han Shua to breathe. With a thought, the demon's lair edge that had already flown into the distance turned into a streak of light and shot towards Han Shua's direction. Han Shua suddenly deployed the art of the demonic ninth heavens. When the hand of death pressed down on his head, Han Shua pierced through the enormous aura enveloping his body like a sharp arrow and shot towards the direction that Florida and the others had fled in. Edwin had already increased the distance between Han Shua and Edwin when his second attack missed. The speed at which Edwin had shot into the sky just now was clearly much faster than the Archmage Emily. Han Shua might have been able to hold his own against Florida with his strength, but as a Dark Grand Magus, Edwin's terrifying strength wasn't something that Han Shua could handle at the moment. Therefore, he immediately retreated when he saw that the situation wasn't looking good. "Treacherous young man, you must die." Edwin's voice was raspy as he called out from the air. He actually ignored Belinda and shot straight for Han Shua. He couldn't beat Edwin in a fight, but the high speed and agility of the art of the demonic ninth heavens immediately displayed its advantage in running away. He gradually pulled away from Edwin. Suddenly, a group of 10 or so people appeared in front of him. Florida's long hair floated in the air as several experts of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band dashed through the dense forest like lightning. The Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band had left the Valley of Sunshine to target Han Shuo. Therefore, they'd only dispatched a few experts. How could he have known that his luck would be so bad, encountering the dark great magical tutor Edwin who had a grudge against Florida's grandfather? That was why he ended up in such a miserable state. Fleeing in the same direction, Han Shuo's speed was obviously faster than Florida's group. Being able to catch up with them halfway was within Han Shuo's expectations. Chuckling coldly, Han Shuo approached from behind and used the agility of the art of the demonic ninth heavens to leisurely hang on Florida and the others. As Han Shuo chanted, bone spear after bone spear shot towards Florida like cold lightning. Damn it! Florida heard the whistling sound of bone spears piercing through the air as he turned his head to see 3 bone spears shooting towards his back. He then saw the sinister expression on Han Shuo's face as he looked at him with a cold smile. He couldn't help but curse out loud. A ball of blinding light emanated from the staff in Florida's hand as the radiant sword slash appeared and shattered the 3 bone spears. But at this moment, the difference between the levitation spell and Han Shuo's art of the demonic ninth heavens became apparent. Han Shuo's speed wasn't affected in the slightest after chanting the same spell, but Florida's originally fast-flying speed was reduced by a third. Han Shuo understood that Edwin was rapidly approaching as the strange sound of the wind drew near. A mocking smile played at the corner of his lips as Han Shuo slowed down once again and continued to hang behind Florida like a vengeful spirit. He chanted the bone spear spell again and sent out another 3 bone spears. Florida wasn't afraid of Han Shuo, but he was extremely afraid of Edwin. If Edwin hadn't been chasing after him, Florida would have stopped without hesitation and fought Han Shuo with the force of a thunderbolt. However, he obviously didn't want to be caught up to by Edwin because of Han Shuo. Therefore, he could only continue to defend helplessly as his flying speed decreased again and again. Chief, we'll help you hold him off. You should leave first. At this moment, one of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band experts in front of Florida yelled out loudly and suddenly stopped where they were. They'd all witnessed Edwin's strength just now. If they stayed behind, they might be able to hold off Han Shuo, but they would be hard-pressed to escape Edwin's murderous hands. It looked like they'd already made up their minds to die when they said these words at this moment. All right, I'll avenge you. Florida was indeed a vicious and merciless character. Although he couldn't bear to do so, he still decisively agreed to the others' suggestions. He glared viciously at Han Shuo and continued to walk forward without stopping. 2 crossbows suddenly took aim at Han Shuo. The 2 mercenaries' gazes were so sharp that Han Shuo felt a bone-piercing sense of danger. 2 whooshing sounds rang out as the 2 crossbow bolts shot towards Han Shuo with terrifying speed and accuracy that surpassed Han Shuo's imagination. Han Shuo, who'd been rushing forward, abruptly retreated, not daring to take another step forward. The divine archers knocked their arrows in this process and aimed them at Han Shuo. There was a clear difference compared to Belinda's archery just now. Even though Han Shuo was already in the air, he couldn't escape the threat below him and had no choice but to retreat once again. However, Edwin's figure was already approaching from the distance at this moment. It looked like he'd be here before long. Han Shuo hesitated for a moment and decided to immediately change directions. It was at this moment that the Rainbow Sickle mercenaries below him suddenly began to panic. A ball of dazzling, milky white sword light exploded out from the middle of them. Trunks, riding on his manticore, swung his sword with a callous expression, forcing the Rainbow Sickle mercenaries to no longer have the energy to deal with Han Shuo. Trunks! Han Shuo was flabbergasted when he saw the abnormalities below him. He couldn't help but cry out in joy as he dived down. Continue to chase after Florida through the air. I'll be in charge of intercepting these traitors below who deserve to die 1,000 times over. We'll continue our discussion when we return to the Valley of Sunshine. The extraordinarily handsome Trunks raised his head and flashed a radiant smile at Han Shuo. He continued to attack the Rainbow Sickle mercenaries on his manticore. Trunks, don't go too far. The rainbow sickle mercenary who'd spoken earlier suddenly glared angrily at Trunks. "You're going too far." The old chief was so good to you, but you followed behind that animal Florida without a single question after he took power. You still have the face to say these words to me?" Trunks laughed heartily as if he'd heard a funny joke. However, his smile was even colder than the icy night wind, and his tone was filled with bone-deep hatred. Edwin's figure grew closer and closer. Trunks snorted coldly and raised his head to look at Han Shoa again. He urged, "Brian, hurry up and leave this place. It's best if you can take this opportunity to kill Florida. Alright, that old monster behind us is very troublesome. Get out of the way immediately if he comes over, don't come into direct contact with him." Although Han Shoa didn't know why Trunks hated Florida so much, he guessed that it had something to do with the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band. It looked like these Rainbow Sickle mercenaries had known Trunks for a long time. This meant that there was some sort of connection between them. It would be too late if he didn't give chase now. Out of trust in Trunks' strength, Han Shoa streaked through the air like lightning and continued in Florida's direction. Not long after Han Shoa left, Edwin, who'd been using the levitation spell, also suddenly flew into the air. Edwin only glanced down and didn't linger after discovering that Florida and Han Shoa weren't here. He followed Han Shoa, looking like he wasn't the slightest bit interested in Trunks and the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band below. Han Shoa had already experienced Florida's methods. Han Shoa wouldn't be able to live in peace until this person died. With the extreme water in the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shoa would need to stay here for a period of time sooner or later. If Florida didn't die then, there would be endless trouble. Therefore, even if he didn't hold a grudge against Phoebe, Han Shoa would still kill Florida. Although Han Shoa's flying technique allowed him to linger for a bit, Han Shoa still slowly caught up to Florida when he circulated his magical yuan to the limit. Florida spat out blood in anger when the bone spear whistled again. He now obviously thought that Han Shoa wanted to take him down with him and die in Edwin's hands. He was so aggrieved that he really wanted to stop and fight to the death with Han Shoa. "Just what do you want? None of us will be able to escape when that old monster Edwin catches up." Florida's speed slowed down again after he'd used the radiant sword slash to block Han Shoa's bone spear. He then roared out in exasperation. "Ha, I'm happy to die with you today." Han Shoa finally vented all of the pent-up anger he'd been holding back for the past 2 days. He felt a sense of carefree joy in his heart as he roared with laughter. Even if Edwin caught up, Han Shoa was confident that he could use his magical yuan to escape. In addition, with Han Shoa's understanding of an archmage's mental strength, he was certain that Florida wouldn't be able to fly for long, which was why he'd purposefully done this. "Madman, you're a fucking madman." Florida finally couldn't help but curse loudly after hearing Han Shoa's words. Because Florida and Han Shoa's figures had slowed down at this moment, Edwin's figure had already appeared behind them. His strange cackling also traveled over first. "Old dog, hurry up and come over, I'll be waiting for you." Laughing wildly, Han Shoa even had the time to glance back at Edwin and provoke him loudly. "You better pray that I don't catch you, or I'll make you regret ever being alive." In the distance, Edwin was enraged by the old dog. The wound on his back seemed to hurt even more. The arrow that Belinda had shot into Han Shoa's calf had long since been pulled out by him. Han Shoa's strong body had taken effect and stopped the bleeding. Apart from some slight pain, it didn't affect Han Shoa's movements at all. When the 3 bone spears shot out again and Florida had no choice but to block them, Han Shoa took the opportunity to cast Dark Mist. It was already nighttime, and the sky wasn't all that bright apart from the crescent moon. When Dark Mist appeared, the area around Han Shoa and Florida was completely enveloped in pitch-black darkness. Damn it! Florida's magic staff exploded with blinding light, but it could only illuminate the area around him. He was a bit flustered in defending against the bone spears, and his flying speed slowed down even more. "Kid, I'll take your life first and let your grandfather repay a bit of the debt he owes me." Edwin had finally arrived, and Han Shoa was like a wisp of smoke, quickly disappearing in the direction of the Valley of Sunshine. All that was left in front of him was Florida, who had just blocked the 3 bone spears. Han Shua wouldn't be so stupid as to hide his tracks in front of a dark Grand Magus. Even a truly dead person wouldn't be able to hide when this monster's enormous mental strength covered the area. Therefore, Han Shua could only use his advantage in speed to leave this dangerous area as quickly as possible, leaving Florida to cover his back. When Han Shua's figure gradually faded, the effects of the dark mist also disappeared. When Florida saw the bright moonlight once again appear in the chilly night sky, he also saw Edwin, who was seething with rage from Han Shua's 7 orifices and was about to make an example out of him. In the name of the God of Light, bind all darkness and shackle all light. Florida's mind was thrown into chaos when he saw Edwin. He didn't even think as he released a light magic, shackle of light. Rings of light the size of hula hoops sparkled with a holy and beautiful light as they rolled under the bright moonlight, surrounding Edwin in the center. Each ring of light was filled with the pure element of light and possessed a powerful binding power. This kid has such high attainments in light magic at such a young age. He will become a great thorn in the side of our Calamity Church in the future. It looks like we can't let you leave here alive today. Dark Grand Magus Edwin was unhurried in the face of the restraints of the light rings. His face that had just been filled with rage at Han Shua actually recovered its calm. Edwin chanted a dark magic spell as he waved his magic staff at the approaching shackles of light. A vast and boundless force seemed to tear through everything as it pulverized the 2 shackles of light that had approached first. Suddenly, the remaining rays of light suddenly strung together. Then, the power of thunder and lightning crackled. Lightning suddenly shot out from each ray of light. The shackle of light that had originally been used to restrain the enemy instantly became a powerful killing move that could destroy everything, sweeping even Edwin into it. Oh, you've got some skill all right. You're able to combine thunder and lightning magic with the shackle of light. A soft exclamation sounded out from Edwin's direction amidst a burst of lightning and blinding light. A dark and glossy magic shield then completely covered Edwin as 3 hands of death appeared out of thin air and grabbed the shackle of light covering his body. They forcefully tore apart the rings of light with ferocious strength. It was as if the bolts of lightning couldn't affect the hands of death at all. Florida spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and then continued to run madly in a panic, as if he didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. This spell, which was a fusion of light and lightning elements, was clearly out of his control. The backlash from the excessive consumption of the spell immediately caused serious damage to his body. However, Edwin had easily broken through such a powerful and miraculous attack. The difference of 1 level was indeed difficult to overcome. Florida knew that he would be hard-pressed to escape death if he stayed a moment longer. Although Edwin had broken through the spell that had consumed all of Florida's strength, it had also taken him a bit of time. When Edwin had used his strength to eliminate all of the residual power of the spell, he discovered that Florida had disappeared once again. Florida's mental strength was greatly exhausted at this time, and his body was on the verge of collapse as he flew. However, the Valley of Sunshine finally appeared in front of him after a long chase. He would be able to enter the Valley of Sunshine with just a bit more effort. No matter how much the Cairo mercenary band and Florida schemed against each other, the Cairo mercenary band had to abide by the iron rules of the Valley of Sunshine. Therefore, once Florida entered the Valley of Sunshine, anyone who dared to go on a killing spree in Tanai's territory would be attacked by all factions. Add to that the fact that most of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band was in the Valley of Sunshine. Even Edwin wouldn't be able to do anything to Florida once he entered the Valley of Sunshine. Just as he saw the fences of the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shua's figure also appeared in his line of sight with a cruel smile on his face. He just happened to block Florida's path, obviously not planning on letting him in alive. Chapter 202. If a person made it clear that he wanted to kill you as soon as possible, then if you wanted to live, then the best way was to kill him before he killed you. Han Shua and Florida had been at loggerheads from the start, and the matter of Phoebe had magnified this enmity. Not only had Florida made it clear that he had to kill Han Shua early on, but he'd also made an official move. Han Shuo naturally wouldn't resign himself to his fate. It was now the latter half of the night after a day of pursuit. The bright moon hung high in the sky, looking down on everything below like a giant, icy eye. Strong, frosty winds blew across the towering ancient trees, scattering the thick ice and snow on them in all directions. Rustling sounds rang out incessantly. Han Shuo stood in the air with the demon's lair edge in his right hand. His expression was callous, and his gaze was resolute and emotionless. He was like a towering mountain, towering over Florida's path of hope. Florida only had hope of survival if he could get past Han Shuo. If you step aside now, I promise that I won't make an enemy out of you in the future. Florida's mental strength had been greatly depleted as he'd fled due to the backlash of magic. His injuries were now quite severe, and his strength was much weaker than before. He looked at Han Shuo with a bit of helplessness. Han Shuo's laughter was as cold as an icy cavern as he looked deeply at Florida and shook his head. I'm sorry, I think that your promise will be more effective if you die. Florida knew that there was no way out after these words were spoken. His face hardened and he said darkly, my grandfather is Grand Magus Ferguson of the Church of Light. There's no benefit in making an enemy out of me. Even if you can kill me today, my grandfather won't let you go in the future. Florida was obviously putting on a brave front when he said these words. With his strength, not only did he not frighten Han Shuo by using his grandfather's name to threaten Han Shuo, but it also confirmed that Han Shuo's strength was indeed much weaker than before. Otherwise, Han Shuo wouldn't have wasted time bickering with Han Shuo. If I don't kill you today, I'll have to face both your grandfather and you. But if you die, I'll only have to face your grandfather. So, you should just die. Han Shuo said coldly and immediately began to kill. A pile of pure white bones appeared under the bright moonlight as Han Shuo chanted. They emitted a cold white light and quickly assembled to form a bone cage 3 meters wide and 4 meters tall, rapidly tightening around Florida. As soon as the bone prison was completed, the emotionless Han Shuo suddenly flew out and shot towards Florida like a bolt of lightning. Regardless of whether or not Florida's strength had been greatly reduced, he was still a light archmage after all, and he'd also trained in thunder magic. Han Shuo had seen everything clearly from his hiding place when he'd fought Edwin earlier. He knew that this person's strength was indeed very frightening. Therefore, the wisest course of action for Han Shuo, who had the advantage of magical yuan, was to close the distance between him and Florida. No matter how much strength Florida had left, Han Shuo was confident that he could quickly kill him on the spot as long as the two of them closed the distance. A shockwave of light magic was suddenly released with Florida at the center. Blinding light with the pure and holy power of light took the form of sharp waves and crashed onto the bone cage in front of him. Light magic had always been a natural counter to necromancy magic. The pure and holy power of light blasted over in the form of a shockwave. The originally gleaming white bones seemed to have been corroded over 100 years. The sturdy defense suddenly became so fragile that it shattered with a single blow from Florida's magic staff. With a crack, the bones shattered with a crisp sound. Although he'd walked out of the bone cage, Florida's face was even paler. It was obvious that he'd expended too much mental strength and had exceeded the limits of his body. At this moment, Han Shuo suddenly drew near again. The cold light of the demon's lair edge carried with it the determination to kill as it pierced towards Florida's neck. The magic staff in Florida's left hand suddenly exploded with white light as an enormous force erupted from within. Florida threw the magic staff out to meet Han Shuo's demon's lair edge. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. Florida's staff, made of some unknown material, was pierced through by the demon's lair edge, which had been infused with magical yuan. However, there was a force contained within the magic staff that obstructed Han Shuo for a moment, causing Han Shuo to involuntarily pause in midair. On the other side, Florida had thrown away his magic staff. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and flowed down his neck to stain his chest. His originally handsome face was now as pale as a sheet of white paper. The blood at the corner of his mouth made his appearance even more frightening as he flew towards the Valley of Sunshine at an unsteady pace. High-quality magic staffs could store a portion of the user's magical elements and release them at the most critical moment. Florida's actions just now had obviously been to make use of the last moment to detonate the magical elements within the magic staff and obstruct Han Shua's killing blow. Perhaps he'd received some sort of message from the Cairo mercenary band's vice chief. The berserker Harris was watching from afar with a few experts by his side. They'd long since seen the battle outside, but had only watched from the sidelines and hadn't come out to interfere. Everyone in Tanai was well aware of the enmity between the Cairo mercenary band and the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. As long as Florida entered Tanai, the Cairo mercenary band had the duty to interfere. However, now that Han Shua and Florida were fighting outside the valley, with Harris's hatred for the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, he probably wanted nothing more than for Florida to be killed by Han Shua. Pausing for a moment, Han Shua saw that Florida was about to charge into the Valley of Sunshine and that Edwin had reappeared behind him. Han Shua immediately circulated his magical yuan to the limit without hesitation and transformed into a streak of light smoke in the air, shooting straight for Florida. Suddenly, a fire dragon soared into the air and exploded out of the Valley of Sunshine's fences, abruptly sweeping towards Han Shua. Han Shua had been planning on killing Edwin when he couldn't help but change directions and dodge. He first used the dark mist to move stealthily and then summoned a zombie as a target to unleash the fury of the fire dragon. Han Shua looked down from within the dark mist and discovered that there was an additional fire mage at the fences in front of the Valley of Sunshine's gates. A group of knights on warhorses and wearing the uniforms of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band were also quickly approaching. "Damn it, why are they here?" Harris growled lowly from the fences. Chief, are you alright?" The Rainbow Sickle mercenary band immediately surrounded Florida when they arrived and asked nervously. Florida, still in a state of shock, finally heaved a great sigh of relief when he saw that his people had appeared. He turned his head and pointed viciously at Han Shua, saying, "Kill him." Florida's body went limp as soon as he finished speaking and he actually fainted. It looked like the repeated blows he'd taken along the way had taken a heavy toll on his body. The appearance of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band experts made Han Shua understand that he no longer had a chance to kill Florida. However, when he saw that Florida had fainted, Han Shua understood that although Florida hadn't died this time, he was on the verge of losing half his life. It was unlikely that he'd be able to recover in a short amount of time. Han Shua, who'd been outside the valley, hadn't waited for the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band to make a move as he'd already shot towards Tanai from above, landing a few meters behind Harris. According to the rules of the Valley of Sunshine, even if you had the ability to fly through the air, you still couldn't use this method to travel between Tanai and the outside of the valley. However, Harris and the others of the Cairo mercenary band had clearly seen Han Shua and Florida's fight. The enemy of an enemy was a friend, so Harris not only forgave Han Shua's actions with great magnanimity, he also immediately waved his hands and led the Cairo mercenary band to stand in front of Han Shua. "I'm sorry, but he's already entered the valley. You can't fight without permission in Tanai, or our Cairo mercenary band will definitely interfere." Harris's expression was calm as he gripped his double-bladed battle-axe tightly, ready to make a move at the slightest disagreement. Chief Florida being heavily injured was an enormous blow to the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. Not only had their strength been damaged, but their reputation had also been damaged. The experts of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band all looked at Han Shua with eyes that could spit fire. However, Harris had indicated that he'd do things according to the rules, so they didn't know what to do. Stabilize the chief's injuries first. They'll pay the price as long as the chief is fine. The fire mage who'd attacked Han Shua earlier looked at the deathly pale Florida and suddenly spoke up. This person likely had a very high position within the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. The others didn't say anything else after he'd made this suggestion. They all glared angrily at Han Shua and quickly carried Florida away. "Friend, you must be careful. Florida won't let you off when he wakes up. Although we have the Cairo mercenary band patrolling everywhere in Tanai, we still can't completely stop some people from causing trouble. I think you understand what I mean." Harris's attitude was much better than when he'd first met Han Shua. The cold lines on his face had softened a bit as he advised Han Shua. Florida's heavy injuries were of the greatest help to the Cairo mercenary band. As Florida's rival, Han Shua was a friend of the Cairo mercenary band, so it was no wonder that his attitude was so friendly. The Cairo mercenary band would patrol everywhere in Tanai, but their energy was limited and they couldn't cover every single location. If the exasperated Florida were to wake up, he'd definitely take revenge at all costs with his personality. At that time, he'd likely make his move even in Tanai, so this place wasn't truly safe. Nodding, Han Shua expressed his understanding and smiled faintly. "Thank you, it won't be that easy to kill me." Edwin came over from the distance at this moment and landed on the fence. He stared fixedly at Han Shua and said, "I want to enter the valley, what procedures do I need to go through?" Han Shua's head started to hurt when he heard these words. If such an old monster came, he'd be a bit more of a threat than Florida. However, the Valley of Sunshine had its own rules and wouldn't reject the God of Fortune. "Young man, you're called Brian? After so many years, there are fewer and fewer people who can harm me. I'll remember you." Edwin rubbed his back in pain as he processed the procedures and flashed a deathly pale smile at Han Shua. The wrinkles on his face piled up, making him look quite fierce. "Forget me, I don't want to see you again." Han Shua responded with a wry smile and walked towards Tanai with a headache, thinking of a countermeasure. Edwin came from the Calamity Church and was a dark Grand Magus. He was a respected expert even in the entirety of the Profound Continent. If such a character hadn't been killed immediately, the troubles that would follow would be unimaginable. Han Shua was currently having a terrible headache and wanted to immediately leave the Valley of Sunshine and use the transportation matrix to return to the Cemetery of Death. The night had unknowingly come to an end. When Han Shua arrived at the Dark Mantle stronghold, Emily was still drowsy. When she saw Han Shua appear in front of her, her somewhat dazed eyes gradually cleared up and she said joyfully, "It's good that you're all right. Did you see Trunks?" Nodding, Han Shua said in surprise, "How did you know Trunks was coming?" "The Dark Mantle still has some eyes and ears in Tanai. Trunks entered the valley alone not long after you left. When I learned that he entered the valley and understood that the two of you were very close, I discussed your matters with him. When he learned that Florida wanted to deal with you, he immediately left without another word and flew in the direction of Valen City. Because I needed to stay here and wait for news from above, I didn't go with him." Emily explained. "Elaine's dead, and I was almost killed." Han Shua sighed and said to Emily after sitting down. Hearing that Elaine had died, Emily's beautiful face suddenly revealed a hurt expression. She became completely silent and only sighed after a while, saying softly, "Although Sister Elaine doesn't know martial arts, she's very good at doing things. She's opened a small inn in Valen City and provided the organization with a lot of valuable information. I've helped her a lot, but we've caused her death this time." If Han Shua and Emily hadn't appeared, and if they hadn't been in a hurry to leave Belinda to Elaine's care, Elaine wouldn't have been killed. However, Han Shua didn't have a deep relationship with Elaine, so he didn't feel too much grief. When he saw the hurt expression on Emily's face, he went over and patted Emily's shoulder, speaking some words of comfort. Emily's mood improved under Han Shua's low words of comfort. She then remembered the matter at hand and said to Han Shua, "Just what happened?" When Han Shua recounted everything that had happened in detail to Emily, the many perilous encounters along the way caused Emily's heart to tremble with fear. She was happy for Han Shua's escape, but worried for the danger that he was in. Emily was still a bit shaken even after Han Shua had finished. She reached out to lift up Han Shua's trousers and looked at the wound that had stopped bleeding. She said with heartache, "Don't take such risks in the future. If Belinda's arrow hadn't been in this direction, then wouldn't you have been in great danger? Don't worry, if the direction wasn't right, I naturally wouldn't have waited for death. I would have immediately turned around and fled as far as I could." His previous actions had been effective. Although the wound on Edwin's back wasn't as serious as Florida's, it would still cause him pain for a period of time. "We're really in trouble now." Florida was already very difficult to deal with, and now Edwin has joined the fray. His status in the Calamity Church is very high, and he's even more vicious and cruel. You've even injured him. I really don't know if I should be proud of you or worried for you. Emily's brow furrowed as she sighed. Don't worry, we can return to the cemetery of death if we really can't handle it. As long as there's a place where no one can discover us and a transportation matrix can be set up, we'll be able to attack and retreat as we please. Han Shuo was quite open-minded and comforted Emily with a smile. The old man came over at this moment and knocked on the door, saying softly, Madam Emily, Chief Lordman of the Cairo Mercenary Band requests that you and Madam Brian make a trip to their band. Understood, Grandpa Kanbai. Emily responded softly and then looked at Han Shuo. It looks like we might have an ally. Chapter 203. The sky was already completely bright and the air had become increasingly cool. The millstone-sized sun was slowly rising. The magnificent sunrise rose from the inky blue clouds, sparkling with a bright and gentle red light as it tore through the clouds covering the sky. On the streets in the early morning, Tanai's glorious sunrise was in groups of 2s and 3s, yawning with sleepy expressions as they walked out of the brothels in the shadows of the streets. It looked like they'd exerted quite a bit of effort on the women last night. There really are a lot of tasteless fellows out there. Emily wasn't in a good mood as she coldly glanced at the disheveled man walking out of the alleyway and said with a face full of disgust. Han Shuo didn't feel tired at all after a night of chasing. He looked around with interest and didn't respond. Oh, right, Phoebe came looking for you last night. I said you had some business and went out for a bit. Emily tightened the coat around her chest and turned her head to speak to Han Shuo. She didn't say anything. Han Shuo was slightly taken aback as he remembered what Phoebe had gone to do and asked. No, I don't think she had anything to say to me. Emily replied. She paused and suddenly leaned closer to Han Shuo with a bit of an air of gossip. She lowered her voice and said, Did you do that to her? Shaking his head, Han Shuo put on a serious face and said righteously, How could that be? We've only known each other for a few months. Am I that impatient? TSK, didn't you violate me on the first day you met me? And you even used violent methods. You shameless little scoundrel. Emily was quite disdainful of Han Shuo's response and snorted lightly. Han Shuo couldn't help but laugh when he heard her say this. He didn't feel awkward and instead opened his mouth to quibble. Our situation was a bit special back then. Also, you were a bit too tempting. How could I resist your temptation when I was young and full of vigor? Scoundrel, you only know how to speak nonsense. Emily was infuriated, but she was satisfied with Han Shuo's answer, so she didn't pursue the matter any further. Seeing the joy on Emily's face, Han Shuo knew that she wasn't actually angry. He suddenly thought of a question and asked Emily, Oh right, how did the Cairo Mercenary Band know about that place? Did they know that the shop was controlled by the Dark Mantle? Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, Emily actually nodded her head in admission. Seeing Han Shuo's astonished expression, she finally opened her mouth to explain, the Valley of Sunshine is different from any other city in the Empire. The ones in charge here are the Cairo Mercenary Band. Add to that the fact that this place is limited, they'll interrogate anyone who enters. It's unrealistic to want to maintain privacy here. However, even though the Cairo Mercenary Band knows that we're part of the Dark Mantle, they won't interfere with our operations. This is because our Dark Mantle targets only people or matters that harm the Lancelot Empire. We won't purposely make things difficult for them. Brian. At this moment, Han Shuo and Emily heard Trunk's voice as they walked towards the Cairo Mercenary Band. They turned their heads and discovered that Trunks had appeared on the back of his manticore from the direction of the valley. There were still some indistinct traces of blood on Trunks and the manticore. The experts of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band that had fallen behind the man and beast had angry expressions on their faces. It looked like they'd suffered a bit. His sharp gaze roamed over Trunks' body, but Han Shuo didn't discover any traces of damage to his clothes. It looked like the blood on him and the manticore had come from the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band behind them. Are you all right? Han Shua asked with a slight smile when Trunks arrived on his manticore. They're just a few useless traitors, how could they have hurt me? Right, how are things on your side? Did you take care of that despicable scum Florida? Trunks first responded confidently and then stared fixedly at Han Shua. Spreading out his hands and making a helpless expression, Han Shua sighed. He was rescued when he reached the entrance. However, I think that it'll take at least a month or two for Florida to recover from all his injuries. Huh, that's good. I came to the Valley of Sunshine this time to take his life. It looks like you've already done most of the work for me, I thank you in advance. Trunks laughed long and hard as he looked at the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band members behind him. Traitors, go back and tell Florida that I, Trunks, have returned. I must avenge Annie this time, he will die by my hands. The Rainbow Sickle Mercenaries all had looks of hatred on their faces when they heard this, but they seemed to know that Trunks wasn't to be trifled with. They only snorted coldly and walked around Han Shua, Trunks, and the other two, heading in another direction. Trunks, why have you come to the Valley of Sunshine? Also, what enmity do you have with Florida? Han Shua finally couldn't help but ask at this moment. The merchants on the streets of the Tanai of the Sunshine Valley had already begun to rise, and the originally deserted streets had become a bit more lively. Trunks looked left and right, his expression a bit downcast as he said, "This isn't the place to talk. Let's find a place to talk and I'll tell you in detail." All right. Han Shua nodded in agreement. Wait a bit, Lorden of the Cairo Mercenary Band has an appointment with us. Why don't you guys talk in detail after we return? Emily couldn't help but remind Han Shua when she saw that Han Shua and Trunks seemed to want to immediately find a quiet place to talk. Han Shua finally reacted after hearing her words and said apologetically to Trunks, Lorden of the Cairo Mercenary Band sent someone to meet us early in the morning. He wants us to make a trip to the Cairo Mercenary Band. Why don't we talk in a bit? Nodding in understanding, Trunks walked shoulder to shoulder with Han Shua and said confidently, let's go, I'm also looking for Lorden. Let's go together. You know him? Han Shua started and asked Trunks in surprise. Of course, I also spent some time in the Valley of Sunshine a few years ago. I'm familiar with many of the people here. Trunks responded matter-of-factly. Emily revealed a startled expression when she heard these words and looked at Trunks thoughtfully. There were no shops or streets in the depths of Tanai, only some towering cliffs and some towering ancient trees that covered the sky. Trunks seemed to be quite familiar with this place as he led Han Shua and Emily inside. The terrain in the depths of the Valley of Sunshine is extremely precipitous. However, after passing through a narrow cliff, there's a large piece of flat land. That place has always been the residence of the strongest powers in the Valley of Sunshine. The Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band was stationed there a few years ago. If it wasn't for Florida's sinister plot to assassinate the old chief, the Cairo Mercenary Band would still be in another place. Trunks walked in and introduced the place to Han Shua and Emily. There was a Cairo Mercenary Band standing guard every few meters as they walked in. However, the distance between them was a bit far and the three weren't afraid of being overheard by others. Right, Trunks, what kind of grudge do you have with Florida? Han Shua couldn't help but ask when he saw that it was quiet enough. Actually, I used to be a member of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band. I was still a senior swordsman and had always been taken care of by the old chief. The old chief's daughter, Annie, treated you like an older brother. My days in the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band were very comfortable. That was until Florida appeared. The young Florida had a dazzling radiance. He received special treatment when he joined the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band. Not only did the old leader think highly of him, even Annie admired him a lot. I also had a good relationship with him. However, Florida's goal in coming to the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band was to completely take control of it. Even though the old chief had already entrusted Annie to him, he felt that the old chief had lived for too long. In the end, he colluded with bandits and leaked our whereabouts, causing the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band to suffer heavy losses. The old chief died in the bandits' encirclement and Annie also went missing. It's likely that she's met with misfortune. I was lucky enough to escape and saw Florida talking to the bandit leader. Only then did I understand everything. From then on, I made up my mind to get rid of Florida sooner or later. It was a pity that after Florida took control of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, he also invited a force from the Church of Light and took control of the situation in an extremely short amount of time, grasping the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band in his hands. Back then, I only had the strength of a senior swordsman and led some of the remaining soldiers loyal to the old chief in an attempt to assassinate Florida. In the end, we were routed and fled in panic. Many close friends died tragically in that battle. It was with the determination to take revenge that I snuck into the dark forest to train myself. I waited for 3 years and knew that the curtains to the next competition for the strongest powers in the Valley of Sunshine would soon open. I knew that Florida, unwilling to be left out, would surely compete with the Cairo mercenary band. I thought this was an opportunity and so I came back. Trunks calmly recounted the events of the past. Trunks' expression was cold from beginning to end, as if he was narrating something that had nothing to do with him. However, the listening Han Shua and Emily could feel the boundless hatred buried deep within Trunks' heart from the events themselves. When Trunks finished, Han Shua looked deeply at Trunks and revealed a radiant smile. It looks like we can join forces again. I think Florida will die without a doubt this time. Of course, he will. Trunks said confidently and then looked at Emily with interest, then looked at Han Shua. He asked with a strange expression, "What's going on with you two? If I remember correctly, you captured this lady alive back then. Why are you two together now?" Chuckling loudly, Han Shua winked at Trunks and said, "Sometimes it's very easy for enemies to become friends, especially between men and women." "I understand, ha." Trunks laughed involuntarily and nodded in understanding. "You two crazy fellows." Emily was a bit embarrassed by their words. She rolled her eyes at them and snorted angrily. As they chatted and laughed, they passed through the narrow cliff and arrived at a wide, flat area. This area was mainly made of dark green rocks, piled up into many tall buildings. These buildings weren't particularly exquisite or beautiful, but were completely practical. They looked thick and sturdy, as if they were very resistant to attacks. On the way to those buildings, there was a spacious training field. Dozens of muscular mercenaries were training with all kinds of weapons. In a dense forest not far away, several mages were casting magic, and some people were meditating even further away. This place is large enough and the buildings are sturdy enough. Because there's only one natural stronghold that leads here, it's very safe. It's been the last line of defense in the Valley of Sunshine for many years. Trunks explained to Han Shua and Emily as they walked. Trunks, why are you back? Harris of the Cairo mercenary band was standing at the entrance of the square in high spirits, as if he'd been waiting for Han Shua and the others. He was obviously very surprised when he saw Trunks and couldn't help but exclaim softly. "Harris, it's been a long time since I've seen you. You look even more sturdy than before. But Florida has been doing quite well these past few years. It looks like you haven't taken your revenge yet." Trunks had a hint of ridicule on his face as he spoke to Harris from afar. "Humph, didn't you also run away with serious injuries? What right do you have to talk to me?" Harris's expression was stiff as he shouted angrily. "Forget it, I have nothing to say to you. Let's go, take me to see Loriton." Trunks frowned and curled his lips, urging Harris to lead the way. After crossing the square, Harris brought the three of them to a huge building. Loud rumbling sounds came from the building in the distance. When Han Shua and the other two walked in, they couldn't help but be astonished by the scene in front of them. A bald, burly man with a height of more than 2 meters had half of his body exposed. He was only wearing a pair of shorts. The muscles on his body bulged and were as hard as iron and stone. The blue veins all over his body were pulsating, full of terrifying explosive power. There was a small mountain of dark green rock on his back. The rock was 3 times the size of his body, and he quickly retreated with the rock on his back. His body and the rock crashed into a stone pillar so thick that it would take 3 people to wrap their arms around it, making a deafening rumbling sound. Sweat trickled down his body, flowing along the lines of his muscles. His dark skin shone with a healthy luster, and his bald head, without a single strand of hair, glistened with a glossy sheen. Amidst the rumbling sounds of collisions, the burly man's body trembled repeatedly. The wide stone pillar behind him made ka-cha-bang sounds, and the entire building seemed to be trembling under the violent collisions, making people worry that the building would collapse at any moment. When the 3 of them arrived, he slammed against the wall 5 times in a row before finally throwing the boulder on his body to the side with a loud rumble. The entire ground trembled as if there was an earthquake, and the loud rumbling reverberated throughout the building. When Han Shuo and the other 2 arrived, the burly man slammed into the pillar 5 times before finally throwing the rock on his back to the side. The entire ground trembled as if there was an earthquake, and the loud rumbling sounds lingered in the building. Han Shuo's heart couldn't help but tremble as he knew that the strength of this person's physical body had already reached an astonishing level. "Trunks, why have you come back?" The burly man's eyes shone with a strange light as he looked at Trunks in astonishment. "Loridan, it's been a few years since we've seen each other. It looks like your physical body has already been tempered to the extreme. You could already go berserk twice before, and it looks like you've gone up another level now. I wonder if you can go berserk thrice and reach the legendary 3 strong levels of the berserkers." Trunks revealed an expression of interest as he stared at Loridan. Revealing a strange smile, Loridan didn't respond to Trunks' question and focused his attention on Han Shuo, saying, "You're the one who almost killed Florida." Nodding, Han Shuo said with a smile, "Indeed. What instructions do you have for me, Chief Loridan?" "I'd like to discuss a business deal with you, but you'll have to take a punch from me first. Let me measure your strength and see if you're worth it for me to hand over that shop to you." Loridan laughed loudly as his fan-sized fist smashed towards Han Shuo's head with a forceful, domineering aura. Han Shuo was slightly startled, and then discovered that the punch had already arrived in front of him. The berserk power contained within made Han Shuo pale with fright. What surprised Han Shuo even more was that this surge of power sealed off all of Han Shuo's paths of retreat, giving him no chance of dodging at all. Han Shuo's face was aghast as he immediately focused all of his attention and circulated his magical yuan to the limit, planning on taking this punch head-on. Chapter 204. The iron fist that could split mountains and split rocks came crashing down, the ferocious force causing the air to crackle. The boundless dominance that was like a torrential river made all the pores on Han Shuo's skin stand on end. Han Shuo took a deep breath and circulated his magical yuan to his right hand. When he activated his magical yuan to the limit, Han Shuo's right hand actually turned the color of black jade. Pure white bones were embedded in his jade-like right hand, sparkling with a faint light. A cloud of purple magical energy curled around the center of his right palm, giving off the appearance of a raging flame. Trunks and Emily, who'd been shocked out of their wits and about to intervene, froze in place and shut their mouths when they saw Han Shuo's right hand suddenly change. When Han Shuo's right hand changed, Han Shuo, who'd been in a defensive position, suddenly darted out with lightning speed. He then pulled his right hand back and a bolt of purple lightning suddenly appeared, violently striking Loridan's fist. An ear-splitting boom rang out, even louder than when Loridan had struck the pillar with the boulder. The entire hall reverberated with this enormous sound. A force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas suddenly surged madly from his right hand into Han Shuo's body. The strength of this force was beyond Han Shuo's imagination. If it wasn't for the fact that Han Shuo's body was also abnormally tough, Han Shuo's right fist would have exploded into pieces upon contact. Even so, Han Shuo's body still couldn't help but fly backwards and fall towards the door of the hall. He crashed into the dark green rock with a crack, his body falling limply to the ground. Chief Loridan of the Cairo mercenary band didn't move an inch with his rock-solid body, but an icy aura spread from his fist to his entire body, causing the trickling sweat on his body to instantly turn into translucent beads of sweat. White smoke quickly rose from his body as the cold aura enveloped him. "Are you all right?" Emily moved quickly and arrived in front of Han Shuo in the blink of an eye. She stretched out her hand to help Han Shuo up and asked worriedly. His right fist was numb all the way to his shoulder, and it was still trembling slightly. Han Shuo panted heavily, his heart filled with shock. He was shocked by Loridan's strength. "Loridan, it looks like your strength has definitely improved. Don't think that I can't see through you just because you've held back. Perhaps you've already achieved the power of 3 berserk transformations." Trunks' eyes sparkled as he stared at Loridan's body. Han Shuo, who was about to console Emily, was even more shocked when he heard Trunks' words. From Trunks' words, Han Shuo knew that the violent punch just now hadn't been Loridan's true strength. Just based on the tyrannical strength of the punch just now, Han Shuo was sure that Loridan wasn't inferior to an Earth Knight or Swordmaster like Clark Phoebe. This wasn't even his true strength. If Loridan had exploded with his full strength, it would have been even more shocking. No wonder he was able to take the position of chief of the Cairo mercenary band and control the Order of the Valley of Sunshine. Crunching sounds rang out from Loridan's frozen body. The sweat that had been frozen into beads of ice rolled off his body and onto the ground like sparkling pearls, shattering into ice shards when they collided with the stone floor. He couldn't help but shiver as he sneezed loudly. He then put on a fur cloak and wrapped it around his sturdy body. Only then did he look at Han Shuo in astonishment. "What technique is this? I can't feel any fighting aura or magic, so why does it have the same power as a combination of fighting aura and magic? I also can't feel any undulations of fighting aura or magic on your body, but your strength isn't inferior to a swordmaster who's trained in fighting aura." "There's nothing to be surprised about." Han Shuo shrugged and responded with a smile. "Us berserkers have a special training method that focuses on the physical body. You're not a berserker, so how can you be like this? This is very strange." Loridan shook his head in puzzlement and responded. "All right, I don't think you've called us over to interrogate us about these things, right?" Han Shuo calmly walked forward and sat down on a stone chair not far from Loridan. He even called Trunks and Emily over. After experiencing the exchange just now, Han Shuo understood that Loridan's strength was likely stronger than his. However, the Cairo mercenary band's current enemy was the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band that was most likely to threaten their position. Loridan definitely wouldn't harm them if he called them over, so Han Shuo was quite relaxed. Emily and Trunks also walked casually to Han Shuo's side when they saw that Han Shuo was so relaxed. They pulled over a stone chair and sat down. "Harris, how's Florida's condition after returning to the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band?" Loridan actually revealed a look of praise when he saw Han Shuo and the others' casualness. He turned his head to look at Harris and asked. "After entering the valley this morning, Florida suddenly fainted in front of Tanai's door and was then brought back to the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. According to our observations, Florida hasn't woken up yet, so we don't know what his current condition is." Harris displayed the proper respect when facing Loridan and quickly responded to Loridan's question. Nodding, Loridan rubbed his shiny bald head, seeming to ponder something. After a while, Loridan looked at Han Shuo and said in a loud voice, "Your strength isn't bad. I'd originally hoped that you'd consider joining our Cairo mercenary band, but since you know Trunks, you probably won't be willing to join us. I'm well aware of Florida's strength. I tested you just now, and I think it's impossible for you to heavily injure him with your strength alone. Not to mention that he has some experts from the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band with him. Can you tell me what's going on?" "An enemy helped me. Edwin, who came in this morning, is an enemy of Florida's grandpa. Florida ran into Edwin on the way, and the two of them fought in the end. I just happened to take advantage of the situation." Han Shuo answered honestly. There was nothing to hide about this matter now that the facts were laid out in front of him. Edwin, the Calamity Church's dark Grand Magus Edwin. That old monster has entered the valley? Loridan was startled and turned to look at Harris. It should be him. There's also a masked woman who entered the valley after a while and is currently with him. Harris nodded and responded to Loredan. This person is very difficult to deal with. Is he your enemy? Loredan rubbed his shiny bald head again, appearing a bit troubled. Loredan, I've never heard of you being afraid of anyone in all these years. Don't tell me that you're afraid of an old man. It looks like although your strength has increased, your courage has shrunk. Trunks seemed to know Loredan's habit when he saw him rub his head and couldn't help but mock him. I'm not afraid of him, I'm just afraid of the Calamity Church behind him. This is the strongest evil cult on the Profound Continent. They never follow the rules or reason when they do things, and their power is enormous. Once provoked, it'll be a battle to the death. I'm afraid that any country on the continent would be very wary of them, not to mention our Valley of Sunshine. Loredan rubbed his head and said in annoyance. The Calamity Church was the calamity and nightmare of the entire continent. They held some unreasonable and crazy obsessions and used their power to destroy all people or countries that didn't match their wishes. Even the Lancelot Empire treated the Calamity Church as if they were facing a great enemy, not to mention a large mercenary band. Just from this point, it could be seen that the Calamity Church was indeed very frightening. Edwin is my enemy, and also Florida's enemy. Now that he's arrived in Tanai, I think he'll definitely make a move. Han Shua didn't have any expression on his face as he spoke indifferently. I've heard that Miss Phoebe of Buzd is helping you purchase a shop. That shop is in a forbidden area in Tanai. It's said that it's been cursed by an evil god. Anyone who takes over that shop will have their blood sucked dry and die. Do you really want that shop? Loredan didn't speak about Edwin and instead brought up this matter with interest. That's right, I've never believed in the curse of an evil god. I hope Chief Loredan can sell that shop to me. Han Shua admitted frankly and said to Loredan. Brian, why would you want that shop? I've heard a bit about that place. Many people died there when the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band was in power. We even went in to investigate, but didn't find anything. It's an ominous place, don't take the risk. Trunks was quite surprised when he heard of this matter and turned back with a frown to persuade Han Shua. Emily was also taken aback and turned to look at Han Shua. She exclaimed, no, don't take the risk. I've also heard of that place, there are some unbelievable curses in there. You can't take that place. There are still a few empty shops in Tanai. I just want to know, why have you set your eyes on that one? Loredan obviously didn't care about Han Shua's death. He only cared about Han Shua's intentions, so he asked about Han Shua's intentions. I can't say anything about this, but I hope you can give that shop to me. I'll pay you a reasonable price. Han Shua understood from Loredan's words that Phoebe hadn't succeeded yesterday. Loredan looked like a brawny, simple-minded man, but Han Shua knew that this person wasn't as simple as he appeared. Otherwise, he would have already sold the cursed land to Phoebe without a care in the world. Of course, this is your private matter and I have no right to interfere. However, I'm the one in charge of Tanai's shop, so I have the right not to sell it to you. Loredan laughed heartily with a confident expression. Taking a deep breath, Han Shua said, all right, I won't force you since you don't want to sell it. If there's nothing else, I think we can leave now. It looks like there's nothing worth staying in the Valley of Sunshine. We should leave. Perhaps you really do have to leave, but Trunks should stay. Ha, isn't that right, Trunks? Loredan said with a calm expression as he gazed at Trunks. Trunks snorted coldly and glared angrily at Loredan. It was obvious that Loredan had hit the nail on the head. Han Shua was determined to obtain the place of extreme water in the place of extreme een. Han Shua had only pretended to leave because he wanted to haggle with Loredan. Who would have thought that Loredan would seem to understand something and actually latch on to Trunks' weakness? Loredan had observed Han Shua and Trunks' expressions from the moment he'd entered and was certain that the two had a close relationship. He'd brought up the matter of the shop as a bargaining chip when he'd first punched out, causing Han Shua to forcefully exchange blows with him. This made Lorton understand that Han Shua really did care a great deal about the shop. I've said from the start that I want to discuss a business deal with you. I've already tested your strength just now and you do indeed have the qualifications to sit down and talk with me. Now that Florida is here, this matter will be a bit easier. This is a matter that benefits both sides. Are you interested? Lorton had an expression that said he wasn't afraid that Han Shua wouldn't agree as he chuckled. Speak, what business deal? Han Shua lay down lazily in his chair and flicked a glance at Lorton, speaking faintly. It's very simple. You guys continue with your business, which is to kill Florida. Our Cairo mercenary band will be responsible for providing information, and we can guarantee that the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band won't mobilize a large force to deal with you. After this is done, you'll get the shop for free, Trunks will have his revenge, and we'll have one less threat. Isn't this a happy ending for everyone? Lorton's proposal was something that Han Shua couldn't refuse. Looking at it left and right, it was a win-win situation for all three parties. However, Han Shua didn't immediately agree. He was silent for a while and suddenly said, "You guys also need to help us deal with Edwin. Otherwise, our safety won't be guaranteed with this person around. Friend, don't ask for too much. Actually, if we go find Edwin, it might be better to work with him." Lorton shook his head and declined with a darkened face. All right then, go work with Edwin. Han Shua spread out his hands with a nonchalant expression. The Calamity Church wasn't a benevolent bunch. Anyone who worked with them had to be careful of playing with fire, especially Edwin, who was a dark Grand Magus. If Lorton worked with him, then the situation would likely be out of his control. In addition, the Calamity Church had a notorious record on the continent that angered even the gods. If the Cairo mercenary band worked with Edwin, then it would be a fatal blow to their mercenary band's reputation once this matter was revealed. At that time, all the merchants in Tanai would be infuriated, and their transcendent position in the Valley of Sunshine would be severely challenged. Han Shua had seen this point and thus said this. We can't help you deal with Edwin. It's unwise to offend him for Florida's matter, but we can use our advantage in Tanai to provide you with information about Edwin's movements. No matter where he wants to go, we'll inform you in advance. This way, your safety will be greatly increased. This is also the limit of what we can do. Otherwise, we really can't discuss business. Lorton's face was dark as he spoke slowly. All right, then this matter is settled. Han Shua understood that this was the greatest concession Lorton could make. The threat of the Calamity Church was too great, and the Cairo mercenary band naturally wasn't willing to become enemies with them unless it was absolutely necessary. I'm very happy to work with you. If you're willing, you can stay for lunch before leaving. Lorton seemed to be in a good mood when he saw that the matter had been settled and suggested with a hearty laugh. No, we still have matters to discuss. Han Shua declined politely and then walked out with Emily, Trunks, and the other two. Brian, are you very familiar with Miss Phoebe of the Buzzed Merchant Guild? Trunks' expression was a bit odd on the way back as he suddenly stopped in a secluded area and looked at Han Shua. Nodding, Han Shua said, That's right, we're very close. She's my girlfriend, what about it? A strange luster appeared on Trunks' handsome face under the sunlight as he looked deeply at Han Shua. Brian, you see, the Valley of Sunshine is a wondrous place. As long as you have the ability, you can establish your own power. If we can develop with the Valley of Sunshine as the center, we'll be able to have our own power. You have Miss Phoebe as a friend and will be able to obtain enough gold coins. I have some experienced mercenaries in my hands right now. We can completely use these resources to form our own mercenary band and establish a power that is in our own hands. As long as we have great power in our hands, we'll be able to obtain even more things and won't have to constantly be restrained by others. Actually, with Lorton's own strength, he wasn't afraid of that old monster Edwin at all. Add on Tanai and the Cairo mercenary band, it wouldn't be too difficult for Lorton to kill Edwin. He was only afraid of the Calamity Church behind Edwin. He was so wary of Florida not only because of Florida's own strength, but also because of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band in his hands. After all, one person's strength is unable to contend against a large power. As long as we work hard and combine our current advantages, along with the special place like the Valley of Sunshine, we can completely establish our own power. This way, no matter where we go in the future, our words will have different weight when we have this power in our hands. These words were filled with hot-bloodedness as they bombarded Han Shua's mind like a bucket of wisdom. In that instant, Han Shua suddenly understood something. A demonic heart that wasn't willing to be ordinary to begin with suddenly beat more and more violently. You're saying that the two of us should work hard and establish our own power? Han Shua's voice sounded a bit agitated, greatly different from his usual indifference. Nodding his head heavily, Trunks continued, "That's right. A group of brothers from the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band have received my message and are currently stationed in the mountain ranges around the Valley of Sunshine. However, although my brothers have extraordinary strength, they've been a bit down because they've lost the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band as their home. However, their strength and quality are undeniably good. I've hunted down all kinds of magical beast cores in the dark forest these past few years and greedily plundered some wealth. I've accumulated a bit, but it's still a bit difficult to maintain the operations of a large mercenary band. Since you have a close relationship with Miss Phoebe, I can use my current connections to form a mercenary band if I can obtain a sum of gold coins." When the mercenary band reaches a certain scale and has its own reputation, not only will we not need to invest additional gold coins, but we can also obtain large amounts of gold coins through various missions and methods to slowly strengthen our power. If our mercenary band can be like the Cairo mercenary band and maintain order in the Valley of Sunshine, we can obtain hundreds of thousands of gold coins and taxes every year by protecting the interests of merchants. With such a power in our hands, our status will be completely different in front of any person or country. Brian, Trunks' suggestion isn't bad. The organization won't care about your other identity. The stronger your other identity is, the more useful you'll be to the organization. Then, your speed of advancement will be even faster. This is mutually reinforcing. If you make it to a certain scale, perhaps the higher-ups will send people to help you and give you even more privileges. Emily was also a woman full of ambition. Her expression was joyful when she heard this, and her voice was also a bit excited as she spoke to Han Shua. "Come, let's go back and discuss this properly." Han Shua had already made up his mind and spoke lowly with a strange smile on his face. Chapter 205. In the hotel that Han Shua and Phoebe had booked in the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shua, Phoebe, Emily, and Trunks sat down in the middle of Han Shua's room with excited expressions. All of them were a bit excited. After a short conversation, Han Shua knew that Trunks had gathered a few dozen mercenaries from the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band to deal with Florida. They hadn't entered the valley immediately, but were instead waiting in a cave outside the valley, waiting for Trunks' orders. Trunks had been a member of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band before and had a wealth of experience as a mercenary. He understood all the processes of a mercenary band's operations, and what he lacked now was the funds to register the mercenary guild and maintain the band's normal operations. Phoebe was in charge of the Boost Merchant Guild, and the guild alone could provide many lucrative jobs. In addition, the guild was rich and imposing, and could temporarily take care of the lack of funds. Emily had a strong information network in the Dark Mantle, and with her position and identity in the Dark Mantle, she could absolutely provide Han Shua and Trunks with a lot of valuable information. This was also very useful. Not only was Emily quite excited after the conversation, but even Phoebe was also quite interested. Han Shua was well aware of Trunks' skills and strength. Once this mercenary band was established and started operating, business would certainly not be too bad. "Trunks, calculate how many gold coins you're still lacking." Han Shua looked at Trunks and asked. Up until now, both Han Shua and Phoebe had expressed strong interest. As the current owner of the Boost Merchant Guild, Phoebe's problem of funds shouldn't be too hard to solve. When Trunks heard Han Shua ask about the most important matter, he said with a bit of excitement, the mercenary guild will be registered and the price will be calculated according to the number of members. Each member's salary, equipment, weapons, and warhorses, as well as the mercenary band's location will all require gold coins. Currently, only 50 to 60 people had come to the Valley of Sunshine. These people were the backbone of the former Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. They'd only need to invest 20,000 gold coins to form a new mercenary band. In the future, depending on the number of members and their strength, we may need to increase the cost. However, once our mercenary group's name is known and we have our own stable partners, not only will we not need to continue investing gold coins, but we can also continue to accumulate gold coins and slowly increase our strength. Glancing at Phoebe and then at Trunks, Han Shua smiled faintly. I've reaped great rewards from my last trip to the Dark Forest. I think that the wealth I gained from that trip is enough to establish this mercenary band. During his last trip to the underground world, Han Shua had obtained large amounts of gems and crystals from the Dark Elves and Lizard Men. Adding on the jewels he'd obtained from the Forest Troll's sacred ground, it was even more than what he'd given to Phoebe last time. Therefore, when Han Shua took out all the wealth he'd accumulated during this time from his space ring and placed them in the hall, whether it was Phoebe, Emily, or even Trunks, they were all dumbfounded and shocked to the core. Under the illumination of the lights, dazzling multicolored light shone from all kinds of gems and jade. The wealth piled up to the size of a small mountain. Even wealthy people like Emily and Phoebe, who were used to seeing such sights, were momentarily dazed. Oh, my gosh, where did you get all these things from? Emily exclaimed, her beautiful face filled with shock as she stared at Han Shua. Last time was a pile of treasures, and this time it's even bigger. The wealth here is absolutely worth 50,000 gold coins if converted into gold coins. Where did you get all of this? Emily was also astonished and exclaimed in disbelief. On the other side, Trunks shook his head with a wry smile after a brief moment of daze. He said, I stayed in the dark forest for 3 years and hunted hundreds of magical creatures, but I didn't even earn 10,000 gold coins. You're truly incredible. Help me convert these things into gold coins, and then give 30,000 gold coins to Trunks as the initial investment for establishing the mercenary band. I'll leave the rest with you. Help me purchase the materials I need. Han Shua smiled faintly and said to Phoebe. Before Han Shua and Phoebe had confirmed their relationship, Han Shua had already placed a great deal of trust in her. Now that the two of them had been intimate with each other, he naturally had even less scruples. Phoebe also felt that Han Shua's trust was a matter of course. She nodded her head in agreement and smiled lightly. Don't worry, I'll help you take care of everything. The Valley of Sunshine is the best place to do business. I'll help you convert these things into gold coins in the next 2 days. Emily was obviously a bit jealous when she saw that Han Shua had entrusted this enormous fortune to Phoebe without reservation. However, she also knew that as the owner of the Boost Merchant Guild, Phoebe was the most suitable person to do this sort of thing, so she didn't say much. Where did you get this bow from? Just as Phoebe was putting these items away into her space ring, Trunks suddenly walked over with a face full of astonishment. He picked up a bow with an odd pattern on it and asked Han Shua. Han Shua suddenly remembered that this bow had come from a dark elf. A dark elf had once used up all of his life force to draw an arrow with this bow, causing heavy damage to Dark Dragon Gilbert. Afterwards, when Han Shua had obtained this bow, he hadn't discovered anything after studying it for a while. Add to that the fact that Han Shua wasn't willing to use his life to draw an arrow, he'd thrown it into his space ring and hadn't asked about it. I obtained it from a dark elf family in the underground world. This bow is quite odd, it seems to be able to absorb a person's life force to shoot a terrifying arrow. Han Shua explained. My gosh, this should be the bow that was cursed by Rose. Legend has it that the dark elves worshipped the evil goddess Rose and cursed this bow. It can absorb the user's life force and shoot a frighteningly powerful shot. Only perverted Avengers would use it without regard for their own life and death. Emily cried out in surprise. It looked like she'd heard of the legend of this bow. Correct, it's this bow. However, I've heard that before this bow was cursed, it was a wondrous treasure that could amplify thunder magic. If a thunder mage took this bow and used it, they would be able to shoot an astonishing amount of lightning. It's extremely powerful. Trunks grabbed the bow and said to Han Shuo, "Keep it, maybe someone will be able to remove the curse in the future. If the curse is removed, then this bow will definitely be a treasure that thunder mages will fight over." Emily thought for a moment and said to Han Shuo, "Even if this bow that could absorb life force was taken out to be sold, there probably wouldn't be many people who would dare buy it." As a demonic cultivator, as his strength increased, Han Shuo could use his magical yuan to forge magical weapons with a matrix. Perhaps there would be a way to remove the curse on it in the future. Therefore, under Emily's persuasion, Han Shuo nodded and put the bow away. He said, "That's a good idea. Perhaps we can use the altar to communicate with the evil god and remove the curse. We can try it in the future." After obtaining Clarendon's memories, Han Shuo understood a few ways to communicate with the evil god. In principle, as long as you could provide the evil god with enough sacrifices, you would receive the evil god's corresponding favor. This was actually another form of business. After a while, all of the glowing jewels in the hall had been stored away by Phoebe into her space ring. Han Shuo then thought for a moment and took out another batch of dwarf-forged weapons, handing a heavy battle-axe to Trunks. Han Shuo said with a smile, "What do you think of the quality?" Trunks' eyes had already lit up when Han Shuo had taken out these weapons, and he picked up the battle-axe without a trace of politeness. The sharp surface of the battle-axe was as bright as a mirror, and when Trunks shook it in his hand, the whistling sound of the wind actually came from the axe. As the battle-axe swayed in his hand, there was a chilling killing intent to it. "Good stuff, where did you get it?" Trunks was overjoyed as he looked at Han Shuo. These weapons were all forged by the dwarves. Perhaps there are some things inside that will be suitable for our companions. Han Shuo smiled faintly and responded, I'm sure they'll like it. The dwarves are famed for their skill in forging weapons on the continent. When you took out these weapons just now, I knew they weren't ordinary items." Trunks didn't stand on ceremony and readily stored all of these weapons into his space ring. He was silent for a moment afterwards and looked casually at Han Shuo, saying with a smile, "Captain, everything is ready now, we're just waiting for you to pick a resounding name." Han Shuo was startled when he heard these words, and then he waved his hands with a smile, declining, "I only want the position of vice captain, that's enough. You should be the real captain, you can decide the name of the mercenary band." Trunks, who had been all smiles just now, suddenly straightened his face and firmly refused, "You must be the captain of the mercenary band. There's no room for discussion on this matter. If you refuse, then I'd rather refuse your good intentions and everything I've said before will be null and void." Emily and Phoebe had actually long since wanted to ask just who the master of the mercenary band was. However, it didn't seem very good to ask this out loud, so they'd held it back and decided to take some time to discuss it with Han Shuo. To the two girls, if they were to put in any effort for the mercenary band, it would only be if it was Han Shuo's. They weren't familiar with Trunks, and naturally didn't have any friendship to speak of. Although Han Shuo and Trunks seemed to have a good relationship, they obviously wouldn't agree to put their lives on the line for Trunks. The two girls showed intense interest when the thought that had been bothering them was brought up by Trunks. Two pairs of beautiful eyes constantly roamed between Han Shuo and Trunks, anxiously waiting for the two's decision. "Trunks, I don't know anything about the formation and management of a mercenary band. If I were to be the captain, it would indeed be a bit inappropriate." Han Shuo really didn't know what a mercenary band needed to pay attention to, so he spoke up. "No problem, you just need to give guidance on the big picture. As the vice captain, I can take care of these small matters for you. Brian, only with you as the captain will Miss Emily and Miss Phoebe spend their energy to help us. I don't have the energy to win them over." Trunks laughed self-deprecatingly and winked at Han Shuo, speaking meaningfully. If that's the case, then don't decline." Emily didn't seem embarrassed at all, as if Trunks' words were a matter of course. Phoebe also nodded with an apathetic expression and said to Han Shua, "That's right, only with you as the captain will I unconditionally help this mercenary band." "Alright, men should be more decisive. Hurry up and decide on the name of the mercenary band. Let me register with the Mercenary Association and officially provide a new home for my brothers." Trunks looked at Han Shua and urged. Han Shua was actually more aware of the current situation than anyone else. When he saw that everything that needed to be done and said had been settled, he no longer hesitated and readily agreed. "Alright, then let's call it the Soul Destroyer Mercenary Band." "You're such a hypocrite. You've already thought of the name, and you still say you don't want to take this position. You just had to pretend to decline. You're really shameless." Trunks couldn't help but laugh when he heard Han Shua quickly announce the name. He couldn't help but curse Han Shua. Emily and Phoebe also looked at Han Shua with astonishment, as if they hadn't expected that Han Shua would think of a name so quickly. They also knew that Han Shua indeed had the intention of taking charge of this mercenary band long ago. It seemed that his previous excuses were indeed just polite words. He's always been this shameless. Emily and Phoebe agreed with Trunks' cursing and actually opened their mouths to say the same thing. When the two girls finished speaking, they discovered that their words were exactly the same as the other person's. This made them feel extremely amused and they couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Alright, let's call it the Soul Destroyer Mercenary Band. I'm going to get things done now, you guys can also get busy," Trunks said. Chapter 206. Once the matter was settled, the hot-blooded youths with money and connections moved quickly. Florida's injuries were quite serious, and from the Cairo mercenary band's news, he was still in a coma. Edwin's every move was closely monitored when he arrived in the Valley of Sunshine. He'd stayed in a hotel for the past couple of days and didn't walk around. It looked like he was planning on stabilizing the injury on his back first. Trunks immediately left the Valley of Sunshine after confirming matters with Han Shua. He said that he wanted to discuss with his mercenary brothers and settle the matters that needed to be done soon. He also wanted to tell them the good news that Florida had been seriously injured. Phoebe had received Han Shua's large sum of wealth and appeared in Tanai Valley of Sunshine over the past couple of days. She used her connections to find a few large merchants to discuss matters of sale, and also continued to help Han Shua purchase the materials needed to refine the wood and water elite zombies. Emily stayed in the Dark Mantle stronghold and seemed to be communicating with the higher-ups. It seemed that the senior executives of the Dark Mantle were planning on making a big move against Bob Asher this time. Trunks, who was familiar with the matter, was busy setting up the mercenary band. Han Shua didn't have much to do after the issue of gold coins had been resolved. He used the 2 days of free time to return to the Cemetery of Death. Han Shua wasn't actually that worried about Edwin's threat. After all, there was a dark dragon in the Cemetery of Death who could help him. Through communication, Han Shua knew that if Dark Dragon Gilbert wanted to recover quickly, he'd need to absorb the cores of some magical creatures in order to recover quickly. It was because he understood this point and that Han Shua needed to make use of Dark Dragon Gilbert's strength that he'd brought the injured Gilbert to hunt some high-level magical creatures in the Dark Forest over the past 2 days. 7 Windblade Wolves, 4 Frost Eagles, and 1 Medusa had been hunted down by the 2 of them in a short 2 days. With Han Shua's current strength and Dark Dragon Gilbert's assistance, even a high-level existence like the Medusa had been killed by the combined efforts of the 2 of them. Gilbert had absorbed the energy within the magical beast cores and the Medusa's precious blood. His originally heavily injured body had mostly recovered, and his strength was no longer affected by his injuries. The cores of the magical beasts had all been absorbed by Gilbert, but the fangs, skin, and flesh were naturally taken off by Han Shua. He had them all thrown into the warehouse of the Cemetery of Death. On the second night, Gilbert stayed in the Cemetery of Death to digest the magical beast cores, while Han Shua went to the wide and ferocious waterfall near the Cemetery of Death by himself. The Milky Way poured down like a torrent, carrying with it a violent force that could destroy everything in its path. It was as if it had fallen directly from the 9th heaven. In the frigid winter, Han Shuo sat cross-legged on an enormous boulder near the center of the cemetery of death with his bare body, using his body to resist the impact of the waterfall. His naked body was dyed a bright red under the impact of the waterfall. Han Shuo sat there cross-legged, his body fused with the rocks. He was as motionless as a boulder, like a lifeless stone statue. However, within Han Shuo's body, the magical yuan was circulating rapidly like 10,000 galloping horses. All of his muscles, meridians, and bones were being tempered over and over again wherever the magical yuan passed. The demonic infant throbbed lightly in his lower abdomen. A small person that looked exactly like Han Shuo was emanating a surging life force. Han Shuo had continuously broken through in this period of time. He'd absorbed Johnny's soul last time, and it was only now that he'd completely digested it. Some messy information chaotically swayed in Han Shuo's mind. All sorts of messy memories were like clouds of smoke, making it hard for one to see clearly. Han Shuo understood that these messy information were all memories that Chu Kanglin had left in his mind. All this time, because Han Shuo's magical yuan hadn't reached the true demon realm, his brain hadn't been fully developed. Therefore, he could only receive bits and pieces of information every time. Most of his memories were still sealed in his mind. Now that he'd reached the true demon realm and his brain had been fully expanded by magical yuan, Han Shuo's memory, comprehension, and thinking abilities had all been greatly improved. When Han Shuo tried his best to explain himself, the originally blurry and messy memories were quickly torn apart and gradually became clear. Strange magical yuan techniques, sections of mysterious cultivation incantations, refining methods for all kinds of magical weapons, magical generals, and magical formations were all being rapidly processed in Han Shuo's mind. They were all imprinted in Han Shuo's mind, forever becoming an indelible memory in Han Shuo's mind. After an unknown period of time, Han Shuo suddenly woke up. Under the impact of the dripping waterfall, his eyes couldn't hide the excitement, pride, and confidence in himself. It was as if he'd been reborn, and his entire being was filled with an unprecedented confidence. Body consolidation, channel opening, molded spirit, true demon, bloodthirsty, separate demon, carnal, 9 changes, and omen realm. These 9 layers of magical yuan would allow a mortal to become an omnipotent godlike existence. That kind of terrifying power that could split the heavens and the earth apart, when the physical body was strong enough to move mountains and seas, and become an extraordinary existence that was immortal, presented a vast, mysterious, and grand blueprint in front of Han Shuo. Now that this blueprint had been unlocked, Han Shuo was like a paintbrush that could draw out his vast and limitless future according to the path in his heart. The power to reconstruct the physical body, fly in the sky, become immortal, surpass the cycle of reincarnation, and destroy the heavens and the earth really did exist. With a thought, the pores of all the muscles in his body expelled waves of murky gray air from his body. The murky air was the impurities of Johnny's soul. After Han Shuo's demon infant had absorbed the origin of the soul, it remained in his body. With a slight sway of his body, Han Shuo's boulder-like body suddenly flew through the air and landed steadily on a large tree. He put on a dark green warrior's robe and flew straight towards the cemetery of death. Master, you seem to be a bit different than usual. Gilbert looked at Han Shuo in surprise as soon as he entered the cemetery of death and couldn't help but exclaim. Oh, what's different? Han Shuo looked at Gilbert and smiled faintly. Shaking his head, Gilbert said, I can't describe it. His eyes seem to be a bit more mysterious, and his aura is a bit different. He seems to have become more confident, as if he has the confidence of victory in his grasp after grasping the situation. Han Shuo understood that after obtaining all of Chu Songming's memories, he now knew many of the demonic arts like the back of his hand. Even if he didn't rely on Gilbert now, Han Shuo still had a way to deal with Edwin. It was just that it would be a bit more troublesome because he wasn't strong enough. Since your injuries have healed, let's leave this place together. That's great. Are you going to take me to do some sneaky things again this time? Don't waste my breath, do what I tell you to do. Master, after you left today, I seem to have seen the soil in that area loosen for a bit. Gilbert first complained in an aggrieved manner and then suddenly remembered something. He pointed at the place of extreme earth where the Earth Elite zombie had been refined and said to Han Shua. Han Shua started and turned his head to look at that area. He suddenly discovered that the center had indeed sunk in. The Earth Yuan Qi that had been lingering there had completely disappeared without a trace. Overjoyed, Han Shua laughed heartily and said, "Very good, it looks like he's already absorbed all of the Earth Qi. He'll be able to break out of the ground in a few more days." "Humph, it's just a zombie, what's so great about it?" Gilbert cast a disdainful glance at the area and said unhappily. However, as soon as Gilbert finished speaking, the place where he was standing suddenly collapsed. After a wave of earthquaking and mountain shaking, an enormous gully appeared out of thin air and forcibly clamped down on Gilbert, who was caught off guard. The ruptured gully seemed to be alive as it continued to clamp down. Gilbert's body was flattened and he cursed loudly. All right, let him go." Han Shua could feel the Earth Elite zombie's discontent buried deep in the ground and knew that it must have been the Earth Elite zombie's doing. He opened his mouth to command. As Han Shua's voice sounded, the gully that had been continuously shrinking suddenly parted like a door. Unable to move, Gilbert discovered that all of this earthquake and the collapse of the ground was caused by the Earth Elite zombie below. He couldn't help but have a face of shock and hastily crawled out when the gully loosened. He took form here, cultivated here, and absorbed the Earth origin energy. This place is his territory. As long as he is here, he can display several times his original strength. The earth will shake, the ground will shatter, or he can form a cage from the earth to trap you. He can even form an earth dragon to attack you. It's a piece of cake for him. Remember, don't go against him in his territory in the future. Buried deep underground, he's an invincible existence in this area. If he left this place, he might not be able to control everything as he pleases. But here, any piece of land can be transformed into his weapon. Han Shua explained faintly as he looked at Gilbert crawling out of the ravine with a supercilious smile. The 5 elemental zombies could greatly increase their own strength in the 5 places of extreme cultivation. It was unwise for anyone to provoke them in their cultivation area. The Earth Elite zombie's response to Gilbert's words immediately affected him, made Han Shua understand that the Earth Elite zombie was no longer a low-level zombie warrior that could only take orders. It looked like he was the same as the little skull and had already gained intelligence. Seeing that Gilbert had come up, the Earth Elite zombie immediately became much more well-behaved. Han Shua opened his mouth and said in the direction of the Earth Elite zombie, "Refine the Earth Qi well and try to break out of the Earth as soon as possible." A thought was transmitted into Han Shua's mind through the connection. The Earth Elite zombie had obviously heard Han Shua's words and sent over the meaning of "understood." "Let's go, let's leave this place first." Glancing at Gilbert, Han Shua walked towards the center of the Cemetery of Death. When he passed by the Yin Demon Cave, Han Shua discovered that there were only 5 wraiths left. It looked like it wouldn't be long before the 3 Yin demons would take form. Just what's going on with that zombie? How can he have such great strength? Gilbert couldn't help but ask Han Shua after they left the Earth Elite zombie's location and arrived at the transportation matrix at the center of the Cemetery of Death. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you. In short, he's different from any zombie warrior you know of. His existence has already changed since he started absorbing the Earth Qi. Remember, it's best not to provoke him in this Cemetery of Death. He'll be stronger than you can imagine here." Han Shua smiled faintly and instructed Gilbert. As he spoke, Han Shua pushed Gilbert into the center of the transportation matrix and activated it. The two returned to the Dark Mantle's secret stronghold in the Valley of Sunshine. Han Shua put away the 6 magic wands when they walked out of a secret room. He lifted a wooden board above his head and the two walked up to a corridor leading to the top. "Brian, you're finally back," Emily suddenly called out as soon as they emerged from the secret room. "Hi beautiful woman, we meet again." Gilbert greeted Emily with a teasing smile when he came up, causing Emily to roll her eyes. "What's wrong?" Having obtained all of Chu Kanglin's memories, Han Shuo had ample confidence in his future. Han Shuo believed that as long as he worked hard and advanced his demonic cultivation, he would definitely obtain strength that everyone would look up to. It was precisely because of this that Han Shuo didn't pay too much attention to the current difficulties and setbacks. He asked Emily casually. Florida has woken up. The Cairo mercenary band has just sent news that Florida has called for a meeting as soon as he's awakened. They're planning on making a move against us at all costs and want us to be careful. Also, Edwin and Belinda seem to have made a trip to the Cairo mercenary band in the past 2 days. We received this information ourselves and the Cairo mercenary band didn't tell us. Emily responded quickly. Nodding to indicate that he understood, Han Shuo frowned slightly and thought for a moment, saying with a smile, "We'll deal with the situation as it comes. If Florida dares come to his death, I'll make sure he'll have to bear the consequences. Don't worry about Edwin for now. I think that no matter how stupid Loredan is, he wouldn't make things difficult for us at this time. We're also the bargaining chips he's using right now. If he wants to deal with us, he'll definitely choose to do so after Florida's death. According to my estimations, Edwin may be able to obtain some information from the Cairo mercenary band, but Loredan will definitely not agree to work with him against us, nor will he choose to work with Edwin. Don't pay too much attention to this matter. What we need to do now is to defend our current stronghold." Emily was stunned for a moment by Han Shuo's words. Emily then looked oddly at Han Shuo, only then discovering that Han Shuo had maintained an aloof expression from beginning to end, as if he didn't care about any danger at all. His eyes were even more profound and mysterious, and his entire presence had changed. It was filled with an indescribable feeling, which surprised Emily a bit. "What is it? Why are you looking at me so strangely?" Han Shuo rubbed his nose and laughed involuntarily when he saw Emily's beautiful eyes staring at him without blinking. "Brian, has something happened to you in the past 2 days? Why do I feel like you're different from before?" Emily didn't hide her thoughts and asked directly. "Yes, Master is indeed a bit different from before. I've noticed it too." Gilbert couldn't help but raise a fuss at this time as his gaze continuously roamed over Han Shuo's body, seeming to want to find what was different about him. "Heh, nothing much. I've just obtained a large amount of memories in the past 2 days. These memories have helped me understand many things." Han Shuo had a mysterious smile on his face as he explained to Emily. Even now, Emily still felt that Han Shuo was incredibly mysterious. Some of the things that had happened to him seemed so miraculous and out of the ordinary. The little skull that didn't fear dark magic, the miraculous weapon that could soar above the 9 heavens without relying on magic or fighting aura. All of this was beyond her comprehension. "Forget it, I won't understand even if you explain. I only need to know that there's nothing wrong with you." Emily shook her head and gave up on pursuing the matter. She suddenly remembered what Han Shuo had said at the end and asked, "Oh right, you said that you want to defend our current stronghold. How do you plan on doing so?" With a mysterious smile on his face, Han Shuo mused for a moment and spat out 2 words that were completely foreign to Emily: "Set up the matrix." Chapter 207. Using some special materials and following the mysterious rules of heaven and earth to set up a formation that could seize the fortune of heaven and earth was a secret technique that all demonic cultivators should grasp. After digesting all of Chu Kanglin's memories, Han Shuo was no longer a passive person who would wait helplessly for death. Even if his current cultivation wasn't high enough, Han Shuo could still take the initiative by using some demonic formations. Using the method of acting first and reporting later, Han Shuo directly took over the shop with the place of extreme water. When Harris came over, Han Shuo used Florida as an excuse to beat around the bush. The glorious Tanai Cairo mercenary band was in charge of everything. As long as it was in the glorious Tanai Cairo mercenary band, they weren't afraid of Han Shuo playing any tricks. According to the agreement, as long as Han Shuo and the others killed Florida, the shop would belong to Han Shuo for free. Right now, Han Shuo was just taking it one step ahead of time. The shop wasn't like other things. If it was an ordinary item that could be carried around, Harris probably wouldn't be willing to hand it over to Han Shuo so early, because he was afraid that Han Shuo would take it away. However, the shop couldn't be moved, and Harris wasn't afraid that Han Shuo would be able to move it away. Moreover, the deed was still in their hands, so Harris didn't say anything after Han Shuo explained, tacitly agreeing to Han Shuo's actions. This shop that was rumored to be cursed by an evil god was even larger than Han Shuo had imagined. It covered an area of more than 400 square meters, and had a 70 to 80 square meters courtyard. There were also 8 or 9 rooms of various sizes, including furniture such as tables, chairs, beds, lamps, and so on. It was precisely because this was an ominous place that after the owner died, everything in the shop became ominous. No one would take the things in the shop out and cause trouble for themselves. Other than a few blankets and daily necessities, and a few rooms that were covered in dust because no one had lived here for a long time, the entire shop was not lacking anything. Before they discussed about forming a mercenary group, Han Shuo had already explained the strangeness of this shop. Although Emily, Phoebe, and the others didn't fully understand Han Shuo's explanation, they understood that Han Shuo had already cleaned up the harmful things in the shop. Out of their unconditional trust in Han Shuo, although the two women were still a little uncomfortable with this place, they did not clamor to stop Han Shuo from staying. Since they had decided to set up the formation, they naturally had to make preparations beforehand. Emily and Phoebe came forward and provided a list to Han Shuo. The two girls were responsible for collecting some necessary cold items as the most basic materials. Because he was worried about the two girls' safety, Han Shuo had Dark Dragon Gilbert follow them. With such an extraordinary dark dragon, an archmage, and a sword master, the two girls wouldn't be at a disadvantage even if they ran into Edwin. After everyone had been sent away, Han Shuo chanted a necromancy spell and summoned a dozen skeletal warriors. After giving an order, the skeletal warriors picked up brooms and basins and began to clean the rooms one by one. The Shura Soul formation was a demonic formation that would cause one to lose one's nature and sink into an illusion. This formation required the aura of death from 100 ghosts, condensed from cold corpses into 6 Shura pillars, and then used the blood of virgins as the brush and ink to inscribe demonic runes on the 6 pillars. In addition, a floating cloud stone would absorb 5 drops of the caster's blood essence as the eye of the formation. Once the formation was complete, any enemy who didn't understand the formation would immediately be assaulted by the aura of death from 100 ghosts if they walked in. Their entire mind would be thrown into disarray and hallucinate. They would discover their other self within the formation, wanting to kill them at all costs. Fear would cause them to instantly descend into a frenzy. No matter how resolute their mind was, it would be very difficult for them to overcome their true nature. The well in the center of the place of extreme water had been slightly modified by Han Shuo and put to good use. With the well as the eye of the formation, he formed a small-scale, water ghost possession formation with some of the materials he'd recently collected for refining water elite zombies. A jellyfish was planted in every vengeful spirit, and they would be catalyzed into water ghosts in the well using a secret technique. Anyone who approached the well would be possessed by the water ghost and be dragged into the well. When he was setting up these two formations, Han Shuo suddenly sighed with emotion that he indeed had foresight. Once Chu Kanglin's demonic arts and the necromancy of this world were used together, it would indeed have miraculous effects beyond imagination. The ghosts needed for the Shura Soul formation could be replaced by vengeful spirits, and the cold corpses could be replaced by the bodies of ordinary skeletal warriors. The water ghosts for the water ghost possession formation also needed to be catalyzed by vengeful spirits. If Han Shuo hadn't practiced necromancy, he would have had to go to some tombs and slowly gather these materials himself. However, with his identity as a necromancer, Han Shuo only needed to recite a few incantations to gather all the materials, saving him a lot of effort. After a busy day, Emily, Phoebe, and Gilbert returned to the shop in the evening. They couldn't help but be surprised by the shop in front of them. 6 white bone pillars were inserted into the 6 corners of the courtyard. A cold and gloomy aura was emitted from the courtyard. In the void, Groups of gray resentful spirits were flying around, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. An evil and gloomy feeling filled the air. In the middle of the well, a few white shadows floated erratically in the air, twisting into sinister and frightening faces. A blood-red stone sat in a groove next to the well. A few vengeful spirits floated in the air around the stone, and their bodies were also dyed blood-red. Han Shua sat cross-legged in front of the stone, shooting out rays of black light from his palms. His palms became a blurry, pitch-black color, and a dense light surrounded his body, making him look incomparably sinister. The doors to the rooms around the courtyard were all opened. The originally dusty rooms were now spotless, and all the rooms had been cleaned. The lights were bright, and it was filled with warmth and harmony. The sinister aura that lingered in the courtyard didn't seep into any of the rooms. "Oh my gosh, what are you doing?" Emily exclaimed. Her slender body turned on the spot, and her eyes were filled with curiosity. She was about to extend her hand to touch the azure stone pillar formed by the white bones. "Don't move!" Han Shua suddenly opened his eyes and shouted at Emily. Emily, who was about to touch the azure stone pillar, retracted her jade-like hand when she heard this, as though she was startled. Phoebe and Gilbert were still a little slow. They hadn't expected that in less than a day, this place would actually undergo earth-shattering changes in Han Shua's hands. The courtyard was filled with a sinister and strange aura, causing them to feel instinctively uncomfortable. They had never seen some of the strange things and decorations, and they didn't know what they were used for. Their minds were filled with questions. With a faint smile, Han Shua stood up from his cross-legged position and dripped a bewitching drop of blood from his right hand onto the stone in front of him. The courtyard, which was already filled with sinister gusts of wind, became even more sinister after this drop of blood was dripped into it. Vengeful spirits howled and danced in the air. A sinister and cold aura of death was incomparably dense, causing one's heart to tremble. "Did you get what I asked you to buy?" Han Shua asked with a faint smile. "You should ask him. The most important things were all collected by him." Phoebe's face was flushed red as she pointed at Gilbert. "Evil master, why would you think of collecting the blood of virgins? You're too shameless and filthy." Gilbert cried out and looked at Han Shua with a face full of disdain, appearing quite excited. "Cut the crap, did you get what you wanted?" Han Shua glared angrily at Gilbert. "Ha, I got it. There's nothing that can't be done with gold coins. I only spent 50 gold coins to walk around a few alleys in the Valley of Sunshine and got what you wanted from the owner," Gilbert said as he took out a palm-sized bottle and handed it to Han Shua. Emily and Phoebe both snorted coldly when they saw him take out the bottle of virgin blood, turning their heads and walking towards the rooms in the courtyard. "Humph, what did I do? I didn't do it willingly, it was all Master's orders." "Do you think I did it willingly? Those stinky women in the alleys all looked at me as if I was a pervert with a special hobby. If I hadn't taken out the gold coins, I'm afraid I would have drowned in their spittle." Gilbert was quite aggrieved when he saw Emily and Phoebe look at him with extreme disdain and couldn't help but complain. Some rich customers in the Valley of Sunshine liked virgins to serve them. Therefore, in order to attract more customers, the owners would spend large sums of money to buy some virgin slaves. Han Shua knew this and thus had asked Gilbert to do this. Although Han Shua's skin was thick enough, it was still a bit embarrassing for him to buy something like this from others. After all, in the eyes of those who didn't know the truth, this kind of behavior was quite perverted. All right, go do what you need to do, don't bother me." Han Shua was very understanding of Gilbert's grievances, but didn't console him. Before they returned, Han Shua had already used the Demon's Lair edge to carve a complicated pattern on the 6 azure pillars formed from the cold corpses. He drew a bucket of spirit water from a place of extreme water and diluted the bottle of virgin blood into it. Using a peachwood spoon to stir the water, Han Shua grabbed the bucket and flew out. He leapt onto the first azure pillar and started pouring the liquid from the top of the pillar. Seeing that Han Shua had started to work, Emily and Phoebe, who had just entered the warm room, walked out again. Two pairs of bright eyes watched Han Shua's movements with curiosity. The reddish-brown liquid flowed down the pattern that Han Shua had carved earlier. Miraculously, not a single drop of the liquid rolled down. It was as if it was tightly attracted by a force, all of it imprinted into the grooves carved into the stone pillars. One by one, when Han Shua had completed the 6 pillars, Han Shua casually threw the empty bucket to the side and flew to the blood-red stone beside the well. He formed a hand sign to control the demonic formation, and a black light flew out from Han Shua's palm, landing in the center of the blood-red stone. Suddenly, the 6 stone pillars shone with a reddish-brown light. The patterns engraved on the Azura pillars were densely packed with all kinds of ferocious ghost faces. The hundreds of wraiths that had been flying around the courtyard were like baby swallows' ghost nests as they flew into the sinister ghost faces engraved on the stone pillars with a whooshing sound. The wraiths that were originally in a state of nothingness seemed to merge with the sinister ghost faces as soon as they fell into the Azura pillars. Each and every one of them seemed to have a body and began to twist and turn on the stone pillars, revealing a bloody mouth full of fangs. Shrill cries of despair instantly resounded through the night sky, causing one's hair to stand on end and their hearts to tremble. Not good. Han Shua was shocked. He hadn't thought that after the formation was formed, there would be such terrifying cries of ghosts and howls of wolves. He immediately formed another hand sign, which fell into the floating cloud stone that had absorbed 5 drops of his blood essence. In an instant, the wraiths that had a body were abruptly sucked into the Azura pillars. The stone pillars with hundreds of dancing ghosts suddenly returned to normal. The wraiths within the stone pillars seemed to have been frozen in the sinister ghost faces, without the slightest sign of life. Give me all the remaining materials. The formation will be formed soon. Even if that old monster Edwin comes, I will make him suffer. Han Shua laughed maniacally as he spoke to Phoebe and Emily. The 2 girls were horrified. When they heard Han Shua's words, their minds were in a mess as they handed over the cold and evil items that Han Shua had ordered them to purchase to Han Shua one by one. After he'd obtained all the materials, Han Shua's body flitted through the center of the yard under the trio's incredibly puzzled gazes. It was at this moment that the trio discovered that there were many large and small grooves in the ground of the yard. These grooves had been cut flat and were just enough for Han Shua to place all the items in. When everything was done, Han Shua retreated from the courtyard. When Han Shua stood beside Phoebe and Emily, he called Gilbert to his side. With a single thought, a beam of blood-red light shot into the sky from the courtyard. In an instant, a chilly wind blew through the courtyard, and the ghosts on the 6 stone pillars danced wildly. An extremely cold and evil feeling instantly filled the hearts of Phoebe and the others. The 3 of them understood that the originally simple courtyard had become a life-threatening danger zone after Han Shua's torment. Turning his head to look at Emily, Han Shua had a mysterious smile on his face as he spoke to the trio. As long as we set up a soundproof boundary around the area, then it'll be foolproof. Leave this matter to me. Emily understood and released a dark magic spell. A wave of magic suddenly appeared in the air above the courtyard, like a colorless and formless cover, covering the sky above the courtyard. What's going on? Is the evil god's curse acting up again? Harris's shout suddenly came from outside. A series of footsteps could be heard as Harris and the others from the Cairo mercenary band appeared in front of the shop on their warhorses. Harris dismounted and knocked on the door as he called out. Because the floating cloud stone was the eye of the formation and had 5 drops of Han Shua's blood essence on it, Han Shua only needed a thought to use the floating cloud stone to control the entire formation within this area. When he heard Harris's shouts, Han Shua made some slight adjustments to the formation. All of the abnormalities within the courtyard returned to their original state. Apart from the 6 Azura pillars, there were no other changes. Nothing much, Mr. Harris. Is there some news that you want to tell us? Han Shua opened the door to the shop and allowed Harris to enter. He answered calmly with a face full of smiles. After Harris entered, his sharp eyes looked around, scanning every corner of the shop. Only then did he ask Han Shuo with some confusion, why are there 6 strange stone pillars all of a sudden? Oh, we're planning on staying here for a long time. Because we're lacking something to dry our clothes on, we got 6 pillars as support. How did Mr. Harris find the time to come over? There was a bright red light just now, and some of the people in the surrounding shops heard a terrifying howl from within. They said that it was frightening and told us to come over to take a look. I was worried that something would happen to you, so I came over to take a look. Laughing lightly, Han Shuo said jokingly, those people are always so ignorant. We were just practicing magic just now. With the few of us here, even if the curse came true, we wouldn't be afraid. Don't worry. Is this pervert who collects the blood of virgins also your friend? Harris nodded and didn't say much. He was about to leave when he suddenly discovered Gilbert and couldn't help but ask Han Shuo. I guess so. Han Shuo was a bit embarrassed and turned to glare at Gilbert, who was about to explode, to indicate for him to shut up. He then explained to Harris. Why do you have a friend like this? He's so disgusting. Harris looked at Gilbert with extreme disdain and didn't want to stay here any longer. He hurriedly left with the others as if he was trying to hide. God damn it, it's all Master's orders, what does it have to do with me? After Harris left, Gilbert finally couldn't take it anymore and roared angrily, seething with anger, you're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.